chill.
Hello there, gang, and welcome to Displaying Model Behaviour, the Earth's mightiest video podcast. So take off your pants, crack a beer, and let's talk toys. Let's talk about the 100 most wanted Marvel Legends. Can you believe it was a year and a half ago since I made my last top 100 video, and we have actually got 25% of those requested figures. Kind of. So for this new list, I went to the Model Behaviour Facebook group and I asked everyone, guys, what do you most want to see? And that is how I've cultivated this new list. But before we go into that, let's take a look at those 25 figures that we asked for, and lo and behold, Hasbro were kind enough to give us. Kind of. We had Agony, Banshee, Doctor Strange, Daredevil, Hammerhead, High Evolutionary, Howard the Duck, Jigsaw, Mr. Negative, Null, Longshot, Mojo, Maggot, Mephisto, kind of, Molecule Man, Despair, Psycho Man, Riot, Robbie Reyes, see Mephisto, Toad, Avalanche, US Agent, and Baron Zemo. So 25% of the figures we asked for, we actually got. Not a bad ratio, I think, but let's see what are the current top 100 most wanted Marvel Legends. So we're going to go through these in alphabetical order, and coming in first, we have A-Bomb, Rick Jones's gamma-irradiated alter ego. Then, keeping it in the Hulk family, we have 616 Abomination. We have that glorious Gamerverse Baff who is crying out to have some fins put on the side of his head. Next up is Absorbing Man. We've got the Build-A-Figure, but man, he's showing his age now. Big old ball hips and very awkward to pose. Plus, where are the morphing legs? We want some brickwork on the feet and just some more fun, interesting ways that you can show his powers. So yeah, bring on Absorbing Man. From the Age of Apocalypse, we have the weird, twisty, duct tape horseman, Abyss. A popular one that people want to see remade is Agent Venom. The original Agent Venom is actually really cool, lovely accessories and whatnot, but he's got the ball hips and he just kind of shows his age a little bit. So a newer, more zhuzhed up version I think would make people very happy. Then we got a whole group people have been asking for, and that is the Agents of Atlas. I'm not that familiar with this team, however it does feature a monkey with a machine gun, so yeah, that gets my vote. One who I think we will be seeing quite soon is Airwalker. This dude is a herald of Galactus, and more to the point, one of the most ridiculously toyetic, bonkers looking characters I've seen in a long time. With the Roman centurion kind of look to him, with the skirt and the helmet and all that jazz, he would be so much fun to see in action figure form. Bring it on. Over to the X-Men and Angel. I had to stop myself there, I was going to say Archangel, but specifically Feather-Winged Angel has got a lot of requests. One thing that Hasbro are terrible for is taking forever to build up their teams, and no team represents that better than the original Thunderbolts. So come on, Hasbro, for the love of goodness, will you give us an Atlas? Kind of a funny one, but massively requested is Aunt May. I guess it makes perfect sense. Why wouldn't you want a grey-haired old lady in your display? Well, there's a few reasons why you wouldn't. However, when she's Aunt May, one of the most important Spider-Man characters out there, yeah, I think we can justify that. And now we have Baron von Strucker. I can't do German accents, but Hasbro can do great characters in that line, such as Zemo and the Red Skull. Baron Strucker, he would fit in perfectly with those guys. Here's a newer version of an older character. Some folks have been asking for a Captain Britain version of Betsy Braddock. For me, I'm an old school Betsy Braddock / Psylocke person. However, her Captain Britain costume, it does look really cool. A massively requested one is Beyonder. It is amazing we haven't got this guy yet because he's not even that elaborate of a design. I have no doubt they have him waiting in the wings. Next year, I'm guessing we're going to be seeing him. One for whom there was a lot of speculation with regards to the HasLab is Blackheart. We never got an announcement, and it doesn't look like we're going to be getting anything. So hopefully they had maybe some designs, maybe they were feeling kind of confident about hitting various tiers, and they've got a prototype Blackheart back there, behind the sofa that they're not showing us. So maybe next year we'll get to see him. A big D-list Spider-Man villain, I think D-list is fair, that I would love to see is Calypso. Maybe pair her up with a new Kraven in a 2-pack. I shouldn't be encouraging them to do more 2-packs, but there we are. Either way, by some form or fashion, give us Calypso. Who's Callisto? Oh, the Morlock lady. No, we've got her. Give us Calypso. This is a fun one. Not that we necessarily need more Venoms, but we always need more Venoms, especially if it is a blue Capcom style Venom. We're just getting Capcom War Machine. Give us the Capcom Venom with the big Venom shield and some cool gloopy accessories. I would love to see that. What I'm always requesting is 90s Spider-Man frenemy antagonist, Cardiac. This dude has such a cool, fun, toyetic look. I'd love to see him on the shelf. And another Spider-Man villain who is massively overdue is the final member of our Maximum Carnage display, Carrion. There are rumors that Hasbro are going to be moving into Generation X type characters, and with that being the case, a lot of people are asking for Chamber. A classic Spidey foe in desperate need of a new version is Chameleon. Give us, for me personally, I'd love Smoking Jacket Chameleon with a bunch of morphing heads. That would be wicked. A lot of people want the animated Chameleon. He'd be kind of fun too. Either way, just give us a version of the shape-changing bad guy. This year we got the beautiful 20th anniversary Captain America, so what would look great with him would be a classic version of Bucky. She made her debut in Doctor Strange The Multiverse of Madness this year. Now would be a great time for us to get a 616 version of Clea. Let's get some big chunky mechs on the list with a 616 classic version of Crimson Dynamo. This is a deep cut just for me here. I want to see Cyber Hobgoblin straight out of the Clone Saga. We've got a couple of versions of Hobgoblin now. Give us one that looks like he's been dipped in tinfoil. That would make me really happy. We're getting very cosmic with our Marvel Legends at the moment, so why not go even further with a Death figure? We've got that glorious deluxe Thanos. He needs to be paired up with his skeletal Lady Love. So come on, Hasbro, that would be a fun one to see. Rumors abound, we're going to be seeing some Starjammers soon, so why not give us one of the antagonists from the Shi'ar, Deathbird? One that I've been wanting for the longest time now is Death's Head. We've got Death's Head too, who looks badass, but the original, he would be so much fun to have on the shelf. We are big time building out the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants now, but one who is conspicuous by her absence is Destiny. Back to the Hulk characters now. Where oh where is the green-haired psychiatrist, the incredible Doc Samson? We're in the midst of October, it's the spooky season, so that gives me another good excuse to ask for Dracula. An oldie but a goodie from the Toy Biz days, Dragon Man. This dude is still one of the most expensive old school figures to try and pick up, so come on Hasbro, make all of our lives a bit easier, give us a new Dragon Man. There are some figures who just lend themselves to being an action figure because they look mean, toyetic, and just kind of badass, and the Executioner, yeah, he's one of those. Speaking earlier about completing teams, oh my goodness Hasbro, give us a Feral. Come on, we've been asking for it for years now. Give us the Feral Wolfie Lady. I know we had the head swap Danny Moonstone one, that doesn't count. You know what we're asking for. We're just about to get the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends 3-pack drop. That's all well and good. But where is our leather jacket, sunglasses wearing, badass looking 90s Firestar? That's the one I want. And speaking earlier about the Thunderbolts, we've got to get ourselves a fixer. One of these days they're going to make it happen, but how much Legend's going to cost by the time that guy comes out? Our whole team here now is the Future Foundation. We've got the negative version of the Spider-Man from the Future Foundation. Thanks for that. But we need the Fantastic Four and the proper non-stealth version of Spider-Man 2. Put those in there, and Spider-Man is in the Fantastic Four when it's the Future Foundation. I know that, so don't bother pointing it out. A civilian character now, well not really a civilian, but a human character, General Ross. Again, building out that Hulk display. A lot of people seem to be Hulk fans, got a lot of requests for Hulk figures this year. So yes, give us the big mustachioed General Ross. He would look really fun actually, I could see that working. A big time bad guy now with the power to control gravity. Of course it is Graviton. Gravitron? Graviton. I'm going to go with Graviton. I don't think there's an R in there. We'll find out. A character who's being used more and more now on cosmic type stories and interplanetary stuff. We've got Hulkling. He's someone who I've really loved to watch the evolution of the character since he first appeared. Just a member of the Young Avengers at first. Now like full-on king with crossover stories of the Kree and the Skrulls and all that kind of thing. He's really cool. And with his morphing abilities as well, that would make a wicked action figure. We're always looking for more symbiotes here, and now that we can complete the Life Foundation, that means we have all the ingredients for hybrid. Time to get cosmic-y and time travel-y and generally a little bit confusing with Immortus. Kang is like a big money player now, even in the MCU, so it would be great to have this other version in Immortus. Ironheart is about to start making waves in the MCU, and one of last year's best, I think, little sleeper figures was Ironheart. She was great, so a new version of her in her more colourful, unique, modern costume, that would be wicked. Sticking with the Young Avengers, give us an Iron Lad. Again, a nice little Kang tie-in there as well, with his slightly Centurion Iron Man looking kind of costume. That would be great. We're going to build out that whole set of Young Avengers. Don't worry, we're getting to the rest. Isaiah Bradley. He's in the MCU now. He's getting a bit more prominence in the mainstream. Now is the time for a classic 616 action figure. Hasbro have shown that they're not afraid to go into the hellish, devilish type creatures, even though we might not get them. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean that we can't ask for Hellstorm, Damien Hellstorm, a classic ooky spooky kooky kind of character. We're going to be getting more Ghost Rider figures, even if they're not HasLabs, so why not throw in some more demonic characters like Damien? This is a great year for collecting cosmic characters, so why not get Jack of Hearts? When I first saw this guy on a trading card in the mid-90s, no idea who he was, but I just thought that is a wicked looking costume. I really, really dig it. To see that in full-on Marvel Legends form, that would be awesome. A huge one for me personally is, of course, the 90s Jackal. How do you know it's the 90s? Because he's wearing a black leather trench coat. The Crow made it popular and the Matrix just took it to another level. And in the middle, we had the Jackal, who was basically just a furry green Joker. But that doesn't matter. He was intrinsic to my childhood, therefore I am demanding we get our 90s Jackal. Hasbro recently revealed their beautiful looking Dark Phoenix retro figure, which of course means, come on guys, that 2-pack is still out there and crazy expensive. Give us the classic Cyclops to go with her. Another Thunderbolt and a fun character who is crying out for that new female buck that they're using, Jolt. Another young superhero and a member of the New Warriors. Give us a 90s version of Justice. A very highly requested one from the Savage Land, it's got to be Kazar. We got Null this year, and he does look awesome, but how about giving us some army-building symbiote monsters? Granted, I think they all had at least 6 limbs, so that would be quite an expensive army builder, but dang it, they would look wicked. A funny one that someone requested that I wanted to just include to illustrate a bit of a problem we seem to be getting is someone said, oh, we need new versions of the original Life Foundation symbiotes. Now that we're getting Riot and Agony, we need updated versions of Scream and Lasher on better bodies. And it's like, this is the problem. It's taking so long to build teams, but by the time the last ones come out, we need new versions of the original ones. This just never ends. From the pages of Ghost Rider, another great spooky antagonist, we need Lilith. I said that we need more grey-haired old ladies in our collection, and dang it, I meant it, because we want to see Madam Web. A dude who is certainly the flavour of the month in the spooky season, coming off of his fantastic one-shot on Disney+, we need a new version of Man-Wolf. Just realised, that's a different Man-Wolf. A classic Spider-Man character, and the son of J. Jonah Jameson, we need to get a Man-Wolf. One that might be unlikely in this day and age, but we still keep asking for, especially because the old Toy Biz one was fantastic, we need a new Mandarin. Building out the 90s X-Men collection last year, I asked for, and we got Maggot. You're welcome. No, I know I have no influence. But now that we've got Maggot, we need another one who joined the team at that time. We need Marrow. A fun Spider-Man villain and another Goblin, because I love my Goblins. They're just fun to see on the shelf. I'd love to see from Brand New Day. Whoa, remember that storyline? We need Menace. Another original Thunderbolt to round out the team, who by the time we get, we'll be asking for new versions of Songbird and Citizen V, because that's the way it works. But we need a new Meteorite. One who I would love to see as a big, terrifying builder figure is Modern Ultron. With multiple limbs, crackle effects, and just terrifying looks, this guy would be awesome. Fantastic Four are getting their due. We've got Psycho Man, High Evolutionary, but come on! Give us Mole Man and a couple of Moloids. A really fun cosmic Avengers style character, give us the bald-headed bikini-wearing Moondragon. building out more of the new Warriors, and with a bit of a tie-in to the MCU with Wakanda Forever and Namor and Atlantis, it would be fantastic to get a classic 90s Namorita. One who is probably way down on the priority list, but I would love to see, is Marvel's own rip-off version of Todd McFarlane's Spawn. It is Nightwatch. From the pages of X-Men, the bizarre, weird, bonkers, but really toyetic pair of Nanny and Orphan Maker. Bolstering out the Young Avengers, and a character who is definitely way overdue for a new action figure is Patriot. 4 for the price of 1 here, a lot of people asking for the classic kiddie superhero team, Power Pack. Now this is an interesting one I wanted to include. Someone suggested a new Punisher, and hey, we've had a few Punishers, but a new Punisher with butterfly joints. Why? So he can hold his rifle properly. That actually makes a lot of sense. I would love to see a classic retro style Punisher with that kind of look. That would be awesome. Some more X-Men villains now, and ones you could army build if you wanted to, is the Purifiers with William Stryker. Of course, that's a whole different subsection that you could totally build out, because I know you X-Men army builders. You're a bonkers bunch, and there are people who would buy a lot of those guys. I know a few of them. Rachel Summers in her cool red spiky costume, she would look awesome with some great Phoenix-y style flame effects as well. Yeah, that would look terrific. Another character who I just think has an awesome, slightly ridiculous, but very badass 90s kind of look is Scourge. This is one that it's bonkers we still haven't gotten, because we keep on asking for it, is classic purple and white She-Hulk. We've got green She-Hulk in ripped clothes, we've got grey She-Hulk in ripped clothes, we've got MCU She-Hulk, who does look terrific, but where is our classic 616 She-Hulk? A big one for me, and another symbiote, is Sleeper. This guy has such a cool, unique look for a symbiote, who very often, I will admit, can start to look a bit similar. This guy, very different, with the smoky kind of look to his effects, and the green neon colors. So cool. Give us a little Sleeper cat as well, that would be adorable. I'd buy 2. 4 for the price of 1 here, the Slingers. What a great random 90s superhero team with a unique backstory, all being alter egos of Spider-Man, who then the costumes were taken up by other people. I think that's cool, and all 4 of them have unusual, unique, different kind of looks. I think Dusk is the only one who's like, well, that's just a person in a black body stocking. So besides her, the other 3, those are really toyetic, and together, they'd be a great set. Speaking of Spider-Man, we're still asking for him, Alistair Smythe, the Spider Slayer. A character who I think is very much in need of a new version is Spider-Woman. Over the last few years, we've had 3 different Silks. And I'm not mad about that, she's a cool character. But we are still asking for a new version of good old red and yellow Spider-Woman. So Hasbro, help us out. Spider-Man 2099. This is one that's a little bit kind of, because they did give us the retro one, but man, that old body it's on is just kind of, I don't know, rubbish now. So a new Spider-Man 2099 with actual sculpted details on there, like you've really gone to effort to make him look awesome, because he can do. Because it's such a cool costume. Plus, he's going to be in the new Across the Spider-Verse movie. People are going to be asking for him. Hasbro, it's a license to print money. Make it happen. Speaking of a license to print money, who out there wouldn't want to buy 2 different versions of Spider-Side? You know, one to keep in box, one to display. Of course you would. He's arguably the most important comic book character ever made. Don't believe me? Well, you shouldn't. He's universally disliked. But I love Spider-Side, and he was recently reintroduced to the 616 in a classic Ben Reilly flashback miniseries, which was the best comic book series of this year, I think, personally, just in my own opinion. Not just because it's Spider-Side, but just because it was a fantastic 5-issue miniseries. Regardless, Hasbro, come on! Give the people what they want. Give us Spider-Side. A Spidey villain who is so easy to do, it's amazing they ain't done him. And that is the Spot. Who doesn't love big, giant, chunky dinosaur men? You know who? No one. Because they're awesome, and that is why we need a Stegron. Back to the Spider-Man clone saga, we need to get ourselves a Stunner. It would be so easy to put her on the She-Hulk body. That would work perfectly. Maybe throw her into a 2-pack with a white suit Doc Ock. Mwah! Chef's kiss. Speaking of Doc Ock, it's high time we get ourselves a new Superior Spider-Man. The original one was just based on some rough concept art, looked nothing like the actual figure we wanted. Now, we've got the Iron Spider with his Waldos coming out the back. Chuck an extra one on there, give him the gauntlets and everything else. That would make for a badass Superior Spider-Man. An evil skeleton covered in bees. Of course, it's Swarm. This dude would be so much fun. It would take a lot of unique sculpting. That might be a little bit of a barrier to entry, but if they could do it, he would look so cool. We recently saw her in the MCU on Disney Plus She-Hulk, so why not give us a 616 version of Titania? Going way back into time, how about an original Human Torch? I mean, you can pretty much fudge the Fantastic Four's Human Torch in there, but why not give us the official one? You can pair him up with Captain America and Namor, the original Defenders. That would be wicked. Another character who people want like a new version of is Toxin. We have the really old Toxin, we got the big monster Toxin, who I do love as a figure. But the original Pat Mulligan looking version of the character had a really cool, sleek kind of design. Give it two different heads, one for like the closed mouth and one for the crazy symbiote one. That would be awesome, I'd love to see that. A classic street level criminal now, we need to get ourselves a Trapster, aka Paste Pot Pete. A fairly modern character now who it would be really fun to see in action figure form is the daughter of the Vision, Viv. You could pair her up with the young Nova and Ironheart, start building out that team. Maybe get Amadeus Cho Hulk as well. Yeah, that's a discussion for another time. In the meantime though, Viv Vision, it's easy for me to say, that would be fun to see. We got 3 for the price of 1 now with the Warriors 3. This would be a great addition to your Thor Asgardian type display. We had Lady Sif kind of rumored for a while because she was part of the fan vote set of 3. We had Silk and White Costume Elektra, both of whom have been made. So now I think it's the turn of Sif, and if we can get the other 2 as well, that would be great. Time for an Iron Man villain now with Whiplash. Whiplash, it's kind of bonkers. We haven't seen a Whiplash since like the old Iron Man 3 action figures, I think. Did we get one back then? I'm gonna double check. The fact I have to double check means he's well overdue. We had Hulkling earlier, so of course you can't have him all on his own. We got to pair him up with his partner Wiccan. The two of them maybe in like a 2-pack. Again, I gotta stop encouraging 2-packs. But regardless of how they package him, having a new version of this character, that would be great to see. A classic old villain now, and one who you can put in your Fantastic Four display, team him up with maybe Sandman, Medusa. Who was the other one? I forget, but nonetheless, the leader of that group was the Wizard. We had Feral earlier, but now we need to get the other Wolfie X character, and that is of course Wolfsbane. There were a lot of people asking for various characters to round out their 90s X Factor team, so you could take your pick from characters like Random, Shard, is it Garrison Kane? Is that his name? There's a lot of characters out there. Me personally, I'd love to see Random. He's the one I'm mainly going for, and if rumors are to be believed, we might be seeing him soon. From the pages of early 2000s X-Men, we want a Zorn figure. This is a really interesting character. When I say interesting, confusing backstory, where they are a real character, but Magneto was impersonating him for a while, and he has a brother, which is Zorn backwards or something. I don't know. X-Men gets confusing. Life gets confusing, to be honest. It's not just X-Men. Regardless, he's a cool looking figure, so that would be great to see. A classic Avenger who needs a modern version made is Yellow Jacket. Henry Pym, this would be a great one because we had one from Toy Biz all those years ago who actually still looks kind of good, but definitely we need a modern, ideally maybe retro carded. Hey, we need a whole Avengers retro carded wave. Bring that on, and when you do, be sure to include Yellow Jacket. And finally, a classic old character. Because it's Halloween and the spooky season, why not give us the Marvel Zombie? It would be fun to get the entire Monsters 4-pack remade with Frankenstein's monster, Dracula, the zombie, and Werewolf by Night. Especially Werewolf by Night, since he's getting the kind of prominent spotlight at the moment. But of all those figures, the one I'd most personally like to see is the Marvel Zombie. So hey, if we keep asking for it, maybe it'll happen. Hello gang, and welcome to Displaying Model Behaviour, the Earth's mightiest video podcast. With one of the biggest shows of the year, it is the official Top 100 Greatest Marvel Legends of All Time 2025 edition. Over
Let's
the
go,
last 12
Bub.
months, Hasbro have been extremely busy putting out a whole huge amount of brand new figures. Some bangers, some clangers. There are 25 new entries on the list, which means that 25 other figures, they gots to go. Gots to go. And it was some tough decision making, especially because I don't want to have doubles of characters. So then you got characters like Astonishing Wolverine and Gamerverse Wolverine, and I'm like, you're both great in different regards. Which one did I choose? Well, you're going to find out pretty soon. Also, it's mostly, almost entirely comic book characters. I know we had some great additions to the MCU as well, but I'm trying to just keep it in that theme. Also, I'm only going for characters that are actually on our shelves now. So things like Mephisto, he's not in contention because he's not yet on our shelves. But a whole bunch of new figures are. Do you want to hear about them? Here it goes.
Meet the Super Adaptoid, superhero of the future.
Kicking things off in the number 100 spot is a repeat from last year, still holding strong just on the edge of the list. It's the Super Adaptoid, a figure that represents some of the best and the worst of Marvel Legends, and that in itself might be a disqualifier from being on the list. Like, Dave, how can you have something that represents the worst of Marvel Legends on the list? Well, because it's still a big, huge, chonking boy who is also a rather obscure character. So to get the Super Adaptoid in action figure form, in pretty much the right sort of scale that he is quite an accomplishment in and of itself. That is the best of Marvel Legends, an obscure character added to our shelves. The worst is that they really kind of sort of half-assed it, didn't they? You squint just a little bit and you'll see that that's not an original body, that's actually the old 12-inch Captain America body. You know, because the Super Adaptoid is famous for having the modern Captain America costume body? No, me either. And also, one big thing that's very, synonymous with the Super Adaptoid is that he copies all the Avengers' powers together, except the Wasp. Because screw you, Wasp. We're not going to include your wings, because that would be extra. So he's kind of the average Adaptoid, the not quite so Super Adaptoid. So it's a frustration, but also it's the Super Adaptoid in 1/12 scale form. That alone gives him the number 100 spot.
I'm making my fight. This white boy got swagger, yo.
He's got to. He calls himself the immortal Iron Fist.
Yo, that's hot.
At the number 99 spot, it's a new entry that was actually out last year, and I overlooked because I didn't give him the credit that he deserved, and that is Iron Fist from the Luke Cage and Iron Fist 2-pack. I actually made a big old blunder by not including this guy, but at the point I hadn't seen him in person, I didn't realize what a great job Marvel Legends did with this figure. First of all, classic old school Danny Rand Iron Fist. Going for the old style costume with the big pop collar, the bright colors, and of course, the essentials that I think every Marvel legend should have. 2 different heads, power effects, the hands. It's the complete package and finally gives us the Iron Fist that we always wanted. He's definitely deserving of a place on the list. This makes up for last year. Sincere apologies, Iron Fist. Now you've made the top 100.
Sister, has your jealous ambition so blinded you? The throne should have been mine.
A new entry now that just barely squeaks onto the list timing-wise. It's Deathbird from the Deathbird and Gladiator 2-pack. I do believe that a few people have had this delivered now, so she just about qualifies. And what a great new entry to have on the list. The bad girl of the Shi'ar Empire. Once again, not quite perfect, because it would be nice if she had like the bigger kind of wings and a more grandiose costume. But also, I'm not going to belabor this point, but it's Deathbird in the year of our Lord 2025 to get a brand new figure of this character who also looks mean. She's got a great animated bad girl expression, and that's what I love. Having a good, interesting, dynamic looking face. Whew, that's going to bump you up the list in Dave's consideration, because I don't like my bored stoic characters, and it's very easy to have that with the female faces as well. They can have that just mannequin shop store doll look to them. That's not what she has. She's got personality, a bright purple metallic costume. She's a great new addition.
Crimson Dynamo.
Iron Man! Long has the Crimson Dynamo waited for this.
The Crimson Dynamo. That was kind of a Russian accent, wasn't it? To any Russians watching, feel free to critique me. And if you're not Russian, then just assume that I nailed that. The Crimson Dynamo. This is something that Marvel Legends absolutely did nail. And it's a modern version of the character as well, which was maybe kind of surprising that they would do that as a Build-A-Figure. But I'm not mad about it because it's a really badass design, because I love the sort of industrial steampunk kind of look that this costume has. I think it might have only been featured in just one miniseries maybe, but it was a good enough look that I'm like, you know what? I'm not mad. Yeah, go for it. I love the paintwork on the star. It looks like it's glowing out from his chest. Then the wonderful translucent effects on the arms with like coolant or whatever it is there that just makes the figure look more dynamic. Yeah, this was a little sleeper hit that I think more people should add to their collection. Ursa Major, the big grizzly bear, another Build-A-Figure. And what a wonderfully random one this was. Now, as a Build-A-Figure, it's kind of basic in that it's just what you get. There's no alternate face or different like open hands. I mean, I'm not sure how easy it would be to have open hands is a bear. No, it would still work. They could have done that. Why are you making excuses, Dave? But we do have a big honking bipedal grizzly bear. And if you want to throw some extra accessories on him, then it really comes to life. I gave him a 1/12 scale minigun with a bandolier of ammunition, and it was like, whew, okay. You might be one of my new favorite characters now, but even stripped down to the basic bare bones, yeah, this addition to the Winter Guard and the fact that we've got a Winter Guard in Marvel Legends form, that makes me really happy. Another new addition for 2025, it's the 97 Sentinel. Now this, I was kind of torn about putting on the list because it's not a comic book Sentinel in the classic sense, but a lot of people are fudging these into their comic book display, and you know what? There's no Marvel Legends police who are going to knock at your door and say, "Oi, Marvel Legends police, open up. You're combining comic book figures with cartoon figures. You'll nick you slag." No, it's fine. You're allowed to do that if you like the aesthetic. For me, it was a little bit too kind of cel-shaded, but that's just me, and that's how a player's got to be. But if you like the Sentinel, you can army build these things. I mean, yes, it's expensive, but it's not like a HasLab where it's that restrictively expensive. If you don't mind missing a couple of meals or just tightening your belt a little bit, then you can buy some more Sentinels. And honestly, I think you would have made the right decision. Especially if they're not your meals. Have someone else skip their meals. Then you can get a Sentinel. The Capcom Punisher. The last 12 months have been welcome back, Frank. And I think that's going to continue into 2026 as well. But the Gamerverse Punisher, I think I called him the Capcom Punisher, but it's one of those if you know, you know, wink and a nod type figures. This was one of those things that when I heard about it, I thought, nah, this is too good to be true. They're not going to do that. But they did. And they did it real well. We haven't had a blue Punisher from Marvel Legends, I dare say, I think, ever. So to get this wonderful, brightly colored, but still sort of comic accurate as well, Frank Castle, with a great dynamic face and all the accessories as well, yeah, I was absolutely smitten with this one. Astonishing Beast. This was a wonderful surprise to see because I, A, didn't necessarily think we were going to be getting an Astonishing Beast, and B, they went all in with this guy. I mean, you kind of have to. There's not much in the way of reuse that you can use for Hank McCoy in his Beauty and the Beast lion type form. Marvel Legends did another good job with that. Maybe Could have put a little bit more sort of like dry brushing or shading on the fur to give some more sort of texture and depth to that. But then again, that's why he's not super high on the list. But the fact that we've pretty much finished the Astonishing X-Men team, if you don't mind using the old Colossus and Kitty, that's pretty awesome. But considering that there are rumors and scuttlebutt that we're going to be getting a Colossus and Kitty 2-pack very soon, well, that's another team completed. And finally, Marvel Legends, you can start ticking these teams off, and you'll love to see it.
The store might be closed, but you forgot about the guard frog.
An oldie but a goodie. It's Frogman. And honestly, the fact that I'm saying an oldie, boy, does that make me feel old. But I mean, it was 2021, I think, we got Frogman. And I just love the fact that we live in a world where we have a Frogman figure. And it's actually really fun as well. You can tell this was a bit of a labor of love. And despite sometimes we might harangue the Marvel Legends team for making decisions about characters and designs where we're like, why did you go for that? Why did you do that? You can tell this was a labor of love from someone who's like, you know what? I want to do Frogman justice. We've got this portly body that we hardly ever use. We can throw some springs in the heels. We can do the wonderful frog mask with the eyes peeking out. It's so much fun, and it's a great addition to the shelf. Whatever you collect, there's always a place for Frogman.
You'll have to deal with me first, princess.
Keep Gladiator busy.
The second half of the Deathbird 2-pack, it's Gladiator, which I wasn't too sure about putting on this list. And then I took a closer look at his alternate head with the rah and the rage and the energy in the eyes. And I was like, dang it. Okay, Gladiator, you got me. Also because he's just some of my favorite bright, bombastic colors that he's going to glow on the shelf. He looks so striking. Big honking purple mohawk, the red cape, which would be nicer if it was a cloth cape, but that's incredibly rare in Marvel Legends. So just getting the classic version, I really, really dig that. He's kind of a basic character, but to me, he's so bright and bombastic and big and hulkified as well. I got a lot of love for him. So he makes a pretty good place on this list.
Just when I think I'm okay, I see my reflection somewhere. I look horrible.
Jigsaw. The Punisher is back, and he's got a whole bunch of bad guys to go with him. Although Jigsaw came back first, chronologically. Carry on, Dave. Soldier on through. Don't try and make sense of your own comments. But Jigsaw, another one of those ones where they went real hard on this character when they didn't necessarily need to, but they were like, no, let's go all in with this. And it's always kind of nice when there is a very specific art style that they've clearly taken their inspiration from. As long as the art style is still like a great generic look for the character, I'm fine with that. And this Jigsaw looks so gnarly. All the details on his face, really exceptional. The big wide eye, the stitches, the staples, really gruesome. And then on top of that, they threw in so many extra additions, weapons, accessories, a really complete package of an action figure. This is a great addition to Frank Castle's Rogues Gallery. We're completing our 2-pack teams over here, this time with Luke Cage, the other half of the Iron Fist 2-pack. Now, this was something a little bit funny about the Iron Fist Luke Cage 2-pack, was that we had kind of a retro Iron Fist and a modern Luke Cage, which I know can, ruffle your jimmies a little bit. It does with me. I'm like, guys, can we have some cohesion, please? But we did just get the classic Luke Cage about a year previously. So if you're a big old completionist and you like getting all the different versions, it still kind of sort of works out. And if you didn't want the old one or the modern one, you can always sell them, which honestly is half the fun for collecting Marvel Legends as far as I'm concerned. I love building up that community. So the modern Luke Cage is something that a lot of people have wanted for a long time because he is pretty prominent in the books. I mean, is he still the mayor of New York? I think he is. And then he's also a huge, big member of the Avengers, especially the new Avengers, all the Bendis stuff. He's got a big fan following, and Marvel absolutely did him justice with this one. The Omega Sentinel. This is one that I feel might get lost to time unless brave pioneers like myself keep her in the public consciousness, and that's why she's in no danger of falling off this list yet. The Omega Sentinel is again a great example of what a Marvel Legend should be. Two completely distinct looks, extra removable weapons, limbs, accessories. One little gripe that people did have though, and it is very fair, is that the skin tone complexion of the character seems to be completely off. I think the comic book character is of Indian descent, and this is a very European looking skin tone. I mean, she's now more cyborg than person, so you can argue, well, you know, it's the whole Ghost in the Shell Scarlett Johansson thing. That's not actually her face, but still, that's a little bit dubious, but I'm willing to overlook it for the excellent action figure that we do get. The fact that you've got the pigtail cyborg look and then the full red-faced lady. I love the distinction in the two different dynamics. It's really cool. It adds to your Sentinel display. I'm a big fan of it. Another two-pack complete. It's Capcom Nick Fury. Gamerverse Nick Fury. And while I thought a blue Punisher might be possible, Gamerverse Nick Fury, that was one I was very dubious about because, again, it's so much new sculpt and styling on him. I really love it because even though the Shield 3-pack Nick Fury is great, and he is, I want brighter colors in my display. I want things that are going to pop off the shelf. So with the orange, the brown, the tans, the greens, there's so much more going on there. Interestingly, they gave him a facial expression that looks like you could put a cigar in there like he has in the game. And of course, I understand that Hasbro don't want to do characters that are smoking. I'm actually with that. But the fact you have the option to maybe get a bespoke cigar piece and put that in there to complete the look, I love that you're able to. So yeah, this Nick Fury, huge, big nostalgic win.
Yes, Sinister. All my satellites are in place, ready for your broadcasts.
Excellent. You are no longer any use to me, filthy human.
But... Shit, there goes our contract money.
Wait. Is that how the script goes?
Holding strong on the list, it's Mr. Sinister, a figure that I really regret selling because he's great and I need him for my X-Men collection. So time to go on the hunt once again. There's only two different versions of this guy from what I recall. There's the original one and then there's the animated one. The animated one's pretty easy to find, but I don't want that. I want the beautiful metallic one that they go so hard with the big cape, tendrils, whatever it is that Sinister has on his back. Marvel Legends did a fantastic job with that, and kudos to the team, because it couldn't have been easy pitching the logistics of doing this cape and the cost involved to the people who make the decisions regarding money, but they did, and the results are obvious. Different face sculpts would have been nice. We just have the one, but when the one is the sinister, grinning look of his face, that works for me. So I'd love to see a 2.0 version with different face sculpts, maybe some power effects in the hands. But what we do have still keeps him solidly in the top 100. Another new addition and a real big beefy boy here. It's the Deluxe Strong Guy. And again, I think this is on people's shelves now. If not, it's just by a whisker. I saw him in person at London Comic Con, so that's good enough for me. But talk about a complete package. The Build-A-Figure was really good. It's funny, I wasn't a huge fan of it, but on the Model Behavior poll for that year, it actually won the best Marvel Legend of the year. So the people spoke. And now that Hasbro have zhuzhed him up a little bit more with a new face, with the barbell, it's such a fun figure to have on the shelf, especially if you do have the whole X Factor set. He adds that great 90s comic book vibe. Some folks don't like the repaint on the shoulders. I actually get that. I prefer the more complete color on the shoulders. They went for a very specific look for the character, which maybe isn't the most classically generic, but even that notwithstanding, I still love that his proportions are so over the top with the gigantic ball shoulders and the teeny tiny little legs and waist. It's Strong Guy, beautifully realized. So he gets beautifully realized on this list too.
Oh. No, I'm the one who comes to your rescue. What are you talking about? Whatever, no.
Direct from the swamps, those who know fear will know the touch of the man thing. That's weird to say, actually. That's not... Though they burn at the touch of the man thing. Just knowing the touch of the man thing strangely sounds more threatening. But this is actually an MCU man thing, kind of. It's a reworking of the classic comic book man thing Build-A-Figure, and I'm more than happy to have this one on the list because, hey, come on, it's man thing. That can easily go in a comic book display, and the way that they did take the original and zhuzh him up, they did a really good job. It wasn't just a cheap repaint, but they put new stuff in there that I feel really brought this new version to life. Very impressed with that. And a big, weird-looking monster that's so different from anything else on the shelf. I really, really dig it.
I'm here to see Mr. Lincoln.
Then you should make an appointment. But perhaps we'll make an exception for the hero of the day.
Hard as marble, cold as ice, and still in the top 100, it's Tombstone, one of my favorite Spider-Man villains, and Hasbro did a real subtle but great job on this figure. Suited and booted, looking the business straight out of the Spectacular Spider-Man comics of the early 90s. And then they gave him two wonderfully diverse, but very kind of, again, I use the word twice for Tombstone, subtly different faces that actually give you a real sense of dynamic expression in the character. Then he doesn't come with any extra weapons, I don't think. Did he come with a baseball bat, maybe? I feel like with Tombstone, any kind of hand-to-hand weapon is kind of surplus to requirements for that guy. Kind of like giving a lion a sledgehammer. You're like, nah, I'm good. I've got all this. But yeah, speaking of all this, that figure is all this. Easy to overlook, but honestly, he's a real gem.
Steve!
Hey, Peggy. Now you owe me one.
A big change for me now. We really are going to go outside of the comic book line with the Hydra Stomper. I just love it as a standalone action figure. Yes, it's kind of MCU, kind of animated. I mean, look, it's all a multiversal thing. These things all exist together in one shape and form. The fact that everything can cross over at any time, you can still put this into a comic book display if you want, especially if you are building like a World War II, Howling Commandos kind of thing. In fact, man, I just thought, World War II Wolverine? You could put him next to a Hydra Stomper. He's not on the list for this year, though. Maybe tune in next year for that World War II Wolverine, but we're not talking about him. We're talking about the Hydra Stomper. And honestly, I really love it. Gamerverse Miles Morales, another complete figure. This is like the go-to if you want a Miles Morales figure. Some might say that we will find a brighter day. A little bit of Oasis for you. And some other ones might say that he's a little bit too big for the smaller, more adolescent Miles Morales. Honestly, I think he's just fine. The fact that this suit has so much bespoke texture on it, that's a real nice touch. Then with the masked face, the unmasked face, the electric powers crackling up the arms. Yeah, absolutely great figure.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
There's only one blade. Only ever going to be one blade. And there's only going to be one blade on this list. But you know what? Might as well be the best one out there, am I right? This is perfect. As long as you don't want a neutral face. Me, personally, I don't want a neutral face. I want all of my characters charging into battle, going, rah, let's get it on, like Donkey Kong and Genghis Khan, eating Longton in Bhutan. Yeah, okay, I probably stretched that out a little bit too far. But it's a great vampire face. That's all I want. A lot of people lament not having the static one. I'm like, why? What? You don't like fun? Okay, because everything else this dude comes with, the sword, the shuriken throwy dagger things, I'm sure, glaive, that's the word, the glaives, the stake. He's got everything he needs, except for a neutral head, that I don't want anyway, so therefore, it's fine by me.
Doctor!
Crystal and Lockjaw. I'm doing this as a 2-for-1, but really it's Lockjaw. Because again, what are the odds of getting a Lockjaw figure, a comic book Lockjaw figure in the year of our Lord 2020, well, 3, I think, when that one came out, and he's such a good doggy. People say, and they have the right to, that it's kind of cheap that they didn't do articulated hind legs. They just did 2 different types of legs, sitting and standing. But with that being considered, how else are you going to have Lockjaw? Look, if they had to cut some corners, I'm sounding like such an apologist here. Well, you're watching a channel about Marvel Legends, predominantly. So, you know, you got to take the rough with the smooth on that. But you're either going to have him sitting or standing. So there you go. I would have him sitting, looking like a good boy. But the removable faces as well, you've got alternate doggy faces. That makes me real happy, and I'm real happy this figure exists. And now we're getting more Inhumans to build out the entire All family. Yeah, it's a good time to be an Inhumans fan.
What you got there, Cricket? Why don't you let me have that?
I don't think so.
Disappointing.
Taking another rare step away from comic book figures, we've got the Gamerverse Abomination. I mean, dude, Brother Jack, look at this guy. The only problem is that it's frustrating that it just reminds us how cool a comic book new Abomination could be. I mean, yeah, we've got a couple, but they're old now. They're real old. Needs an update. And if the update was half as good as this, it probably would be disappointing. But if it was as good as this, oh, we could be some happy chappies out there. I've seen a lot of people get bespoke, homemade, crafted Abomination heads to go on this. That looks the business. I probably shouldn't have said that, because now I'm going to spend hours trying to find examples of them online, which I might or might not succeed at. We'll find out when this video comes out. But the Gamerverse Abomination, he was way better than I think the Gamerverse line arguably deserved to have.
The Saga of Crystar. A fantasy world of crystal warriors, demons, and wizards. Good wizards like Ogioti, evil wizards like Zarda, and underworld demons like Moltar.
They've captured Ogioti!
Each figure with a crystal prism that makes everything look like this.
Goodness and right, evil and might, the winner is out to you!
The Saga of Crystar collection. Each figure sold separately by Remco.
Crystar. I don't even know who Crystar is. Full-on Thanos style. I don't even know who you are. But people do, and they were pumped to be getting a Crystar figure. And now we're getting a Warbow as well. I still don't know who these are. But I give Marvel Legends credit, first of all, for doing another super obscure character. Yes! Some of their marketing tactics suck. The prices are awful. They keep going up. They keep taking things away. But then we get figures like this, where it's like, it must be the teeniest, tiniest little slither of humanity that wants this figure. But they're getting it. And they're getting a great figure of it. I mean, I've seen this dude in person, the translucent material. It looks the business. So yeah, shout out to Crystar and the upcoming Warbow as well. Just a lovely example of the fact that we get some of the most obscure characters out there. A real favorite of mine, and another flawed figure. It's crazy that the top 100 still has so many flaws, but this is also my top 100. I didn't look at sales numbers, I didn't poll anyone. This is me, baby. This is me, and I love me some Toxin. Why? Because he's gnarly and mean and freakish looking, and I never thought we'd get this specific version of Toxin on the monster Venom body. This look of the character was around for like maybe 2 or 3 issues, where Eddie Brock had the Toxin symbiote during the Agent Venom story. And yeah, I thought that's a weird, freaky, body horror looking design. And then Marvel Legends went, yeah, we can do that. And they did it with all the little Audrey 2 tendrils coming off the back of him, which then brings me to the only problem with the figure, in that it does lack any paint on those little mouths. And how cool would it have been to have got all the teeth and the green tongue painted on there? It would have been wicked. Didn't happen. I understand why, trying to save money and cut costs. I mean, that would be a you-know-what to try and paint all of those. But hey, I guess if you've got a little bit of creative skills at home, you can do it yourself. Not that you should have to. But all of that notwithstanding, I still really love this character, especially the face sculpt as well. Didn't even talk about that. The grizzled, wrinkly, gnarly, walnut, toothy face. Oh yeah, Toxin's the bomb.
With my tech and this orange key token, all we need is to steal the other key token.
The Green Goblin. I feel that maybe this is one that might split a few people, because honestly, he does have his flaws as well. He's still got pins. He's an older figure now. The first Spider-Man retro wave, but boy, did that first retro wave really set the tone. He's got the huge big pupils like he's been eating disco biscuits all night. Really, there's a few tweaks that could have made him much, much better. But he's still good with the chainmail, fish scale, arms on there, and the bright popping colors. The animated Goblin is really nice as well. I love that look with the animated face and the smoother body. But really, if I've got to have one Goblin, it's easily the retro one.
This laser will here one problem I've had for much too long.
Dr. Octopus. There's a couple of Dr. Octopi out there, but I'm going to go for the one from the animated series, which you can always put into a comic book display if you want to. Really, what swings this one over the comic book one is, of course, he's got the bendy wire tentacles, and that goes a long, long way in jacking him up the rankings. So I don't know if you can pop the bendy wire ones out and put them into the comic book one. I think you might be able to, but don't quote me on that. It's almost like sometimes Dave doesn't always know what he's talking about. But aesthetically, the fact that you can play around with these tentacles, really get them into dynamic action poses. This animated Doc Ock, he's the winner for me.
You pretend to be a simple soldier, but in reality, we have left humanity behind.
The Red Skull, bring on the bad guys. And in 2022, I want to say, Hasbro absolutely did that with their bad guys wave. And Red Skull was an easy highlight of that. Two completely different, diverse faces. The big, big chompers, skull-looking head. That was cool, but really for me, it was the pursed lips, more sort of expressive, maniacal, kind of cerebral-looking Red Skull. Oof! That was a great head sculpt. Then all the different hands. He's got the weapon with the Hydra logo on it. Just a little touch like that. Adds that extra feeling of quality. And a cosmic cube as well. It's the complete package. Perfect foil for Captain America. We got ourselves a Build-A-Figure now with Blackheart. Blackheart, that was like the first sort of inkling that maybe we were going to be getting some Marvel vs. Capcom figures. It's like they were subtly laying the groundwork, make us think, ooh, you know where he would fit nicely? Strokey beard. Well, he fits nicely pretty much anywhere because he is a big beast of a figure. Starting to think that with the whole Gamerverse line that was just coming out this year, we might get a deluxe re-release of this, maybe with a brighter color scheme, more of a bluey highlighted sort of color scheme. So if you are thinking of splurging for the Blackheart Build-A-Figure for your Gamerverse collection, I haven't heard anything. There's no rumors or leaks or anything, but you know it would make sense to put him out again in a Gamerverse style package. So maybe hold fire for that one, and who knows, maybe next year, that'll be the version that's on this list.
Carter, Dugan forgot the password again.
Password is Eagle, you apes.
Oh, hi, Peggy.
Now, a real cheat for this entry, but then again, it's my list, so I can cheat. Last year, I had the Shield 3-pack with predominantly Nick Fury as the main guy in that pack, as if I had to pick one. Well, now we've got Gamerverse Nick Fury, which is fine, because that means that I can just extend my love and appreciation to the other figures, such as Dum Dum Dugan. Again, who'd have thought? We got a Dum Dum Dugan figure, and he's terrific with the pork pie. It's not a pork pie hat. Whatever the hat is. A bowler hat, maybe? The big mutton chop moustache and all that kind of thing. Fantastic. And Sharon Carter, two different head sculpts, both of which nailed Did a great job with those. And then you've got the Sam Jackson style Nick Fury Jr. as well. So the whole pack deserves at least one place on this list, but you could pick whichever one you want out of this for the official entry.
We are not, Harry. We are.
A new entry and a big boy who is outside of the comic book line, but I gotta hand it to Sony PlayStation Venom. What a beast of an action figure, and one I wasn't overly impressed with when I saw the pictures. That's one thing about Marvel Legends. They always look so much better when you see them on the shelves, especially if it's a nice, display cabinet with lights and all that jazz. And that's how I saw the PlayStation Venom, and I was like, okay, you win. That's pretty awesome. And it's silly little things like the removable slime for the wide open mouth adds so much fun to the figure, because I thought it was just a whole lot of black plastic, but then you get in close, you can see all the texture, all the nodules and nubbles on there that make it feel alive and leathery and a little bit creepy. So that big honking Venom, only thing he's missing are some big old bat wings, but I guess that would have jacked the price up a little bit too much. As he is though, he's still pretty awesome. Now, people might not like this one, but me personally, I dig it. Detroit Steel. I think it's because I grew up as a RoboCop fan, or like into robot jocks, anything big, mech, that kind of stuff. And Detroit Steel, it's just that combination of just the name, Detroit Steel, makes it sound like something straight out of RoboCop. He's got a chainsaw arm and a Gatling gun, and the red, white, and blue. There's something kind of sinister about like a mech that's painted like with the stars and stripes, because it feels like there is some kind of like subversive propaganda going on here. It's like, I'm such a good guy. And it's like, what you hiding, pal? What's going on behind there? And I just think it's awesome. So even though it's just a reworking of the Ironmonger MCU figure, it's a pretty clever reworking, I think, and definitely deserving of being on this list.
Get back here, Shocker!
Shocker! Maybe a bit of an unusual choice because it's just Shocker. But they did such a good job with him. He doesn't even have like a huge amount of extras, but he doesn't really need them. He's kind of perfect, just the way he is. And I stand by that, because other people could say, yeah, but where's the crisscross line work on there? And I will refute, I don't think he needs it. Because rather than just painting crisscrosses on him, they actually sculpted in the lines of the quilted costume. That's even better for me. If they were doing an animated one, yeah, draw the lines on. But the whole point of Shocker's costume is it's quilted. His powers are all vibrational. These quilts absorb the vibrations. So he wouldn't have actual drawn crisscrosses. But when you hold him to the light, the shadows give you that crisscross effect. Wonderful. Then he's actually got like a leathery texture on the brown parts of his gloves and his boots. Even his face, even though it's fully covered, has sort of an expression with the eyes. Great stuff. The only thing he's missing is some Shocker blast effects. Having said that though, did he come with the swirly whirly ones? I think he might have. Oh, there you go. Extra points for Shocker. Fantastic figure.
I am not permitted to eliminate you. I am attempting to correct that flaw.
Ultron. This is one that is simple but effective, and it's one accessory that tips him over the line onto the top 100 and with a solid place on the top 100. It's the Kirby Crackle, baby. It's the Kirby Crackle. Without that coming out of his mouth, you could argue, he's a pretty generic silver figure, but there's just something about that retro style that just, it warms the cockles of the heart. It really does. Plus, this is a bad boy you can army build so easily. And they've done another version of him as well, so you can have like a Ultron Prime and then the drones to go with him. I sold off a whole bunch of Legends over the last year or so, but I kept Ultron because that's a perfect foil to have for my Giant Man. I've got my Giant Man grabbing him by the leg and like swinging him around. It looks so great. Love that Ultron. You want another example of the best and worst of Marvel Legends? Well, how's about the Strife 5-pack that contains one of the coolest bad guy figures they've ever made? That Strife is just chef's kiss. You want him? You got to buy 4 other figures to get him. Oh, Marvel Legends, you giveth with one hand and you taketh with the other. And what you take is a whole big bunch of our money. But it's so hard to stay mad at you when you make figures like this. So if you want to be an X-Men completionist and you want all the best bad guys, then you're going to have to get them. But damn it, it's going to cost you a few bob.
And it turns out it was Dr. Octopus this whole time.
Sacre bleu!
I know, right? Doc Ock was in Spider-Man's body for like a year or something.
Possibly one of the oldest figures on this list, but one of my absolute favorites. The Sandman Build-A-Figure. Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful and it's so badass and reminds us all of what Build-A-Figures used to be. This has so much going on with it. First of all, he's just a big dude. A lot of people don't like that. They're like, this is too big for Sandman. Kane Marco should be a normal-sized guy, but I point you to any Sandman media. The dude can change his size as big or as small as he wants to be. And with all the accessories he comes with, he's clearly going into battle. So he's going to be jacking himself up. And so many options he's got. He's got the grabbing hand, the spike ball fist. He's got the sledgehammer. So many options. The different heads as well. You've got the regular Flint Marco head, and then you've got the torn away, bashed in Sandman head. So gnarly. I'm amazed we haven't had an upgrade or a deluxe or a Build-A-Figure of this version. Swap out the lower torso, get rid of the ball hips, give us some sandy legs going into the floor. They could still reuse so much of this, and I wouldn't be mad about it. I'd happily buy him again. Proton Cannon Iron Man. Another little precursor to the Gamerverse line. This one, it's just so much fun. It's crazy, and it's a labor of love from someone who knows that the Capcom Marvel games have a huge big following. So they've gone all in with the gigantic proton cannon, the correct size for what's in the game. So much so it has a little perspex stand all of its own to keep it there on his shoulder. Me personally, I'm not a huge fan of the very animated looking colors on Iron Man. The red and the yellow, the ketchup and mustard, it's so bright. It feels a little plasticky to me, but also it's very in line with that animated arcade style. So I will acquiesce to it, especially because it comes with the animated mullet Tony Stark head as well. So a real bunch of passionate people must have put their input into this figure, and the results are obvious. It's a definite winner.
Vile turncoats!
Hercules, what a fun figure this is. This isn't a super obscure character, so it's not like I'm saying, oh my goodness, we got a Hercules figure? We should get a Hercules figure. He definitely ranks up there with someone who deserves to be on the Avengers B team. But the fact we got such a fun Hercules figure is what makes all the difference. Yes, he's got the grrr face, which I love, but it's the jokey, jovial, silly, goofy face that just makes this that little bit extra special, with the ridiculous BDSM Blue Oyster Club gear that he's wearing. I think it's such a funny, quirky, ridiculous figure. If you didn't know your Avengers deep cut, you'd be like, who is this guy? And honestly, the answer would be, whoever you want him to be, baby. He's Hercules, and he's wicked.
Trouble. Odin's blood.
The Destroyer, or as Godzilla fans would say, Destroyer. This is the business. And also comes in a 2-pack, so gotta pay a little Eric Masterson tax, but hey, you know what? I'll allow it. Because when you get him in hand, like, he's hefty. He feels big, man. He should do. He is the Destroyer. Could they have gone a few little extra miles with him? Maybe do an opening faceplate so you can have those rays of energy come out? That would have been a nice touch. But even then, I'll let it go. I'll let him stay on the list and stay high on the list. Because we are begging for more Asgardian Thor-style characters, especially some villains for Thor to go up against. And this dude's so big, bad, and imposing. Really love him.
my greatest foe! I knew you'd come!
And now we've got one of the Capcom Gamerverse characters from the 2-packs, Gamerverse Omega Red. This was one that I was really kind of hoping to will into fruition because the original Omega Red is great, really, really cool from many years ago. Then we got the updated one in the Wolverine 5-pack. I loved the different head sculpts on that, but he was actually missing some other paintwork. So what I wanted was a fusion, combined version of the two, and that's what we've got here. I love all the details, the size, the stature. The face has a rugged, animated, going into battle sort of look. The only thing that would have made him even better is, of course, some bendy wire tendrils. But we weren't going to get that. But what we did get was a really wicked Omega Red.
Wolverine never should have let me live. I wish he was here so I could take care of his carcass too.
Sticking with the Wolverine villains, we've got Sabretooth, this wonderful Jim Lee style Sabretooth from another 2-pack. Another tax to pay. Had to get card-playing Wolverine. You know what? Don't get me started. This is a list about awesome things. And Sabretooth is awesome. It's the one that we were all hoping we were going to get. The huge, big stature of the terrifying-looking Victor Creed. Could he arguably be even more sort of big and hunched over, like, animated-style Sabretooth? Well, maybe we'll get that somewhere down the line. In the meantime, though, this big, jacked-up, lithe version with the huge claws and the real evil-looking Victor Creed sneer and snarl on his face. So great, really wicked. I'd like some more modern articulation though. Still got the disc waist, swivel, all that kind of thing. There are flaws, but as a start for what we want for like the best Sabretooth, he's good. He can be better. Maybe we'll get a better one eventually. Am I being too nice to him, putting him this high? Maybe, but hey, I just checked. No one else is policing this, except all you guys in the comments section. I look forward to hearing your opinions.
You're wounded again. Steve, I know what you're doing. You cannot fill your life with this.
Deluxe Black Widow. This is one that I was very kind of unsure about when I first saw a little leak for this. I was like, highly articulated Black Widow? What does this mean? And it basically means what a female Marvel Legend figure should be in the year of our Lord 2025. So you've got the ab crunch. That's a huge thing. Now, honestly, if a figure doesn't have the ab crunch, I kind of hate it, to be honest. I would have loved to have had Marrow on this list, but without the ab crunch, I'm like, you just look so static, like you got a rod down your spine. I can't be doing with that. But this Black Widow, nah. She's got the flexibility, the movement in the shoulders. She's got the ab crunch and 3 different heads, each one of which looking completely different and diverse. Then with all the weapons and accessories, yep, she really is a proper deluxe Black Widow.
Name's Hobgoblin, and you're right on time.
A little blast from the past now, but one that I love so much, still has my heart. Whether it's Ned Leeds, Roderick Kingsley, or Jason Macendale. I knew that was the third one. We've got the Hobgoblin, and with the chainmail style armor, and most importantly for me, the swap out Demo Goblin face sculpt as well. They really went whole hog with this figure, which you maybe thought, they're not going to do that, but they did. The only thing a little bit lacking is the Goblin glider, but you can tell there is some artwork of the Hobgoblin where he does have like a teeny tiny little glider. And it's like, okay, I see what you were referencing there. But if you want to really zhuzh him up, which is what I did, you can always get the glider from the old Toy Biz figure, which looks amazing. Oh, so good. Who would have known that down the road we'd have an even more amazing version of the Demo Goblin? But having the swap out options for this one, that definitely tips it over the edge.
Your cure will give me what I've always wanted, the chance to be an ordinary human being.
Angel, one of the original X-Men, not in his original gear, but definitely more of a retro look, a bit of an X-Factor style Angel. I'm still begging and pleading for a blue-skinned, razor-winged, white and blue 90s Angel. Maybe we'll get that somewhere down the line. Archangel, more specifically. But this older 80s style Warren Worthington, I do still really like him. The wings are beautiful, the body is basic, but the faces are really nice, and they went They went to the high detail of changing the mask just slightly for the two different faces so you can have two different eras and teams represented. That's a nice little touch, and it hasn't gone unnoticed.
One good turn deserves another. Here's your reward!
Scorpion, one of my favorite Spider-Man villains that Marvel Legends have done. With the original Scorpion design, they went very comic book accurate, absolutely, but it was one of the things that I don't like about that comic book design is his mouth and nose are all painted green. And I know that's how it is in the comics, but that raises so many questions. Like, is that a mask? Does he paint his lips and put on green lipstick? Like, what is going on here? I much prefer the skin tone. I was like, oh, if only they would do a Scorpion like that. And Marvel must have heard me, or Hasbro specifically. I'm pretty sure they monitor my conversations. And they were like, you know what? Let's throw Dave a bone. We got the animated looking version with the real human flesh tone on the face, which makes him look so much better. And then the bright green colors, it just makes him pop so much more. Absolutely love this Scorpion. I was so happy when I saw him, and even happier when I added him to my shelf. A newer figure now, Ultimate Iron Man. This one is kind of funny because I appreciate there's not many bells and whistles that come with him. He's just the figure himself, and he even comes from the ridiculous comic book line where you got a little worthless piece of plastic with a comic cover printed on it. Thanks for that. But that notwithstanding, the Ultimate Iron Man, I love the design. That's the main thing. I just love the design of Ultimate Iron Man. Big, clompy, stompy boots, the kind of weird, streamlined, almost alien-looking helmet, and the big blasters on the forearms. It's just cool and weird. And I kind of dig it. And kudos for doing a figure which has, I think, probably zero reuse, but requires all original sculpt. That's a real commitment to funneling money into getting a figure right. And dang it, they absolutely got it right. Demo Goblin. I was just talking about him a couple of entries ago. We've got the Demo Goblin Build-A-Figure. I thought it was a crazy outside chance that we might ever get a Demo Goblin at all, let alone a Build-A-Figure that's clearly had all that budget pumped into it, and you can see where that budget's gone. I love it. I love it. So this screams 90s. This screams maximum carnage. Oh, big bang of childhood nostalgia with this Demo Goblin here. Absolutely fantastic. I dig it. I dig it the most. So this guy is phenomenal. Pairing him up with Carnage, Shriek, Doppelganger. Man, we got to get a carry-in one day to finish that Maximum Carnage team. But even when we do finish that team, I think Demo Goblin's going to stand alone as the centerpiece of badassery with all those guys.
You're not so tough! We'll tear you to pieces! Let the slaughter begin! You think you can take us? You're not ready yet!
Boy, oh boy, was I ever torn when trying to decide which Venom to go for on this list. I've got the Gamerverse Blue Venom, and I love him. And he's currently like the main Marvel Legend Venom for me. But that might just be because I don't have the Anniversary one. And the Anniversary one in the black with that Ryan Stegman, Todd McFarlane, slightly Mark Bagley-ish head sculpt. Oh, I think that is still the one. You're still the one I want to. Who sang that? Was it The Cause? I don't know. I digress. But I think it's the Black Retro one that I still have to say is the superior Venom. Because they've both got the wonderful Eddie Brock twisting symbiote head sculpt. Or do they? No, they don't. They don't, do they? Because the retro one has the big tongue and then the snarly face. So maybe the Gamerverse one is the better one because it's got the Eddie Brock head with the symbiote wrapping around. Oh, Hasbro, you're giving me Sophie's choice here. You know what? I'm going to go for the retro one because it is the classic black Venom. And I do love the snarly expression, but the snarly expression, yeah, that's good enough. But man, it's a tough call.
What's this? I thought we had dealt with all of Stark's satellites.
MODOK, you want a fun figure? That's what this is. And again, it is absolutely, I'll say, the best of Marvel Legends. And that's it. Without the worst of Marvel Legends. It is a relatively obscure character done with so much love, so much heart, so much passion has gone into making this ugly, crazy, ridiculous dude. They went all in, and I just bravo, lads. Bravo. The different expressions that you can have as well, completely different faces, different looks. His arms articulate, his legs articulate, they can kick out in front of him, and they use his spooter booster jet as a stand. As weird as it might sound, I think it literally is the perfect Marvel legend. Yeah, no notes, guys. Genuinely, no notes.
Can you do as well against the Silver Samurai boy? Fighting the wrong guy, pretty boy.
The Silver Samurai, I would dare call this a sleeper hit, because not many people think about the Silver Samurai, I don't think, when you're saying the best Marvel legends. But you take a look at that old figure, and man, someone was responsible for pouring in a lot of love. We've got the new version in the Wolverine 2-pack, but honestly, I feel like he's been kind of pared down a bit too much. They kind of streamlined some of the art and the artistry out of him. The original one, little details like the extra paint on the rope that ties his samurai gear together, the armor, the way it all connects. I really love it. A little labor of love that just stands out as a fantastic little X-Men character.
What do you want with us?
I offer you the chance to prove yourselves in my master's games. It's a great honor for those of your world.
Straight out of Mojoverse, we've got Spiral. I mean, come on. That must be a lot of work and a lot of tooling and a lot of money that went into perfecting that 6-arm character design. And amazingly more so because you're probably not going to use that again. Maybe we might get an Itsy Bitsy character. I'd love to see that. But besides Itsy Bitsy, name me another 6-armed female character. I mean, please do, if you know one. But Spiral, yeah, they went all in with it, and the results speak for themselves. Looks fantastic. Gave a weapon for every single one of the hands as well. The rest of the body sculpted perfectly well. Only caveat is a very basic face. I would have liked maybe an alternate head, something you can play around with, have some different expressions. But hey, we got all the work and tooling in the arms, and they are fantastic.
We should have just tried to sneak in here with a marching band.
If you think that's bad, you should hear me sing.
Banshee, another new one. This time, the green and yellow Banshee. As soon as we saw that we were getting the training suit Banshee, you knew it was only a matter of time. And they delivered. Only small caveat is the way that the wings of his costume attached to his forearms. Like, it's a little clunky and awkward, like some big plastic pieces. I'm sure they could have found a better way of doing that. But I can look past that, because the rest of the figure's pretty much spot on perfect. And really, it's the head sculpts that sell it for me as well. Two distinct looks. Love having the distinction there. The mutton chops and the rah, ha, Banshee expression. That's great. Really, really fantastic stuff. And another addition to complete a classic team. Gotta love that. A character who is very soon about to get an upgrade and maybe replaced. On next year's list, we have Nimrod. And really, I don't know if he will be replaced, because I don't know if the new paintwork and additions are going to be better than this streamlined 3-pack Nimrod that we have here, who can pose as both a classic Nimrod and the more futuristic looking one. Love the little pink translucent dragonfly attachment that can go on his back. Really kind of makes him more visually appealing. Not much in the way of articulation, but that's okay. Nimrod was never a gymnast, just this terrifying hunk of floating mutant destruction that just hovers towards the poor team and wipes them out. Yeah, that's all you need to be, just a floating tank. That's what this guy is. It's what he looks like, and he looks pretty wicked. You want a fun Marvel legend? That's what this dude is. The Sugar Man. When they wanted to do the Age of Apocalypse, they went all in on the Age of Apocalypse line. It's just a shame that it seems that line was a fire that burned bright for a very short time. Maybe the sales just weren't there, and that breaks your heart, because what we got were some incredible figures. And Sugar Man, kind of like with MODOK, There's obviously not a huge market for a Sugar Man, but there was enough of a groundswell that we want this terrifying, ugly dude, and we got him, and he's so great. They missed out a little bit of detail. Could have used more paint. He's missing his Sugar Man tattoo, so there's stuff they could have gone further with, but again, budgetary constraints, and I'd rather have the detailing on the sculpt and the articulation of all of his arms. It was a labor of love. And it shows. So even with a slight lack of paint, the overall effect, still fantastic.
Time to smash!
Scar attack!
Scar. Real name. Actually, I'm pretty sure that is his real name.
Scar, the son of the Hulk from Saga. Wonder how they came up with his name. So I was really not interested in this figure at all. When I saw it revealed, this is a classic version of the Legends not looking as good on screen as they do in person. I was like, just a big dude with a weird green skin tone. Because the skin tone is kind of weird. But actually, the weird sort of green is what he looks like. That's how I've seen him penciled in the comics. So it's accurate. So fair play. And then I saw him in person. And I'm like, shoot, it does actually look really good. It's really effective. And it's a unique character design and build, something kind of special, a little bit different, stands out, and fun to have another addition to your Incredible Hulk display. So generally, for a figure that I didn't think much of, I actually really appreciate what they've done with him. From one son to another, we've got Darken, and Darken, one of my favorite characters, just in general. When it comes to modern characters, and I say modern, dude's probably like 25 years old now, whew! Time's a scary thing. But Darken's wicked, and they did a great job with him. We were begging for an upgrade for a long time. The super skinny old, like 2013 version or whenever it was that came out, really showing its age. This new one, fantastic, with two distinct looks. You've got the masked head, and then of course you've got the unmasked mohawk look, and it's a real character kind of look as well. He's got a real human expression. There's stuff going on behind the eyes. He's scheming, he's plotting, and he's kind of enjoying, reveling in his own crepulence. That's what Darken is. That's what they captured with this figure.
I am not the one who needs to be reasoned with, Charles.
There is a large asteroid hovering over my home that begs otherwise.
In his hover chair, it is Professor X from the Marvel Legends Riders Wave. And this, just a perfect realization of 90s Professor X. Whether it's the cartoon or the Jim Lee comics or anything from that era, we got it. For me, this is perfect onslaught. Charles Xavier. And of course, now, if you want to, you can zhoosh him up a little bit more if you want to get the safari suit. Professor X. It feels like such a Barbie and Ken, like Dolly sort of thing. It's like, new safari suit, Professor X. But it is a good upgrade, because the guy in the green suit, like, he shows his age a little bit. He's still a decent figure, but the face, like, it feels very, 2018? 2019 Marvel Legends? The safari suit really does add to that. And the more I think about it, yeah, the more I got to get that safari suit Professor X. But officially, it's the hover chair one that gets his place on the list. Best of Marvel Legends, baby. Said it before and I'll say it again. Bonebreaker over here. The Reavers. I mean, come on. Yes, they've been in the kind of MCU, the Fox MCU. But even then, were the Reavers in Logan really like the Reavers? At a push, I guess. Bonebreaker, though, is straight out of the 80s and 90s comics. Love that so much. The fact we've got pretty much a full Reavers team with Pretty Boy and Skull Crusher and the others. Sorry, I shouldn't try recounting lines of names in my head while filming a video. That's on a hiding to nothing. But yeah, Bonebreaker. The dude's got tank treads for legs and a facial expression that says, hey, I'm okay with this. I'm having a good time. The fact you can move the glasses up and down too. Big old gun in his hand, the barrel's on the back. Absolutely phenomenal. Hasbro, more like this, please. Joe Fixit. What a deluxe figure this guy is. We've had different versions of the Grey Hulk before. Honestly, I love the San Diego Comic-Con first appearance Grey Hulk, which I kind of would use as a Joe Fixit type. But this This is full on Joe Fix It. We had a Gamerverse one, but Gamerverse, blech. But actual comic book Joe Fix It, the love that's gone into the smiling face, like the real gangster looking Joe Fix It, the gigantic Tommy gun where it's like, did you get that bespoke made? Like, who makes a Tommy gun that big? You know what? It doesn't matter because it looks great in his hands. The pinstripe suit, everything about him just hits the mark beautifully. Joe Fix It, fantastic deluxe figure. And from one Hulk to another, we got Maximum Hulk now. And this, I know, is going to be a little bit controversial because there's a love-hate thing going on with this figure. But when you just look at it as a standalone item, it's got a lot to appreciate. The 3 different head sculpts, they're all so unique and expressive. And again, I liked him so much more in person than I did seeing him on screen. The Ed McGuinness type, rah face. That's terrific. I really, really love that. I'm not so keen on like the little missile thing he comes with, but hey, it's a prop, it's an accessory, and I give kudos for the rubbery chest, trying something new. There's rumors in Scuttlebutt that like it does break, but I've not encountered that directly from anyone who owns him. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it's maybe not the epidemic that people are like worried about, like, oh, they all crack. I've not encountered that, but hey, it is a thing. I'll put it out there. But considering that you can probably find this figure for $40 now in a lot of places, that makes it a good figure. I mean, when it was originally released, was it $60? That's a little much. But if you can pick them up now on a store shelf for $40, yeah, I think that warrants being pretty high on the list.
I am known as Kang the Conqueror. Welcome to your future.
Kang the Conqueror with his throne. The original Kang, who just came on his own, was a pretty decent character. A lot of bespoke sculpting and new articulation styles in his arms. Nicely done. But then taking that and chucking him on a big gold throne with a couple of different faces, a new weapon and effects. Yeah, that's taking a good thing, making it great. And that's what this Kang is. He's pretty darn great. If you want to build out your Avengers and have a whole team of bad guys for them to go up against, this guy, nigh on essential.
Look at me!
It's time to go old school with this one. The original and still the best. It's the Walgreens thing. Gotta love him. Absolutely. Mama Grimm's blue-eyed baby boy from Yancey Street. We got the Super Skrull version. We got the retro version. And still, it's not 2016, is it? 2017? When did the Walgreens one come out? Whenever it was a long time ago when I had a lot more hair. Slightly more hair. And he still stands a test of time. Face sculpt, boom, still fantastic. The wash on the body, bringing out all the lines and the shading in the rock. Nailed it. The ankle articulation and rotation so you can have him in a charging pose. It's right there on display. That thing, still undisputed. Best thing out there. The best thing going today. Should have said that the first time.
Did you just call me Blob?
You're gonna like this next figure, bub. Did you just say Blob? No, I clearly said bub. I don't know how you can hear bub and have it come out as blob. Biggest fault in that movie. Besides, everything else. But the Blob from Marvel Legends, no faults with this. No notes, guys. Once again, the 2 different heads for distinct looks, that's great. The fact that you've made him huge and gigantic, like you put in the work for this Blob here, and it shows. Really, really great. Towering, not just in width, but height over so many other characters. A real giant of a villain. And also, they went for, big and obese and Blob-like, but not as gross as the Toy Biz one. I'm sorry, the Toy Biz one, I'm like, you know what? I'm a little squeamish. That's a bit too much. This one has a delightfully cartoony kind of feel to him while still fitting perfectly with the comic figures. Absolutely fantastic.
Your S.H.I.E.L.D. special agent status will be reinstated.
You mean the same S.H.I.E.L.D. that locked me up? Yeah, no thanks.
Swooping in on his sky cycle, it's Hawkeye, one of the classic Avengers, and the figure itself is kind of fine. It's not crazy exceptional, but he does have the nice soft goods on his, I don't know, what do you call it, like the modesty sash on his tunic, whatever it is. It allows him to sit nicely on his sky cycle, and that's the real selling point for this figure right here. To have Hawkeye swooping in with your Avengers display, that's a real nice touch. It'd be nice if they released that sky cycle just on its own. You could dish that out to a couple of other Avengers. But if it's just Hawkeye rocking it, that's good enough for me. The pair together make an awesome set. Great addition to your Avengers display.
You Earthers love to fight over every trivial thing, and I'm the bad guy?
One of my absolute favorites, and you can tell because I was doing these hands here, which represent the same hands of Mojo from the Mojo-verse. We had Spiral earlier, and now we got the big bad himself. And this deluxe figure, oh man, there's two different versions, of course. You've got the standalone Mojo, and then you got the one from the multi-pack, which I think is the better version. I think Hasbro knew it too. They were like, okay, you can get Mojo on his own, but if you want the one with the better paint job, more details, looks a lot cooler, you're going to have to pony up the dough. Unless you wait a couple of years, then buy him on his own on eBay. Gotta love it. So now I've got this Mojo, and he's great. He really is, because kind of like Blob, he's grim and gross, but also kind of animated and cartoony enough that he's fun, but also comic booky enough that he's not too cartoony, so all the little dots join together to make a perfect bad guy figure.
Carnage is chaos!
Once again, stepping outside of the comic box, we've got the Sony Carnage figure. Now look, surely we can all agree that the Sony Let There Be Carnage movie is toilet water. It's just the worst use of anyone's time is watching that movie. Just trash. All right, next entry. No, sorry, what was I saying? But the Carnage figure is actually really, really good. And I'm including it on this list because you can totally use this as a comic book Carnage as well. Is it huge compared to the usual Cletus Cassidy? Yes. But over the last decade or so, Cletus Cassidy has been going up and down in all sorts of different sizes, with Absolute Carnage and King in Black and the Carnage miniseries or whatever it was. He's been getting godlike powers. He's been growing, shrinking, gaining all sorts of appendages. Carnage can look like however you want Carnage to look like. And if he looks like this action figure, then you'll be onto a good thing.
The global cataclysm is at hand! Earthquake and fire will destroy human civilization!
Sauron, direct from the Savage Land, and older Build-A-Figure, but still one of the absolute best ones. And now you've got two different versions that you can choose from. Slightly frustratingly, each one has different elements that are better than the other. The original Build-A-Figure, I think, genuinely has better, more detailed paint on his, accessories, on the little belt that he wears and all his little bits and pieces. I think it's a nicer paint job. The newer one, though, I think it's got a bit more... Is the tail bendy wire? I think it is, or that you could move the tail about a bit more, I think. I haven't had it in hand. This is one of the few figures on this list that I actually haven't had in hand. I've only seen in the box. But another big selling point for him is, of course, he's got his Hypno eye beams, which are kind of fun. It's great that they found a way to actually physically show that on the figure. And then if you like the brighter, more popping, deeper color, then that one will be more appealing to you. But honestly, whichever one you want to go for, still worthy of its place on the list at the number 34 spot. That's where he is. I think you should be happy with that.
Grom, Lord of the Soul Star Order. Grom, the Wraith Slayer. Grom, the Space Knight. A microelectronic creation from Parker Brothers.
Rom Space Knight. Kind of like Kristar. I love the fact that we have this character who I don't even really know anything about. I've seen Rom on comic book covers before. I know Rom Space Knight, but have I ever read any issues of that? No, not at all. Has he appeared in any big crossovers that I know? No, he hasn't. But did I want him the minute I saw him? Bet your bottom dollar I did, because the amount of work that's gone into recreating the look of this character, you can see it. It's right there in front of you. And with the articulation that he has, you can put him in really fun, battling, spacefaring poses. They did a good job. They really did. It's funny how much character it seems to be in this like plain box head with the two eyes, but there is. It works really, really great, and I love him, and a lot of other people do as well. I think Rom's going to be sitting comfortably on this list for a long time to come.
All right, everybody, stand down.
Now we got ourselves a big boy. It's the deluxe Hulkbuster. Tony Stark decided that bigger is better when taking out the Jade Giant, and Marvel Legends were like, yeah, bigger is better. And we're going to do a decent job with this. Some people, you know who you are, there's nothing wrong with it either, don't like this particular design because they wanted more of like the original Hulkbuster, which is fine. I get that. But this one, I think it sort of serves most masters. It is a classic enough looking Hulkbuster. You know, there's certain design elements that you need, like the dome juggernaut style head and big fists. I look at that and I'm like, yeah, that's Hulkbuster right there. And the fact you can take the mask off and have the little Tony head inside too, and the sort of booster exhaust bits on the back, it's a nice complete figure, really dominates the shelf. The question is, can it dominate the Hulk? Well, that's up to you. A real fantastic surprise of a Marvel legend. We got Death's Head. And this, I thought we might get it eventually, maybe, because we got Death's Head too. But man, I always say, best part of Marvel Legends, we get these obscure characters. Did you know that this kind of combines the world of Marvel, Transformers, and Doctor Who? All these franchises are involved in the origin of Death's Head, because he was originally a Transformers character, so he was like huge, big Transformers sized. Then he gets shrunk down by Doctor Who, I think, to like a more human size, and now he's in the Marvel Universe. It's a heck of a journey and a heck of a timeline history represented in one badass looking figure. And with the job that Hasbro did with the actual design of him, fantastic. No notes. Great stuff. More like this, please.
Aren't you tired of fighting? Let me help you.
The Void. Talk about a badass Build-A-Figure. I don't know how many more Build-A-Figures we've got in our future, but at least if they ever do run out, we're going to be able to look back and go, we had some humdingers, and the Void was one of them. Just look at everything here. First of all, it's translucent. So you can hold them up to the light, see that shine pour on through. Looks wicked. But then all the crab legs and pincers and tendrils. It's a pure nightmare. It's the Sentry's nightmare. It's Bob Reynolds' nightmare. And if we're not careful, it's going to be the nightmare of the entire Marvel Universe. And it looks the business in this Build-A-Figure form. Really love it. Not amazing, not spectacular, nor is he sensational. He is the superior Spider-Man. And finally, Marvel Legends gave us a superior Spider-Man. We got a superior Spider-Man years and years ago, like 2016, maybe even 2015. But he was based on some quick concept art that was used for like one little promo piece, maybe a front cover, but that was it. Basically, he was lacking everything that made Superior Spider-Man cool. So a couple of years ago, Hasbro must have thought, you know what? We need another bite of the cherry, and we got to do it right. And congratulations, guys. You did it right. We've got the Waldos. They've got the lovely cherry red metallic kind of paint on there. We got different masks as well. And they did something a little different, painting the skyline on the lenses. Me personally, I'm not a huge fan of that, but I like doing something different. Then the fact they went in deep with the details. We got the proper clawed kind of hands that are more sharp and vicious looking. The tattered, not tattered, but like asymmetrical, weird-looking web design. I think that's so cool. Plus, you've even got a normal backpack he can wear if you don't want the legs extended. They put a lot of thought into it, and it really shows the Superior Spider-Man finally done justice.
The best defense is a good offense. And this couldn't be more true for Nemesis.
One of the newest Build-A-Figures now, Nemesis. This one was kind of a good news, bad news thing to me when it was revealed, because I really wanted the Age of Apocalypse one. We didn't get it, but what we did get was still a really great Build-A-Figure. It's very hard to do a big, giant, hulking exosuit, robotic-looking character with a flaming skeleton inside and not have it look amazing. Luckily, this one does look amazing. So I love what they did, even if it wasn't exactly the version that I wanted. But having the different kind of materials, like the rubber tube coming down from his hand into his back and the perspex mask that you can see the skeleton underneath, a whole lot of love there. For a modern X-Men display, he really does look the business. And hey, we now still live with the hope and anticipation that maybe we'll get an Age of Apocalypse one day. Is it likely? Possibly not. Do I still hope for it every day? Absolutely I do.
Trick or treat.
And now we have Dracula, which might be a little bit unusual to see so high up the list, but I just think he's neat. That's it. I like all the details on the armor. I like how much the white skin pops on the character against that cherry red that he's wearing. I like that we have a Dracula character in the Marvel Legends line. We need more foils for our Marvel Legends, well, not Marvel Legends, Marvel Knights specifically. We need more foils for those characters. So having the actual Vlad the Impaler Dracula in the Marvel Legends line, yes, love it. Now bring on more monsters. We're getting Werewolf by Night, which is good. He's coming up. Not on this list, though. But we do have some more spooky boys. So getting to add this really cool-looking Dracula to that sort of set, yeah, that made me really happy.
Pleasant dreams, Warren Worthington. I knew you wouldn't let me die. Fool.
A very popular new figure now, Capcom Psylocke. Betsy Braddock looking fantastic in the 2-pack with Thanos. It's funny, I saw this really cheap on Amazon and I was like, I wasn't going to get this, but I can always sell Thanos, and then it kind of pays for itself. Guess what? No one wants that Thanos. Can't give it away. But I'm not even mad, because the money that I spent on that 2-pack, Psylocke alone is worth every penny. She's got the extra articulation, so it doesn't look like she has a steel rod going down her spine, but instead she can get in real ninja kinds of poses. The different head sculpts as well look like she's dynamic going into battle. She's got the swishing pink power effects as well. Only thing she's missing is a pink power katana type sword. That would have really tipped it over the edge. But with everything that she does have going for it, easy high place on this list.
You'll never reach Dr. Connor's laboratory. I'll see to that.
Now I had another tough choice to make, so I decided I'm just not going to make it. Both Marvel Legends lizards, be it the huge big builder figure or the retro classic looking one. Honestly, they're so different, but they are both so great in their own ways. My heart will always belong to the builder figure because I love a big, terrifying, hulking looking lizard, but I do appreciate that's not a very classic lizard. That's a more modern T-Rex dinosaur looking lizard. If you want an OG style, well, the Spider-Man Retro Wave one, that's full on OG. With the two different heads that not only have the more sort of common 90s snout looking lizard, but then the proper first appearance weird dorky looking head sculpt, which is really fun for what it is. But then throwing in like the bendy tail and the different vials and beakers he comes with, that is the complete set right there. So whichever version of the lizard you want, you're going to be doing well with it. Me personally, really hoping they re-release that Build-A-Figure one day.
Jean Grey can hear nothing. Speak only to the Phoenix.
A figure that I didn't think I was going to get until once again I saw her in person and I was like, oh my goodness, this is so much better than the pictures and the video online had me believe. Phoenix, the Phoenix, with, of course, the huge, big, fiery wingbird Phoenix base set that you can pose her on. Pedestal, I guess you could call it. Whatever you want to call it. It looks fantastic. I'm literally eyeballing it right now. She's the centerpiece of my X-Men display and just looks amazing. I was thinking originally of getting this and the Mafex Phoenix and then swapping out the Marvel Legend with the Mafex. And then I realized, no, first of all, that's a waste of money. And secondly, I don't need to. The Marvel Legend is so much better than the highfalutin Mafex one. I think the face sculpt on the Legend, brilliant, because it's sinister and powerful, but also still kind of beautiful as well. They really just nailed that look of the Phoenix. Guys, once again, no notes on this. Even the Phoenix bird has a rotating articulated head as well. You thought of everything with this one. You did the Phoenix justice.
Aye, the foul weather is unnatural. Yet I see who is responsible, my evil brother Loki.
Now a character that I'm really hoping gets knocked off the top 100 next year. It's Thor. It's the 80th anniversary Thor, who I will be the first to admit, he shows his age now. He really does, with the pins, a big restrictive plastic coat, cape, you know what I mean, and a face that's not overly expressive. So why is he so high on the list? Because he's still the best Thor that we have, certainly as far as classic Thors go. There's a lot of rumblings, rumor, and scuttlebutt that we might be getting a maximum Thor next year. If that is the case, oh, I hope they go classic style. Give him a soft goods cape, multiple facial expressions, a load of lightning, a spinning Mjolnir. That would be the ultimate Thor that I'm hoping bumps this guy off the top 100 next year. In the meantime, though, for the size and stature of the God of Thunder, it's still a really good representation. And because of that, he still ranks very highly.
I am no god of the void, slicer of worlds.
The King in Black. No. What a great looking standalone character. I don't think they can reuse anything on this guy, so they just went all in. Maybe they thought if we put him in a Venom 2-pack, he can, warrant some Venom tax. We can make some money back on the sculpt that way. You know what? I'm not mad if that was the logic, because what we got was a perfect rendition of a character who hadn't been around long at that time. They moved fast with Null, and they gave us this great, huge, big, towering villain to go up against your Marvel heroes. I was going to say Spider-Man, but not really. He's kind of Venom / all the Marvel universe big bad. And for that, for a cosmic threat of that scale, he deserved a great action figure. That's exactly what he got. And now we've got our next maximum figure. It's Maximum Spider-Man. And it's going to be another contentious one. I appreciate the maximum line generally is. You're always going to be asking the question, is it worth the price tag? But if you take the price tag out of it and you just look at the figure, it's a hell of a package. It really, really is. Spider-Man's got all the articulation he needs, a whole bunch of different accessories. The Peter Parker head is kind of busted. Not sure what references they were going for that Peter head, but the actual Spider-Man, it is nice. It's not my perfect Spidey, though. I would like lighter blue colors, maybe not such a tight web pattern, but still, I appreciate what they did. And again, they did it in a Capcom kind of style. They had a lot of the poses were very kind of Capcom. He's got his web shot and all that kind of thing, but it feels like kind of a half measure. I can see them doing a Gameverse Spider-Man down the line in a brighter color scheme, maybe with some more Capcom style accessories. This feels like good, but not that much of an improvement from the Renew Your Vows figure, which originally had the Spider-Man spot on this list. So it is an upgrade, but it's not the quantum leap I'd be looking for. But still, he does deserve to be pretty high.
Of all the vile filth in the universe I've had to exterminate, you have got to be the ugliest.
Cosmic Ghost Rider. Just like Death's Head or Rom Space Knight. Actually, I think Rom Space Knight has a more classic, following. But still, I'm talking about unusual characters that you wouldn't necessarily expect to get. And Cosmic Ghost Rider, man, he was all over the place back around 2018 or something like that. He featured a lot, and rightly so, because kind of like Nemesis, hard to get flaming skull in a spacesuit wrong. And Hasbro didn't get it wrong. They got it very right with the whole bike as well. I saw a lot of people would put like fairy lights in the ball of the bike to give it that glowing effect. That was a great touch people can do. But even just bare bones, straight out of the box, Cosmic Ghost Rider looks great. I don't have many more, and actually I kind of lament not having him in my collection because he was such a fun figure. One of these days, who knows, maybe I might want to pick him up again. But with the spiked red shoulder pads as well, the galaxy pattern on his costume, yeah, really, really love it.
The Power Stone.
I'll do it myself.
The BLT.
I'm sorry, little one. I am inevitable.
Thanos, the deluxe Thanos. As I was saying before, I can't give the Gamerverse Thanos away, and I think probably the main reason for that is because there's a better one out there already on people's shelves, and that is Deluxe Thanos. Absolutely perfect Infinity Gauntlets, Ron Lim, any other artist from that era who drew Thanos. I shouldn't have said Ron Lim like, I know artists, because actually I just remember Ron Lim. But yeah, it looks wonderful. The full gauntlet, the snap finger effect, the gold trim, the sheen of the metallic paint, the evil Thanos sneer, everything about it just nailed it right out of the gate. What do you nail something out of? Do you nail something out of the gate? Off the bat? Expressions. I don't know. Where do they come from? I'm not going to edit this. Thanos, he's a good figure though. Go pick him up if you haven't already. Let's move on. War Machine, the deluxe War Machine, who just comes with everything. I love a complete package of an action figure. That's what Rhodey got here. You got the basic War Machine right there, who on his own just looks great. But then you want an unmasked Rhodey head? Boom. There you go. You want fire and missile and effects coming out of his guns? Bam. You've got 3 different, all dynamic looking effects. You can have them all on at once, so it looks like he's just spraying fiery carnage everywhere. There you go. Then he's got the booster jets with like the pedestal standing jets that he can be shooting off as well. Just a full set of awesomeness. Rhodey really got the star treatment with this one. And they've redone it. You know, they did the retro version, pared that back, did some different paint. That was nice. We got Gamerverse ones as well. They've gone all in with Rhodey. And every time they do him, he looks great. But that original deluxe figure, I think it's still my favorite.
They call me Ghost Rider. I am summoned when innocent blood is shed.
Only slightly ahead of the previous Ghost Rider, we've got Danny Ketch in all his 90s glory. This was a figure that I was hoping and wishing for from the moment I started collecting Marvel Legends. Love me my 90s Ghost Rider with the bike that's so distinct with the shield on the front. When we finally got this announced, I was so happy, and then I saw how much work they did to really bring it to life, to not penny pinch or scrimp anywhere. I love the flame stand, so you could have him doing his wheelie with his chain in the air. The body for the Ghost Rider is good. Some people say it's a little bit too small. Maybe, but also when he's on the bike, you really can't, like, you can't tell. Maybe arguably it could be slightly bigger, but I'm not making any excuses. I just feel like I can't see the problem with it when he's riding his hell cycle. And that's the only way I'm ever going to have him posed. So the package together looks great. The amount of flame effects on the wheels, the tires and everything as well. It's just wonderful. Dare I say, once again, Hasbro, with this one, I was going to say no notes. You could have always thrown in like the morphing face sculpt from skull to human or back again. But hey, those are extra greedy options. Just for the basic figure though, I love it.
Wait, I think I see something. A spider? No, something shiny.
Another entry that's a little bit of a cheat from me. It's boom. Another 2-pack. It's Ant-Man and the Wasp. But I mean, come on. If you're building an Avengers display, a classic Avengers display, then you're going to want these guys. One of the reasons I don't have them, though, having just said how good they are, is that I've got the HasLab Giant Man, as many people do. So I'm like, I don't really need the normal-sized Hank Pym, because we got the big one. But then the retro Wasp, she does look really beautiful as well. But the retro style very much puts her in that 1960s aesthetic, where maybe that's not where your display kind of lies. I try to go for like a 90s feel for my display. So yeah, this is serious collector concerns here. But that doesn't take away that both of these figures, beautiful face sculpts, soft goods on the lab coat with Hank, and just everything about the Wasp, I just think looks really wonderful in her retro fashion designer type costume. Really brilliant 2-pack, and again, just a wonderful showcase of how Marvel Legends can take an era of characters and represent them perfectly.
I am as far beyond mutants as they are beyond you.
Eliminated!
And now we got the Apocalypse, the Build-A-Figure Apocalypse. Still my favorite to this day. Next year, will the 97 animated one knock him off his perch? I don't know, to be honest, because I still feel aesthetically he's a little bit too animated for me. But Dwight did hint, when I was having a little chinwag with him, that they could always maybe repaint it in comic colors. So you never know. See that one down the line. In the meantime, though, the Build-A-Figure is still just big enough to be that terrifying, towering-looking Apocalypse. The face is great. The size, stature, the metallic blue. He really is the business. Do I want a giant Apocalypse? Absolutely I do. But in the meantime, this guy, he's still going to be my favorite.
The wearer of this Halloween costume would gain instant power. It is yours for the asking.
Retro Kingpin, who I think, as of this video, is about to be re-released. So if you don't have him, now's the time to pick him up. And it deserves another bite at the cherry, because this is a great version of Wilson Fisk. When we got the white suit Build-A-Figure a couple of years previous to that, I was like, oh man, this is great. But if only they had the original. And now they made it. Well, back then they made it. The now of then was when they made it, and I was so happy. I was like, yes, this! The orange, the blue, the cravat, the purple pants. Nailed it. Brilliant. Brilliant. Everything about it. He's got the beaten up face as well, where he's like, going into battle fighting Spider-Man. The huge big fist with the ring and the cane with the diamond. Yeah, just a glorious, glorious representation. A great centerpiece for a Spider-Man villain / like street gangster display. Really wonderful.
Oh, wow, what a horrible nightmare. God, I hope I'm finally awake.
The final Maximum figure on this list is the brand new Maximum Deadpool. Or is it Maximum Dupe with the Deadpool accessory? Whatever you want to call it. It is the quintessential Deadpool figure from Marvel Legends. Let's face it, Wade Wilson has had a lot of versions, variants, and iterations throughout the years, but they did cram everything into this. As far as the weapons go, the articulation, the bespoke sculpting on the costume, it's like the original Juggernaut Wave Deadpool. They took that as the inspiration and then went, let's figure out how we can charge $50 for this. But you know what? They did. And it actually is really, really nice. He comes with so many different things, but then you pair all that away, and just the Deadpool figure itself is probably the best version of Wade that you're going to get in the Marvel Legends line. I would dare say a very worthy addition to the Maximum line.
I'm coming after you.
Smash. We fight. I know.
America! Come and get me!
Now we've got Captain America, and I was torn once again with this figure because it is 20th anniversary Captain America. I feel that is the best Cap, but man, the new Gamerverse Capcom style Captain America, he's the one I've got in my display at the moment, and I really love him. I really, really do. With his slightly cartoony, almost anime-looking face running into battle, the bright, smooth colors on him, he is terrific. But the 20th anniversary figure has the unmasked Steve Rogers head. It has the cowl down around his neck. It has the great masked Captain America look. Then it's got the shield with all the accessories you can plug into it, which also is kind of a problem that you don't just have a normal plain shield. That is a mark against it. But also, he's got the fish scale details. He's got the straps that he can put the shield on. It as a full package, this is still the best Captain America, by my opinion. Makes me want to stand up and salute the flag. It's not even my flag, but dang it, that's the effect Captain America has on us. Now, kicking off the top 10 with one of my all-time favorite figures, it is Venompool. Venompool, what a wonderful, crazy, ridiculous character that we would never have thought about getting in a million years, but Hasbro went, you know what? This is going to be fun to make. And they clearly had fun with it. And they went all in with it as well. And now you've got two different versions to choose from. You've got the original Build-A-Figure with its kind of like darker, muted, more sort of sinister colors. And then you've got the re-released deluxe version that's much more popping and bright in its color scheme. And honestly, I think I might prefer the new one because I like that vibrant looking color scheme. But whichever one you get, you can just appreciate the love that went into it. All the texture on the Kevlar style suit that he's wearing, the big tongue and the teeth, every little detail was sculpted so finely that it just makes this brilliant. The proportions, I didn't even mention the proportions. So top heavy with the smaller legs, but it all works. And the ridiculous katana swords as well. Just, it's great. It's so wacky, so bonkers, and so deserving of its place in the top 10.
Abomination, I have come for you.
Johnny Blaze, the original Ghost Rider, and one of the figures that made me decide to collect everything in the Marvel Universe. When I first started, I was like, oh, just Ben Reilly, Clone Saga stuff. And I was like, oh, just the wider Spider-Man universe. And getting Ghost Rider, I was like, okay, you know what? We're just going to get everything that's cool. And unfortunately, as you can see from this list, there's a lot of stuff that's pretty cool. But this one, I just fell in love with. The amount of fire effects that go on this bike that just bring it to life. And the skull, something about flaming skulls. There's a little running theme on this top 100, but he just looks wonderful. The chain that goes translucent with the flames at the end, so much love in this figure, on display, on the bike, which again, just the mechanics of the bike is great. Overall, just no notes, at least for the time. For the time it was made, no notes, and it still holds up today. The arguable centerpiece of the Gamerverse line, Giganto, or Shumagorath as we know it is. This might be like a crazy high place for this, but I just love how bonkers and bizarre it is. You know, people can argue, I think the big argument is, oh, it's a bit too big for what it is, but I'm not going to complain that a big mystical monster is too big. It's a giant eyeball squid thing. It can be however big it wants to be. I'm not mad about that. I just love the fact that we have it. That is definitely a case of the Marvel Legends team taking a big swing. And I will throw out a little bit of criticism every now and then as much as the next person. But you can't say like, oh, they don't care. They only make Iron Man and Wolverine. Well, ta-da! They must have invested a lot of their budget into making this a reality in the hopes and the confidence that there was enough of an audience there that wanted to pick it up. And I hope there is, because I haven't got this. I appreciate what they've done with it, but I am someone who's like, nah, I'll get the new Wolverine, thanks. But for those who did pick it up, I think it looks incredible when I see pictures of it in people's displays. And the fact that it exists alone and was manufactured and put together the way it was, totally deserves a high, high place on the top 100. The final one that I was really torn about on this list is Wolverine. Astonishing Wolverine or Gamerverse Wolverine? It's tough. The Gamerverse Wolverine in the design style is great because it is that anime sort of look straight from the game art with the huge big fins, the whacking big claws, the stocky sort of physique. The problem is that a lot of people have pointed out, like, he's big. He's bigger than Logan should really be for the Marvel Legends line. He's kind of fitting into his own thing with the Gamerverse set. And also, it is just that figure. He doesn't have much in the way of accessories. So even though I love what they did with that, if we're going to go for a great overall Wolverine, it's got to be the Astonishing. Astonishing Wolverine, even though it is the astonishing costume and not the classic sort of one that I like to go for, it's the complete figure. It's got the masked head, it's got the unmasked head, he's got the different hands and accessories. I feel like this is the one that you want to get if you just want a comic book Wolverine, even though it's not the era that I like the most. As far as an overall figure is concerned, I think this one deserves the place on the list over the Capcom one, but dang it, they're both great additions to your shelf, whichever kind of style you want to go for.
Like they say, a fool and his money are soon parted.
We got a real big boy now, and hot off the press. It's the Gamerverse juggernaut, and this is incredible. This is just the absolute business. It's the bee's knees, the mutt's nuts, the cat's pajamas. I love this. So huge. He's massive. And he looks so good. The facial expression behind the dome mask. He's just so much fun. I almost can't articulate it, which is terrible for a video presenter. But for the pièce de résistance of the Gamerverse line, yeah, you nailed it. You could argue that other figures are the pièce de la résistance, but in my opinion, this is the pièce de la résistance. Do I just enjoy saying that word? Yeah, I think it's very satisfying. And having this juggernaut on your shelf is also very satisfying. I think it would be difficult to topple Select Juggernaut as my favorite, but what they did was they kind of took the aesthetics of the Select and then gave it articulation, which is always appreciated in an action figure. And in doing so, they made the ultimate juggernaut. We couldn't round out this list without one of the newest, biggest bad boys. It's Dragon Man, and another success from the Marvel Legends team, and for their made-to-order design and sales method. That kind of approach seems to be working for them. It seems like HasLab is a bit of a risky venture sometimes, and it doesn't always equate to the best way of doing business for Hasbro and the Marvel Legends team. But offering a big bespoke character and saying, hey, if you want it, let us know and we'll make it for you. That's what got Dragon Man made, and it's made a lot of people happy as well, because he looks the business. I mean, putting this with your Fantastic Four display, it just looks wonderful. With the different sort of looks you can have for him, and the amount of work that's gone into the scaling and the textures on him, the gigantic big wingspan, just the stature of the character. I really love it. Whether you think the way of delivering the character is the best way of doing it with the made-to-order system, it gets us what we want. We want big, obscure characters. Now we've got a way of saying, hey, you can make it with confidence. We do want it. And now we got ourselves a big Dragon Man. And honestly, I think that makes everyone happy.
All will kneel before me. Without their powers, they are nothing before Doom.
Dr. Doom from the Cabal 3-pack. This is the kind of the culmination of the different Dooms that came before it. We had the Super Skrull one. That set the standard of a badass, great-looking Doom. Then we had the Retro, which was much brighter in colors. I really like the Retro one, but a lot of people thought he was a bit too popping, a bit too, dare I say, even goofy. But he also had the nice kind of tunic, bit of felt costume that went around here. So finally we got the Cabal, which just had the best of all those elements all together. He had the darker, more badass kind of modern color scheme, but he finally had a soft goods cape. And maybe in the year of our Lord 2025, I shouldn't be praising Hasbro for giving us a soft goods cape. It's like, yeah, he should do, but at least we got it. And all of that combined with the different heads, the Doombot styling as well, the little extra details like the jets on the back and all that kind of stuff, it just comes together to really do the ultimate big bad of the Marvel Universe justice. He's the ultimate Doom.
Perhaps you self-appointed social engineers don't realize the crucial role mutation plays in species evolution.
In the number 3 spot, we have got retro beast. I don't know, maybe it's the soft goods once again. Is there kind of a common theme going on here? But Hank McCoy as a standalone action figure, and you might find I repeat myself a little bit later, not a special edition, not a deluxe, not a pre-order or anything, just a standard basic retro carded Marvel Legend comes with everything. First of all, just the beast body. I know it's a reused beast, but it's big. The articulation is great. So much stuff going on with that. Then they gave us the classic bispectacled, cerebral-looking Dr. McCoy face. Throw that in with the soft goods lab coat. Then all the beakers and everything as well, still with the different hands and things. It's a wonderful, wonderful realization of what Marvel Legends should be. I know they can't all be like this, but when you just get that perfect one where all the elements come together, it's magic. And this, absolutely perfect.
Why have I been awakened?
In the number 2 spot, a big Asgardian boy. It's Odin. Odin, the king of the gods. And he gets a kingly action figure as well. A deluxe that lives up to the name deluxe. This thing is big, honking and heavy. Like this is a big, chonky boy to represent Odin with a proper cape as well, and different heads with different looks that really set it apart. That's so great. The amount of work, which again, probably can't be replicated for anything. Like I'm looking at this and I'm like, well, you can't really reuse anything here, I don't think. Like this is all Odin. And they went all in with it. The beautiful metallic paintwork on that, really great stuff. The little accessories, the staff, spear, everything. It's great. A fantastic centerpiece to any display. Really love it. But it's not number 1.
In the name of Royal, Scourge of Demons, I command you, release me!
Because number 1 for the 2nd year in a row, it's Doctor Strange. And maybe that might be controversial, but guys, let me know. If you think I'm an idiot for putting the same figure in the number 1 spot, tell me why. And I'll probably be like, no, yes, this is a fair point, actually. But again, like I said about Beast, this isn't a deluxe. It's not hidden in a multi-pack. It's not any kind of special order. It's just a Marvel Legend that was on the shelf and had everything. The fact that we had been asking for a classic Doctor Strange for so long, that really counted in his favor as well, because we were all clamoring for this. And then Hasbro went, okay, not only are we going to give this to you, but we're going to give you the ultimate version of this figure for the standard price. And it's not even like it was part of a wave where they put all the money into this figure and then cheaped out on all the other ones. This was just a standalone single release action figure. And he had everything. 3 different heads, all the power effects, the magic, the weapons, just all crammed into one beautiful box that made a beautiful Doctor Strange. And honestly, until they do that again, I don't know how this can be topped. Until it just ages its way out, where we're like, no, it just looks too old. It can't be number 1 anymore. But this was like a maximum figure before maximum figures. You count the number of accessories this has and compare it to like a maximum Spider-Man. I mean, geez, that doesn't look good for maximum Spider-Man. I think the Doctor Strange, he kind of gives him a run for his money, again, at standard retail price. And this isn't a long ago. What was this, 2021? Maybe 22? Well, it probably wasn't 22. But still, we're not talking about back in the olden days. No, this is a relatively modern figure that absolutely crushed it. So for the 2nd year in a row, bravo, Doctor Strange. You are the best Marvel Legend ever. If 2025 has taught me nothing else, and it hasn't, it's that I should probably give some more attention to DC Comics, because this year they have been crushing it, and genuinely, they got a new fan in this guy. Also, I've just really dated this video, but hey ho, we are going to discuss the 100 essential DC characters and what action figures you can get to represent them in the ultimate DC display. McFarlane are going to be losing their DC license in the next year or so. Mattel's going to be taking over, and we're going to get a whole new wave. But until then, what figures do we need from all different lines and genres from all throughout the last decade or so can we use to put together to make that ultimate DC display? Now, I'm trying to go for 1/12 scale, the good Lord scale, the best scale. But of course, McFarlane just doesn't want to do things in that scale, so sometimes things might be a little bit all over the place. But generally, if you smoosh all these guys together, you're going to have a badass looking display. And you can always do a little bit of Ian McKellen, Gandalf, Lord of the Rings, Force perspective. You can make it work. I believe in you. So without any further ado, folks, this is the top 100 most essential DC action figures. We're going to do this thing alphabetically, and oh boy, already I'm realizing what a whopper of a video this is going to be. So, Alfred Pennyworth, Batman's faithful servant. There's a few different versions out there, but honestly, I'm going to go back to the Mattel version, which I think is my most classic idea of what Alfred should look like. Plus Mattel doing the 6-inch scale, that's what we're after. This is a good start, and he still holds up after all these years. Next up, we've got Amazo, and this is a character who I'm not overly familiar with, but hey, I'm still wetting my beak in the DC universe. And when I did a live stream asking people what are the most essential characters, this dude was pretty prominent. So Amazo, once again, we're going to have to go back to DC Direct because I don't think we have a good comparison. So even though he's a bit of an older figure, he still looks pretty good, even by today's standards. The Anti-Monitor. Time for McFarlane to make an appearance, and there's going to be a few more to come. McFarlane do mechs and monsters better than anyone else, at least with this price point. And this one is perfect because he's meant to be big and huge. Therefore, the larger McFarlane scale actually works beautifully. So Anti-Monitor, that is an easy one. First place for McFarlane. This episode is sponsored by Legendsverse, your one-stop shop for all of your action figure collecting, cataloging, and correlating needs. And now, Legendsverse is teaming with friend of the show, Nerdzoic, to offer 10% off at the Nerdzoic store for all Legendsverse members. So click the link in the description below, check out Legendsverse, go buy some action figures at Nerdzoic, and then you can log them all on the website. And when you do, tell them Model Behaviour sent you. Aquaman. Now we're going to go over to one of my favorite brands, and that has to be Mezco. And they give us a classic, real classic Aquaman. Now Mezco could be really hit and miss. It's funny, I love them, but when they whiff, they can whiff big time. But this isn't one of them. A really great old school classic Aquaman. This was an easy choice. Now this might be a little bit of an interesting choice for Ares, because I think Mattel did do a real classic looking comic book Ares, but I want to go a bit more zhuzhed up and high end. So I'm going to go over to Storm Collectibles because they did an Injustice Ares. And of course, the Injustice characters, they're slightly redesigned. They're maybe zhuzhed up and they look a little more badass than the comic book counterparts. So if you want to go comic book, you can go for the Mattel Classic. But me personally, I want this list to be like the creme de la creme of the biggest and best characters. So with that in mind, I'm going to go for the big stonking Storm Collectibles Ares. Atom Smasher. Once again, McFarlane, being a little bit loosey-goosey with their scale, actually allows for a big, domineering, wicked-looking Atom Smasher. For characters like this, the larger scale actually lends itself perfectly. Once again, it's another win for McFarlane. And now we're just getting back-to-back from the Todd Father because we've got Atrocitus. And first of all, that's one of my favorite names that I've just discovered recently. Atrocitus. You know that's not a good guy. And this figure, he looks like an Atrocitus. If I didn't know that was his name, I could have hazarded a guess. And once again, McFarlane with the big monstrous characters, absolutely perfect. And now we have Bane. And it's so funny that now this is Bane's voice in movies and animated features. Now he will forever speak like this. Which is so funny because Bane is meant to be like Latin American, isn't he? Or South American? He's from Santa something prison. Like, he is supposed to talk like this. Toys. You try to fight me with toys. I will break you! Like, that's Bane. But hey, now this is Bane. So we got loads of different versions of one of my favorite Batman villains. Mafex did a really great Nightfall Bane. He scales a little small compared to some other ones. Then, of course, we've got the huge big McFarlane Mega figure. I love that one. But honestly, if I want to mix things up a little bit, I'm once again going to go back to Storm Collectibles because they did their Injustice Bane. It's not my absolute favorite Bane design, but just with the size and the quality of the Storm Collectibles style, I think this would be the ultimate addition to what is supposed to be the ultimate DC set. Batgirl. Now this is tough. I'm torn with this one because McFarlane, honestly, I think have made the best looking comic book Batgirl, but dang it, Todd, with your 7-inch scale, or whatever scale, 1/10, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Bigger than 1/6, the good Lord scale, but I'm still gonna go for DC Multiverse because I really like the style, the look. This is the Batgirl as I envision her. Unfortunately, she does look a little bit Amazonian. You can see why I'm choosing the bigger version of Bane, because otherwise that ain't gonna work. Look, do a little forced perspective. You can fudge it in, all right? I believe in you, because this is the one I'm going for. Now for Batman, and it might come as a shock to you to hear that there are quite a few Batman figures out there. And honestly, it's purely just aesthetic, subjective choice. Whatever you want to go for. But for me personally, I love my soft goods. I like the different materials. My personal favorite Batman is possibly the Mezco Sovereign Knight. But I want to go super up to date. So Gong Studios have just released, at least not in the West yet, he's coming out next year, but Gong Studios have done their Hush Batman, and I love the look of this. While I'm filming this, so at the time I'm filming this, I'm getting ready to go to Hong Kong, so I might see if I can pick one up while I'm out there. So for me, Gong Studios Hush Batman, but people are loving the LPZZ Batman, the Arkham one. There's so many to choose from. Whichever style of Batman you like the most, is a good bet there's an action figure of it. And sticking with Batman, we got a trinity of essential Batman figures. Now we got Batman Beyond, who I have been reliably informed is canonical to the main DC universe. Because before I was like, yeah, he's a cool character, but it's not really main DC. But from what I understand, there's so much like crossover and overlapping that, you know what? He is kind of like Spider-Man 2099. So Terry McGinnis is going to get the Revoltech treatment from me. We've got a whole bunch of good versions of the character, but the Revoltech one, that lends itself to the futuristic style. So the slightly kind of mechanical nanotech kind of suit that he wears, Revoltech, like that is perfect for that dude. I really do love this one. And then for the third Batman, we've got the Batman Who Laughs. Some folks might think that this is too modern of a character to be essential, but I mean, he made a big impact when he first appeared, and then got overexposed. I'll be the first person to admit that, but it seems like DC are taking their foot off the gas, giving the character a bit of a rest, and then it can be meaningful when this character returns. But McFarlane did a few versions of this. I think the Sky Tyrant is the coolest one to go for, with the huge wings looking so menacing. This just reminds me of Rhea Ripley doing a Batman Who Laughs cosplay for one of her WrestleMania entrances. Good times. So also for him, you can throw in some of his Robins as well, because they're just a little bit of nightmare fuel. So that's another fun one from McFarlane. Beast Boy, once again McFarlane, coming in clutch when we need him most. Beast Boy can be as big or as small as he wants to be, I assume. Because, I mean, yeah, he does metamorphosize, but can he change mass? I mean, I guess he must do. I ask these funny questions where I'm like, does it really matter, Dave? Honestly, yes. Yes, it does. It still bugs me sometimes when Megatron can go from giant robot to small handgun. But I know that they do make points about saying, oh, they have matter-shifting technology or whatever it is. I'll allow it. But what's your excuse, Beast Boy? But hey, the McFarlane Beast Boy Builder figure, a lot of alliteration there. He looks really fun. Great addition for the Teen Titans. Big Barda, a character that I don't really know very well, but I know her name. And then when I saw the character after seeing the name, I was like, huh. I was expecting more of like a big opera singer type lady rather than this sort of armored Wonder Woman looking character. But Mattel DC Universe Classics, I had to glance down to check my notes there, Wave 7 while I'm looking at my notes. There you go, that's the best version of Big Barda, because I don't know if we have a McFarlane one. If we do, then again, she's going to be a bit too big. Why am I hypothesizing on a figure that I don't even know exists? Go for Mattel Classics. Bizarro, another winner for McFarlane, because yes, maybe Bizarro is supposed to be the same size and proportions of Superman, but hey, he's a twisted, funhouse mirror version of Superman. So he can be a bit more big and chunky and chonky. So with this being the case, McFarlane, absolutely perfect for Bizarro. Black Adam, the balance of power on your DC multiverse shelf is about to shift. And we've got a classic comic book Black Adam to do that. There are some movie versions as well, so I think there's one of The Rock with the throne he can sit in. If you want to throw the throne in, have the comic book one sat on there, that would look pretty good. Once again, McFarlane, bit too big. I'm going to stop saying that because we know. We get it now, Dave. You can edit yourself. But they did do a nice classic comic book looking version of Black Adam. Black Canary, one of my favorite street-level vigilante-type characters. This one, it's gotta be Mattel. They've got the size and the scale, and once again, even after all these years, yeah, there's a few quality-of-life improvements that we've had in action figures, but stacking her up next to modern ones, there really isn't too big of a difference. I think she would go just fine. Black Lightning. I couldn't find many examples of Black Lightning figures, and honestly, I gotta go for McFarlane. With this being the case, I don't think there are any ones that are better suited size-wise. I think McFarlane's the only game in town when it comes to this character, which honestly, that needs to change. Mattel, once you finally get the license, give us some more Black Lightning figures. Black Manta, Aquaman's big bad. My brain went, is it Aquaman or Aquaman? I guess American pronunciation is more Aquaman. Here in good old Blighty, we say Aquaman. Are you going down the shops to buy an Aquaman figure? Anyway, this is a great looking version of the character. Black Manta. My brain couldn't access the name there for a second. But, of course, Mafex is going to be a little bit smaller. Did I even say Mafex? Mafex. That's the one I'm going for. That's what happens when my brain goes off on tangents. Of course, there's a McFarlane one as well who might look a bit more intimidating, a bit more badass. But Mafex is going to be a little bit more in keeping with the right kind of scale, especially if we're going for a Mezco Aquaman, whichever one we go for. I think the Mafex Black Manta would be the best addition. Black Mask, one of the B-C tier Batman villains. Maybe I'm counting him, out a little bit or selling him short, but he's certainly not one of the big A-list villains. And because of that, we don't actually have many action figures of him. For this one, I gotta go way back into time with the DC Universe Signature Collection Black Mask by Mattel. That's the closest version I could find. You know what? You could probably kit bash an amazing one. Just need a suit body and a skull that you can paint. So yeah, you could always make one yourself. But if you want an official version, then you got to go back in time to the old Mattel one. Blue Beetle. Once again, we're going to hit up McFarlane. Even though he's a human character, I feel like McFarlane gave us the best classic comic book version of this character. I really actually like what they did with this one. It turned out really well, so even though he might be a bit big, I think it's one of the better Blue Beetles. And what would Blue Beetle be without Booster Gold? I guess this is kind of a 2-in-1 combination entry with these two here. And once again, Booster Gold, another good version of the character. And hey, even if they might be bigger than some other figures on this list, at least together, they'll scale really well. And that's really what matters with these two. Brainiac. Okay, this guy is going to be making some waves over the next few years. Probably the big bad of the next Superman movie. And I'm going to go for the Injustice version of Brainiac from McFarlane. Once again, big scary character, can be as large or as small as he really needs to be for our needs. So this is the most intimidating looking one. The Injustice design kind of modified him for the modern age, but then we've got McFarlane doing that design but with the comic book colors. So you get the best of both worlds. This perfect Brainiac. Captain Atom. Hey, the clue's in the name. Atoms. Big, small, vibrating all around. What I'm trying to say is McFarlane have another winner with this one. They can make him as big as he needs to be. And honestly, the McFarlane, mega figure, woo! Yeah, that's fantastic. I love messing around with the big and small characters, get a dynamic display. This one, easy choice. Captain Cold. You know what? After Batman and Spider-Man, I think The Flash has one of the best rogues gallery of villains, and Captain Cold, he's one of the biggest and the baddest. So this McFarlane version with the woolly Parker and just the different weapons, I think he's really good. This is one of those rare human characters that McFarlane made, and I was like, okay, Todd, it's not just mechs and monsters. Sometimes you make a pretty darn good looking human character. Catwoman. Once again, there are many different versions of Selina Kyle out there. For me, it's got to be my favorite brand, Mezco. They've done a couple of different versions, but this kind of modern looking one with the goggles, the sleek costume, yeah, that's a really good looking Catwoman there. So I'd happily use this one, but again, you can shop around. There are so many different makes and manufacturers. It's all down to your personal aesthetic. But to me, I love the soft goods, love the Mezco style. That's an easy choice for Catwoman. Cheetah. Once again, we're going to have to go back in time. We've got a Mattel, what is it? DC Direct Justice League action figure, Cheetah, Series 1. That's the exact one I gotta go for. I hate looking down at my notes when I'm filming, but sometimes I want to make sure I get the right info out there. This Cheetah, she looks the business. I mean, she still stacks up relatively well to modern figures. If a company like Mattel or Hasbro released this figure today, I'd be like, mate, state of your action figure. But genuinely, for what they were working with at the time, I think it holds up really nicely. Clayface. Oh, man, there are two. I'm going to make some more work for myself here. There are two great Clayface figures that I want to nominate for this one. There's the McFarlane Mega figure, which is a wonderfully horrific version of Clayface. I love it with the jaw, the skulls, the faces all. Oh, man, nightmare fuel. Brilliant. And then on the flip side, we got the Mondo 1/6 scale Clayface, and Clayface can be as big or as small as he wants to be. Of course, this is a more animated style, but Clayface is a shapeshifter. He can look however he wants to. When I saw pictures of the Mondo one, I was like, that ain't much. And then I saw him in a display cabinet, and I was like, holy moly, I know it's just a big brown blob, but it looks so cool. So, if I had to choose one, I'd say McFarlane, but honestly, both of these, really great figures. It's important to have some civilian, or at least human characters in your display, so we gotta have Jim Gordon. I guess not really a civilian, but certainly human. And we're gonna go back in time a little bit as well, but with a wonderfully realized comic book version of the character. So this is DC Direct Commissioner Gordon. It's the Greg Capullo designer series. I love that when we get an action figure that is based straight up, this is the artwork, this is the artist, this is what we're doing. And in Mattel's case, they nailed it. Gonna get a little bit magical and mystical now with John Constantine. And once again, back to Mezco. With a character like this, you gotta have the soft goods. First of all, the trench coat. The iconic big duster trench coat, he's gotta have that. So of course, you want a company that's gonna do nice soft goods. Boom. Mezco nailed it. But then with the rest of his suit as well, just the gritty, weathered kind of facial sculpt, it's a perfect, in my mind, a perfect John Constantine, easy addition. For Cyborg, I'm once again happy to go with McFarlane on this one. Because yeah, he's got a human head, or most of it anyway, but the rest of him is all just cyborg tech. Make him as big and intimidating looking as you like. And McFarlane went high in on the detail with this one as well. It's a really fun, intricate figure. So genuinely, this was actually an easy McFarlane. I was like, yeah, you know what, Todd? You got another winner here. And now this is one I was super torn on. Cyborg Superman. I love evil cyborg doppelganger type characters. It's just, something about it. I'm like, that is awesome. And this McFarlane Cyborg, this is the coolest, meanest version of the character. They've also done more of a classic Return of Superman version too, or Reign of the Superman. That was it. I like that. And if you want to go old school retro 90s, and if you know me, you know I'm all about old school retro 90s, you can go in that direction. But also, I was torn, like I said, because there's a great Mafex version of that Reign of the Superman figure, but I want to go a little more zhuzhed up, a little more badass, and because of that, it's got to be the more modern McFarlane version. I think that's so wicked. Damian Wayne, a character who I did not think was going to have the longevity that he has, but the character stuck around, and I do like his Robin design, the kind of tunic kind of look to what he wears. It's practical, it's cool, I dig it, and Mezco dug it too, and they made a really good version of this figure. So that's, once again, an easy choice. There are a few Damian Waynes out there, but nah, this one, honestly, head and shoulders above the rest, which is rare for Damian Wayne, but being probably, 4'8"? You don't often find him to be head and shoulders above anyone. Darkseid, a new challenger approaches. We're going to go for a different manufacturer this time, Beast Kingdom. And Beast Kingdom, just look at this guy. Oh my goodness. Before I was even into DC, I kind of wanted to pick up this figure just because he looks beautiful. Beast Kingdom tend to do like 1/9 scale, so big characters, but again, it's Darkseid. I know he's not like a giant or Apocalypse with the size changing, but still, I don't care. I come at me, bro. I want this figure with the eye beams. They call them mega beams, but yeah, just everything about him just looks awesome. Beast Kingdom crushed it with this. I don't care what the classic comic book one is, which you can get from McFarlane if you want to. I want this mean mega version. This one, absolute essential. Deadshot, a very human character. So I'm going to go for a human scale. We've got the Mattel Deadshot. I'm trying not to use too many of the old figures, but considering that Mattel did such a good job with them back in the day, looking at all these old ones, I'm starting to understand why longtime DC fans were so disappointed when McFarlane got the license, because Mattel were doing good stuff. And the Deadshot? Yeah, he's another good addition. Deadman. I'm vaguely familiar with Deadman. I have a cursory knowledge of the character. So I was like, okay, do we have any Deadman figures? Not a lot to choose from. But we do have an old school classic that, again, is going to scale nicely. In this case, we've got the DC Comics icon Deadman. By my opinion, that's the one to go for. Now, I mentioned this company earlier, and I held off on nominating them for Batman because I knew they got a badass Deathstroke. LPZZ. Now, this Deathstroke is, of course, the Arkham version from the video games. So not the most comic accurate, but I mean, stop me if I'm wrong. If I'm lying, I'm dying. This is the most badass looking Deathstroke you're gonna find out there. And this figure is so, like, hot, brand new, it's not even released yet, but he's gonna be soon. So when he is, you might want to pick him up because dollars to donuts, hands down, this is the best looking Deathstroke I think you're going to find. Doomsday. It doesn't get more 90s than Doomsday. And I'm a little bit perturbed. That's the word, isn't it? I'm a little bit perturbed, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't think we have like the quintessential perfect Doomsday out there. I'm not feeling it from any of them, but if I gotta choose one, it's once again got to be McFarlane. Big monsters, that's his wheelhouse. But I just don't feel we've got like a classic Death of Superman version. We've got like slightly more modern or different or altered, even like the Superman 2-pack one. I feel like it's not quite how I see Doomsday, but it's pretty close. And at least until we get the absolute quintessential perfect version, pretty close, it's just going to have to do. Dr. Fate. We're going to go back over to Mezco with Dr. Fate, because with the magician type gimmick, that lets Mezco have a whole lot of fun. They got all the different accessories, the big, gong bell, that's what I was trying to think of. The gong bong bell that he wears, his helmet, it looks real nice with the sheen and the chrome from Mezco. They really put a lot of work and a lot of love into making this figure pop. And pop he does. You can pop him on your shelf. Eclipse, another character who I'm going to hesitate to use the word obscure, because clearly they're not obscure, it's just Dave doesn't know them very well. That's what it is. But hey, a lot of people said, Dave, if you're doing a top 100, you gotta have Eclipse. So okay, but you know what? Modern toy companies, they haven't said that because we gotta go back in time. Once again, if you want an Eclipse figure, then it's going to be the DC Universe Classics line to fill that slot. Firestorm. I always loved the design of Firestorm. I first saw him in an issue of Wizard magazine way back in the 90s, and I was like, okay, this dude looks pretty wicked. We do have a good Firestorm from McFarlane, but again, a little bit too big. So instead, I'm going to go back to the old Mattel Firestorm. I think they did a great job with him back in the day. Still holds up. Flash, of course, one of the big Justice League characters, big time A-list DC, and he gets an A-list style action figure courtesy of Revoltech. Revoltech, it can be a bit of a Marmite style. People don't always like it. Me personally, I think when they nail it, they nail it. And I saw this Flash in a display cabinet a long time ago now, and I was very enamored. I'm not even a big Flash guy, but I was like, could I justify getting it? It just looks so pretty. So this one, another edition for Revoltech, and maybe there might be a few more coming up soon. Son of Jor-El, kneel before Zod. Unfortunately, there aren't many Zod action figures with which to kneel before, so I'm gonna have to go. That was actually, I once wrestled a guy who had a king gimmick, and his name was Kneel Before Me, and I still remember that. Awful, horrible, rotten pro wrestler, just the worst. But he had a great name, Kneel Before Me. So yeah. Zod, what were we talking about? Yeah, Superman's big bad. Gonna have to go for McFarlane again. Until we get one that's more 6-inch scale, that's the best one for you. Gorilla Grodd, the big monkey man. Now, going over to McFarlane, no problem with that because he's a big old monster. And one of their original Gorilla Grodd figures, which I used to own, is really good with the golden armor. Looks beautiful, really beautiful. It's kind of torn though, because they did do a mega figure of Gorilla Grodd, but the problem was I feel like he lacked paint. He looked a little tacky. He had this orange day-glow armor, which would have looked alright if there was more of a wash and a dry brush to bring it to life, but just looked too plasticky. It was a real shame. So instead, I'm going to go for the smaller version of Gorilla Grodd with the gorgeous weathered golden armor. That looks beautiful. Green Arrow, Oliver Queen. I gotta go for McFarlane. Even though he's just a human character, I think they gave us the best looking classic Green Arrow. Maybe we'll get another one in the future that's more in keeping with the regular Good Lord scale. But for now, with McFarlane, what the heck? Just put him towards the front of your perspective. Make it look like he's close up. You can fudge it around. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Guy Gardner. Is this guy a 100 essential DC character? Well, just ask him. I'm sure he would tell you. And for this one, we got to go back in time once again to Mattel. This is the DC Direct Green Lantern Guy Gardner action figure. And yeah, got the bowl cut, got the classic Guy Gardner look for the Green Lantern costume. That's all you need, really. Hal Jordan, Green Lantern. Funny, just by coincidence, Guy Gardner, Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, both next to each other in the alphabet. Well, I thought it was funny. Anyway, Hal Jordan from Mezco. I love me the Mezco. Sometimes these just speak for themselves. If you want super classic, great looking OG Green Lantern, OG for me, all right? I had to qualify that one very quickly. I'll save you typing, don't worry. I know he's not the OG Green Lantern, but he sure as heck is my Green Lantern. So this, perfect Hal Jordan. Harley Quinn, another absolute classic, a modern day essential, and one that has so many different versions and variants that you could go for. For me personally, I'm going to go back over to Mezco again because I love my Mezcos, love my soft goods and all the quality that comes with them, and even they have a few different versions. Of course, you've got the classic Paul Dini look for Harley Quinn, which is the original. But I mean, she hasn't really worn that costume on the regular for a long time. So I'm going to go for the Mezco Playing for Keeps edition. I feel like this has all the classic Harley Quinn qualities, but in a modern style design. For that, just about perfect. Hawk Girl. I mean, with a character like this, you're going to take up a lot of space. So we're going to go for McFarlane, even though it's a female character who should be a little smaller anyway, so having her in that 7-inch scale is a little bit big. She's got the huge big wings, and again, McFarlane done a great job with that massive wingspan. Focus on the wings. Don't look too much at the size of the character. You do that, it'll fit in just fine. And hey, look, let's just be real lazy, shall we? We're in the giant imaginary action figure warehouse. We went to Hawk, so Hawk Girl got McFarlane. You know what? Screw it. We're right here. Hawkman, yeah, McFarlane too. Genuinely though, I think it is the best Hawkman figure for your money out there. Not a huge amount of options. So hey, if you're going to have the two Hawk characters together, they might as well be in the same scale, even if it's the wrong scale. This was a bit of a tricky one now. We've got Hugo Strange. I got familiar with Hugo Strange from the Batman Arkham City game, so that's where I know him from. But I certainly don't know him from action figures because there really are not many to choose from. So I'm going to go back in time here. The Batman Arkham City, makes sense. Hugo Strange 7-inch action figure Comic-Con 2023 exclusive edition. That's a whole lot of name for an old figure. Wow, that might be one of the oldest figures out there. Over 10 years old, but hey, as a classic Hugo Strange, that's how far back we gotta go. Huntress, a great part of the Batman family and a great addition from Mafex. Finally, we're getting a female character who is the right kind of proportions for herself, not a big Amazonian McFarlane gigantess. You might even argue that Mafex is scaling a little bit too small compared to the bigger ones, but hey, I'm doing my best. And Mafex were doing their best with this one as well. I genuinely think this is the best looking Huntress that you're gonna find. You know what? We're gonna stick with Mafex as well because we gotta get a figure for Hush. And I think the Mafex Hush is my favorite design for the character. Because first of all, there are so many elements about the Hush look that I really, really like. The bandage head, like that's always cool. I loved it when Ben Reilly had his lost years and he wrapped his head up in bandages as a disguise. But also, he's got the black and red not Robin tunic. Like, there was a very small part in the story where he wanted to trick Batman into thinking that Jason Todd had come back from the grave. So there was it Clayface was disguising himself as Robin? But anyway, he made this sort of modern costume, which is now like the Hush costume. And Mafex made that costume, and it looks really good. I probably belabored that point too much, but there you go. Another essential Green Lantern figure. We got the John Stewart version. And Mezco, I didn't even realize. I thought I was very familiar with all the different figures that Mezco had made. I didn't realize we had a John Stewart Green Lantern figure from Mezco. So yeah, easy. Hands down. I will say McFarlane have some nice Green Lantern accessories. I think, does John Stewart come with a big Green Lantern minigun? I think he might do. But anyway, that notwithstanding, still, Mezco, definitely the one I'd go for. And now we have the clown prince of crime, the Joker. And of course, a bajillion different Joker figures out there. But just so happens that Mezco have made a very classic comic book looking Joker. That, I say classic, but he's got very sort of modern detail that has him looking just kind of scary and real like, "Booah, you do not want to run into this guy down a dark alley or a bright alley or any alley in particular at all." Mezco really captured sort of the terror, I think, of Joker, like so maniacal. Then with all the soft goods and the accessories and all the different accoutrements you get with Mezco, you can shop around whatever aesthetic style you like. But for me, Mezco absolutely nailed it. Jonah Hex. This was one that I was a little bit torn on for including in a top 100 because it was kind of like Batman Beyond. I'm like, yeah, it's an essential DC character, but kind of like timelines sort of all over the place. But you know what? I'm going to go with him. Mainly because McFarlane made a really nice Jonah Hex on horseback. That's going to make the collection pop a little bit. I love my different sizes and mechs and monsters, but throwing in a horse as well? Absolutely. Then again, a McFarlane scale horse. That is going to be a big monster of a horse, but what the heck? I'll allow it. This one, it's a fun figure. Killer Croc. We're filling out Batman's Rogues Gallery. And for Killer Croc, easy to go for McFarlane because I don't mind Killer Croc. What is it, Waylon Jones? Is that his name? I know that he can sometimes be depicted as just a big bruiser, human-sized character. But it all depends on the writer, the artist, the story, the style. He can be huge, big, and hulking, and that's where McFarlane comes into the equation. So this is the Arkham version of Killer Croc, but man, what a big badass look for the guy. I really like this. Kilowatt now, another figure that I got to admit, not that familiar with, or character in general. But Kilowatt, they are out there, and apparently they warrant a place on the top 100. If you disagree, yeah, let me know, and who would you put in instead? But hey, McFarlane, they know who they are, and they made a nice-looking action figure of them, so there you go. That's one spot here for Kilowatt. I just saw that my autocorrect corrected this one to Kind Shark. So if you want a Kind Shark in your collection, then you want to go for McFarlane. Again, big monster. Boom. I don't want to repeat myself, but sometimes you just have to. King Shark from McFarlane Toys, whether it's the actual Justice League one from the movie, sorry, not Justice League, you know what I'm talking about, the other movie, that still works, because it's a big, giant, anthropomorphic shark man. That's all you need right there. But if you want to go outside the box a little bit, do something a little bit unusual, then Abyss Toys made their 3 gangster shark characters. So there's a great white version there. So if you want to go for something outside of the McFarlane wheelhouse, you could always get yourself an Abyss Shark man, and honestly, he'd easily pass for King Shark. Lex Luthor. Okay, now we're talking A-list villains, and McFarlane stepping in once again, I feel, for Lex with his power armor. So there are more classic Mattel-style Lex Luthors who are going to fit more in with the human characters, but then again, Lex is wearing his big Iron Man type suit, so yeah, maybe he might have a bit of a melon head compared to the other 1/12 scale characters, but I don't care, because McFarlane made a really cool, bright, popping green and purple mech suit, so I'm happy to include that. Lobo, the main man. For this one, I'm going to go Storm Collectibles, but maybe with a caveat as well. Because Storm Collectibles, I just love the size, the heft, the scale, the quality. It's all there. Of course, they scale like 7-inch, like a little bit bigger as well, but I don't mind. Again, Lobo, huge, big bruiser. But if you go McFarlane, then you can get a similar scale of Lobo, but with his, is it called like the Space Hog, the bike that he rides? That's really cool as well. So whichever one you want to go for, I think maybe McFarlane might tip it. If I absolutely had to choose, I'd go for the vehicle as well. So therefore, McFarlane Lobo, that would be my choice. Speaking earlier of civilian characters, Lois Lane. But this is real tough, because Lois Lane, there's not a lot of options out there. There really aren't. So I went back to, what did I even get? Oh yeah, I had to go animated for Lois Lane. So that's really going to throw off the aesthetics of the display. So I chose the Superman animated DC 6-inch action figure box set, Superman and Lois Lane 2-pack. All right, so there you go. Lois Lane, not a lot of options to choose from, but if you absolutely have to have Clark Kent's main squeeze, then make her animated. This one now is McFarlane at his monstrous best. It's Man-Bat, and it's the mega figure Arkham version. And yeah, perfect. Big, scary monster. That's what McFarlane gives us, and he does it so well. Love this Man-Bat. Absolutely phenomenal. Massive, terrifying, chonky character. Maybe it's bigger than Man-Bat should be. I don't care. It's a monster. It could be as big as he needs to be. This one, hands down, pants down. Great Man-Bat. Martian Manhunter, John Johns? I shouldn't have even tried to say what his proper name is. You know, because it probably hurt your ears when I said it. And you were like, Dave, geez. But Martian Manhunter, not a huge amount of options, but I actually do really rather like the McFarlane one. You see, it would be easy to just go, McFarlane for everything. Boom, done. Home in time for dinner. But I want to look at all these different lines. And for this one, yeah, I think McFarlane is the way to go. Mr. Terrific, the only name as arrogant as Mr. Fantastic. But why the heck not? If you are Mr. Terrific, you're going to be like, yeah, well, I mean, I am terrific, so why wouldn't I call myself that? And McFarlane, I got to admit, they did a pretty terrific action figure too. Mongol, the big bad alien menace of Superman. I remember hearing about this guy when I think Wizard magazine did a list of like good guys acting unusually brutal, and there was Superman who just told Mongol to burn, and he roasted him with his laser vision. He had it coming. But yeah, McFarlane did a great, huge, big, bright and colorful. That's a big thing. I like that it pops off the shelf. So vibrant with those color choices and a big mega figure. Perfect. What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age. Mr. Freeze. Look, the Bane voice has stuck around and withstood the test of time. Luckily, Arnie's portrayal of Mr. Freeze, that's been left in the 90s. But Mezco, geez, their Mr. Freeze figure, stunning. Absolutely beautiful. That was another one that I haven't bought, but I'm always like, so tempted. Because it does look so great. Awesome costume, the dome, the frost and ice on him. So wicked. Every day I wake up, I swear I'm a day closer to buying that figure. Because he's just so cool. Ha! Cool. Because Freeze. Mr. Mixelplixsticks. You know what? When I was doing the live stream about this topic, I was told how to pronounce the name. Totally forgot it, but this dude, this little guy here who loves to go around causing trouble. We're going to go back in time for this one. We're going to get the DC Universe Superpowers 30th Anniversary Classics. Mr. Mixelplixsticks, whatever his name is. This is the exclusive 6-inch action figure from Mattel Toys. So there, I don't think there is like a particularly modern version out there. I mean, stop me if I'm wrong, but I did my due diligence. I was checking it out, and I think this is the clearest, most obvious one to go for. Nightwing, fighter of the day wing. I'm going to go for Mezco with this one, but there's a couple of nice high-end versions. There's a great Mafex as well, but Mezco, you give me the choice, I'm always going to go Mezco over any other version, and that's just me, and that's how a player's got to be. Some people hate Mezco. That's fair enough. Big bobblehead, pajama sock-looking costumes. What am I, an idiot? Don't answer that. But I love it. So Mezco, Dick Grayson, Nightwing, I think looks phenomenal. Love the way that they've recreated the suit, but in a very kind of like modern sort of looking style. Just Mezcified it a little bit with various panels and piping and armor and bits and pieces. Throw in the extra accessories as well. Wicked figure. Peacemaker, this is a tough one because I honestly couldn't find a non-John Cena Peacemaker. Maybe, guys, if there is a decent 6-inch scale comic book Peacemaker out there, comment below and let me know because I couldn't find it. So with that being the case, well, actually, you know what? I'm thinking McFarlane Peacemaker, but actually to keep the scale down, Mafex have a Peacemaker as well, don't they? You're literally seeing the cogs turn in real time. I'm sure they have. I'm sure they've done a John Cena Peacemaker. So with that being the case, I think I'd go for that one. The Penguin, Oswald Cobblepot. For this, you got to go for whatever, in my opinion, is going to be the most comic book accurate one. And once again, it's going to be McFarlane. Even though, of course, he's going to be a bit of a bigger penguin, I'll allow it. So for McFarlane, they've got a few different versions. So for me, it's the DC, the Penguin, McFarlane action figure, DC Classics, McFarlane. Yeah, so the DC Classics line. That's the one I was looking for there. McFarlane, DC Classics. He's got the more colorful comic book looking costume. I really like it. He's a bit of a chunky penguin, but I'll allow it. Plastic Man, another perfect one for McFarlane. Gotta love this one here because it's a Build-A-Figure. So you got all the different accessories, the stretching arms and limbs, the weird things that you can do with him. It's a perfect Plastic Man. Once again, Todd, doff the cap. This is a character that lends himself perfectly to the size, the shape, the aesthetics of McFarlane toys. Even being such a weird character means that despite his stretching abilities, he has kind of like a human face, but it still works because it's weird. And it should be. So this, really great Plastic Man. Poison Ivy, can you Adam and Eve it? There actually aren't that many Poison Ivy figures out there. Like McFarlane? I would have thought McFarlane would have loved to have done a whole bunch of, sexy, alluring Poison Ivy figures. No, it's pretty much a dearth. We got the Batman and Robin one, and that's about it. So luckily, Mafex have stepped up to the game. And once again, it's a female character, so it's good to have a slightly smaller scale as well. So they've got their Hush Poison Ivy. Really nice looking figure. And if you want to, maybe you could find some plant-style monsters, maybe from a Resident Evil line or something. So there's probably some fun accessories you could put together with her. But yeah, you want to go Mafex for Poison Ivy. That's what I was trying to say. Power Girl, once again, a character who I feel is like a license to print money. But then again, maybe companies are worried about the pearl clutchers going, oh, we can't have her on a store shelf. She has a boob window. I know, right? The horror. Luckily, Todd McFarlane's not a coward, so he made a decent-looking Power Girl. Of course, she's a little bit big, but hey, she's an Amazonian-type character. Don't come at me. I'm not saying she's Amazonian. I know that she's not a Wonder Woman character, but you know what I mean. Big, stacked, jacked muscle lady. Oof. Yeah, that's definitely model behavior coded. This McFarlane one, it's pretty good. The Question always reminded me of the Blank from Dick Tracy, but we've got the trench coat fedora and the plain face, and for this one we can go back in time to the Mattel version. DC Universe Classics The Question action figure. There we go. I think McFarlane have one as well, but no, we can actually get one that's a little bit more in line with the Good Lord scale. That's the one to go for. Ra's al Ghul. Now this one I was a little bit torn with. I'm gonna go for Mafex, because of course Mafex, lovely import quality. It's a good scale as well. But their Hush Ra's al Ghul is like shirtless Ra's al Ghul. Sexy Ra's al Ghul. I would have liked a fully clothed Ra's al Ghul, because that would have been a more sort of classic look for the character. The Mafex one is very much, that is Ra's from the Hush story. But it is a really good looking Ra's, and he's the right scale as well. So for that, I'm going to go for him. Raven from the Teen Titans. Now this is a tough one, because Raven is not just a lady, she is a young girl. So having a big, tall, towering McFarlane figure, it's just not going to cut it. But I'm going to use one anyway, because I like it. So we've got the DC Multiverse Titans Beast Boy Build-A-Figure, Raven. Hey, look, Mattel are going to swoop in about, 18 months or so, and start doing their own line of figures, and hopefully just have them all in the good Lord scale. I mean, we don't know for certain, but I'm hoping that's going to be the case. So when that happens, we can get a new Raven that's the right size. Till then, I'll go for McFarlane. The Red Hood, one of the most modern figures on this list. We got the Mezco, and honestly, this was an instant sellout. I don't know why I'm saying honestly, like I don't work for Mezco. Honest, guys, it was a sellout. It was, because it looks awesome, and the Red Hood, he's a hot character. People love the Red Hood. He's wicked, myself included. I think he's awesome. And this version looks really, really cool. You got the soft goods, all the accessories, the different heads. Love the cracked mask, looks real badass. This is awesome. Easy, easy choice. For Red Tornado, we gotta go McFarlane to get the most modern figure. He's got all the sort of new tooling of a modern figure. And Red Tornado, stop me if I'm wrong, but he is an android, isn't he? I always kind of like put him as like the equivalent of the Vision for Justice League and Avengers. If I am wrong, I sincerely apologize. I'm doing my best here. Well, actually, no, Dave, your best would be doing your research in advance. Don't say that. I just did. Therefore, it doesn't count as criticism. So, Red Tornado from McFarlane, that's the one I'm going for. Reverse Flash, a man who has been described as the ultimate hater. I kind of love that. We're going to go back to Revoltech, because they are not stupid people. They made their Flash and they were like, oh, this is an easy recolor. And it was, and it still looks wicked with all the red lightning crackling around him. Those two characters next to each other, so good. But yeah, Reverse Flash, Revoltech, easy choice. Scarecrow, one of my favorite ooky spooky scary Batman villains. This is a character who has so many different looks. It's not always easy to decide, well, what is the most classic looking Scarecrow? Because pretty much every different design has been done in one way, shape, and form. Me personally, I'm going to go for the DC Multiverse 7-inch action figure Scarecrow from the DC Classics variant of the line. I think that kind of captures the most essential, iconic look of Scarecrow, at least in my opinion. Sergeant Rock, one more character who I throw in with Batman Beyond and Jonah Hex as like, not sort of the same timeline, but still such a classic DC character. They got to get their moment in the sun. So for this one, I'm going to go for the DC Direct Sergeant Rock Our Fighting Forces action figure. That's very specific, but I had to look up and dig deep. Yes, there's a McFarlane one, and he's decent, but again, it's big. Todd, you're casting yourself out of the game. So I'm going to go a little bit more obscure. I think it's quite a fun entry. Shazam. Okay, we're going to go back to Mezco for this one. Billy Batson, Shazam, Captain Marvel to some old school watchers. This is a really nice example of what Mezco can do with their soft goods, just making them pop and making it look like it's not a sock either. I think they've actually done a nice job of contouring it and conforming it to the body, so it looks really, really good. The first time I met Captain Marvel, like I bumped into him in person, but it was during the DC Marvel crossover where he was fighting Thor, and Thor realized, oh, you change to and from your powers with a bolt of lightning. Ha! I can do something with that. Yeah, so he just like clicked his fingers, bolt of lightning, turned back to Billy Batson. It's like, well, this is going to be an easy fight. Anyway, there you go. You want to go Mezco with that one. Sinestro. Now, for Green Lantern's Big Bad, there's a couple of different versions, and I'm going to go McFarlane once again because it's got some real lovely looking accessories. You know me? I'm a sucker for translucent pretty things. That's exactly what this one brings to the table. Translucent pretty things. So honestly, I'll take it. Yeah, he's a bit bigger than he needs to be, but that Sinestro style construct with the translucent yellow, beautiful. Yeah. Get out of my dreams and onto my shelf. born on a Monday, Solomon Grundy. I'm going to go DC Collectibles with this one. And Solomon Grundy, once again, one of those figures. You can get a big, chunky version if you want. There are a few different ones out there. So really, this one is very much your own personal aesthetic. I like my choice. I like just like the look of the character. I'm like, oh, boom, straight out of the comics. I really, really dig that. So really, you can shop around. But this is the one I'm going for. Spectre is a tough one because not only is he a human-sized character, but he's a very naked human-sized character. So there's nothing to disguise the larger McFarlane proportions. But in this case, I just gotta go with the larger McFarlane proportions. My hands are tied here. And hey, look, he's kind of a big, scary Grim Reaper looking type character anyway, so he can afford to be a little bit tall. It's like, hey, which basketball team did you play for? I don't know, but he would have been a good, I know I was about to say some basketball term, I don't even know what it is. Point guard? Is that a thing? He'd have been a great point guard. He would have scored a lot of basket goals. Starfire, kind of like Raven. I would want a smaller figure, but there just aren't any other smaller figures out there. At least Starfire, I think, is meant to be, alien, like a little bit bigger, so I can kind of get away with that slightly. But it's going to be the Starfire DC Rebirth McFarlane figure. And they, say what you will about the size, she does look like a really nice, pretty-looking figure. Once again, McFarlane, I rag on them occasionally, but they do make some nice figures. Occasionally. And speaking of McFarlane doing what they do best, Starro. Huge, big monster. There you go. I don't want to belabor the point too much because I've said it a few times. Mechs and monsters, that's what McFarlane do best. Starro is no exception. Huge, big version of a huge, big character. Pretty much perfect. Static Shock, a cool character who does not have enough action figure representation. Because of that, I gotta go back to the well of McFarlane. I know it feels like a cop-out and sometimes the easy choice, but if there's nothing else going, then you gotta go with the one that's available. And in this case, once again, it's gonna be McFarlane. Steel, another addition to the reign of the Supermen and a character that's had a nice amount of longevity. This one I was a little bit torn with, because McFarlane have made some nice steel figures, and yeah, they're big, but the dude is in a suit of armor, so of course he's going to be a bit bigger. But I want to go classic, so I'm going to go for the Mafex steel. Really, really like this one. Maybe it's a little bit unfair. The Reign of the Supermen, I'm doing 2, and then not 2 others. Is classic 90s Superboy an essential? I could argue maybe he is. I know that I'm a fan. And then also Eradicator, but hey, look, I'm going for the ones that I feel have sort of been around the most. And rightly or wrongly, for me, that's Cyborg Superman and Steel. Steppenwolf. Okay, once again, we're going to go McFarlane with Steppenwolf. I feel that even though it's not the most classic comic booky look for the character, it just looks big, badass, domineering, and you know me, I want my size differences. I want the scale to be the same, but the characters to be big and small. You don't always get what you want, but sometimes you get what you need. And McFarlane, in this case, I think this is what I need. No, it's what I want. Honestly, no, I don't even know what I want. So now it's time for possibly the most important figure of the DC universe. It's the Man of Steel. It's Superman. And I gotta say, for Superman, I have to go for a figure that's not Superman. Yeah, I'm gonna go for a non-Superman figure for Superman, because this is definitely not Superman. This is the National Defender, in no way associated with DC's Big Blue Boy Scout Man of Steel. Nah, get that thought out of your mind. However, if you did want to use this as a Superman figure, then by heck, it would be absolutely beautiful. Of course, I'm being a little bit facetious. We all know what's going on here. And what is going on is the best damn Superman figure I think has ever been made. Just look at it. It's that beautiful combination of comic book, but also kind of like sort of realistic, but kind of hyper-realistic, kind of caricature almost, but such a great square jaw, classic old school Superman. He's got that sort of 1940s comic strip look, but in a modern sensibility with a bit of the Paul Dini animated type look as well. I love it. I dig it so much. You can actually get a Clark Kent version as well to go with your actual full-on Superman. So he comes with the suit and the hat, and you can do the whole pulling the shirt open, revealing the shield underneath. So to get that as a pair, absolutely beautiful. Just in no way say that it's Superman when you go to buy it. Otherwise, the action figure police might be knocking on your door. But as long as you're willing to skirt around the copyright, this is probably the best Superman figure, or not Superman figure, that you're ever going to find. Now, just speaking of Superboy, boom, Superboy Prime. This is where I do get a little bit confused with some DC chronology. If only there was a comic book series out there called The New History of the DC Universe that I could read and find out. Of course, that would involve me reading. I'm kidding, I love reading comic books. There's just too many to choose from at the moment. Right now, I'm loving the Absolute line. So good. But I digress. Superboy Prime. And there you go. Another one from McFarlane. There's nothing else out there. So for that case, Todd still wins again. I love that. Todd wins because there's nothing else out there. Supergirl. And for Supergirl, Revoltech. I didn't even remember that there was a Revoltech Supergirl figure until someone pointed it out. And I was like, holy cheese and crackers, of course there is. Love it. Love to see this. I know Revoltech have a very specific style. It's a little bit like anime kind of looking, but for me, I love it. I dig it so much. Plus, they're not the big McFarlane style. It's more of that good Lord scale, so that works really well. Any excuse also for me on this list to include another Revoltech entry, I'm absolutely fine with that. This is a great Supergirl figure. Swamp Thing. Once again, I'm choosing a McFarlane figure under no duress because it's perfect. I know that a lot of people might say, oh yeah, but Swamp Thing isn't that big. He's a Swamp Thing with an emphasis on the thing. I can't even pronounce it right. But yeah, I'm happy to have a big, monstrous, mega figure Swamp Thing. This looks wicked. They've got like the even more highfalutin bells and whistles version as well. Whichever one you want to get from McFarlane, I think would be fantastic. I really, really love this Swamp Thing. The Atom. This one poses a bit more of a problem. Like characters that can get bigger, perfect for McFarlane. Characters that can get smaller, there's kind of a problem with McFarlane. But also, the only game in town right now. So with that being the case, I'm going to have to go for McFarlane with the Atom. This is the Silver Age version, which I think was lauded, as well as some other ones, as being a phygital figure, because it comes with a digital picture. McFarlane, you and your marketing, terrible. But hey, the Atom figure's all right. Tim Drake Robin, possibly the most popular Robin, I dare say, because yeah, Dick Grayson, the OG classic, but he is Nightwing now. So if we're talking Robins, it's got to be Tim Drake, and he absolutely deserves an entrant on this list. This is what I'm saying in my political statement. So we've got the Mafex version this time. Again, Robin, Tim Drake, he's a younger character, so it's great to have a manufacturer that scales a little bit smaller. Actually, this Robin next to the Gong Studios Batman, yeah, I dig that. I like that. Okay, there you go. That's a good combination. I'm happy with that. The Riddler, Edward Nygma. Mafex, once again, coming in clutch with this one here. They've done their whole Hush line. So, of course, we've got some essential figures in there. And this particular version of Edward Nygma, I like it. It's kind of like classic Riddler, but sort of a bit more kind of modern and sort of contemporary with the suit as opposed to the spandex. I really like what they did with this. Good-looking Ed Nygma, that's my choice for him. Two-Face, one of my favorite Batman villains. What can I say? I love the duality of man. It's a cool concept. There's a lot of good Two-Face figures out there, actually. But it just so happens that Mezco made one. Therefore, boom. That's my choice right there. But it's not just an arbitrary, I'm going to choose Mezco because I prefer Mezco. Look at it. It's a really great looking Harvey Dent figure. Real gnarly with the messed up side of the face. The suit looks really beautiful. Excellent job from the Mezco team. For Wonder Woman, I'm also going to go for Mezco. I think they did a real nice version. It's not the most classic Wonder Woman, but Mezco, they kind of used their Mezco creative license, gave her a bit of a contemporary kind of look, but I think it works. We surprisingly don't have that many Wonder Woman figures out there. Certainly not as many as I think we should have, especially with the classic looking style. It's always like a little tweaked a bit, or a multiverse one, or a DC cinematic universe that's been recolored, things like that. This Mezco, I think, kind of captures the essence of classic Wonder Woman and then tweaked just a little bit. I really like what they did. And finally, rounding out the list appropriately enough with the Z's, we have got Zatanna. And Zatanna? Call her what you will. We've got a nice little action figure that's not going back to McFarlane. It's nice to round out the list with something a little bit different. So, we've got the DC Universe Classic Series 14 exclusive action figure Zatanna Build-A-Figure Ultra Humanite piece. That was just the full name that I was Ron Burgundy sight reading from there. But basically what I'm saying is the old school Zatanna to round out what has been a pretty epic top 100 essential DC figures list. Hello there, gang, and welcome to a very special episode of Displaying Model Behaviour. This might be the ultimate Displaying Model Behaviour episode. Why? Well, you know me, there are two things that I love. The Clone Saga and great big long lists. So what are we going to do? We are going to mash those two things up with the top 100 most wanted Clone Saga characters. And oh my goodness, gang, we are going into the weeds because there are the obvious heavy hitters. We got guys like Judas Traveler, 90s Kane, Spider-Side. Of course we need those, but I ask you, what about Skull Jacket? Hey? Did we forget about Skull Jacket? Or El Toro Negro? Who doesn't want El Toro Negro? And dare I even mention Volta Nacht? Come on, Mr. Nacht! We need him in our display, and in fact, there's about 97 other characters just like that. Do you want to hear about some real deep dive lore? Yeah, we're going that way because, gang, this is the top 100 Clone Saga characters that we don't already have action figures for. Let's do this. So I'm going to do this list chronologically. Oh yeah, what I did was I went back through the entire Clone Saga and I made notes of all the new characters as they appeared, which was a great little nostalgia trip for me to go back and essentially relive the entire Clone Saga. But now we've got the prominent players who don't have immortalization in 6-inch plastic form. First up, a big one that we do genuinely need, Carrion. Okay, Malcolm McBride. Is that his name? I think it is. I keep mistaking him with Malcolm McDowell. Nonetheless, though, the one who wasn't in Clockwork Orange. Carrion is a staple Spider-Man villain. We desperately need him to finish off our Clone Saga. Or Maximum Carnage display. Clone Saga is what we're doing now, Dave. But yes, he was part of Carnage's band of outlaws during Maximum Carnage, and he's the one outstanding member we got to get our hands on. During the Clone Saga, he was actually kind of rehabilitated, and he was working at Ravencroft, which is kind of Marvel's answer to Arkham Asylum. So he was one of the orderlies there, and he was in his normal human form, but of course, that didn't last for the whole time. But in the meantime, though, we definitely need Carrion. And sticking at Ravencroft with Spider-Man villains who we got to get our hands on, Vermin. There you go. I'm going to do some deep cuts on this list, but man, the first two, Carrion and Vermin, two classic, quite gnarly Spider-Man villains. Vermin was one who always surprised me because he's just a rat dude. Just a dude with some rat-like features. No, this guy's terrifying. Like, he's actually written to be, I would say, as powerful as a Wolverine or a Sabretooth. Like, this guy will tear Spider-Man apart when he's in full rat mode. Luckily for Spidey at the time, during the Clone Saga, he's the same as Carrion. He's actually in his human form, and he's working at Ravencroft as one of the kind of inmate liaison type people. So both those guys, they're doing good. But of course, that's not going to last. And sticking with Ravencroft, because the first big story, Power and Responsibility, is all set in the Ravencroft Asylum, we have John Jameson, aka Man-Wolf. And we're far more likely to get a Man-Wolf figure before we are a John Jameson, but at this particular point in time, he wasn't wolfing out, he was the head of security at Ravencroft, so I would be very happy to see a SWAT gear, military, armed to the teeth John Jameson. That would be a cool figure to have. And of course, if we're going to have a Ravencroft display, you got to have the head doctor. And the head doctor is Ashley Kafka. Currently, she is a goblin who's filled with all the sins of Norman Osborn. That's a weird character arc to take, but nonetheless, in the mid-90s, she was just the head psychiatrist at Ravencroft, and she got a lot of face time with Spider-Man, because Spidey, he was going up against it during the Clone Saga, so she was featured prominently and became a much-loved character. So, of course, they eventually stopped writing her and then just kill her off. Gotta love comics. Nonetheless, though, I want to have her on my shelf. Then we start to bring in some Clone Saga specific bad guys. The big one that I really want, Judas Traveler. This guy was such a 90s classic villain where they throw in a big mysterious dude who's all powerful and they don't know exactly what they're doing with him. Because that was always the problem with the Clone Saga going forward, was no one knew exactly where they were going. So we introduced ourselves to Judas Traveler, this big beardy Gandalf looking guy who seems to have the omnipotent powers of a god. Yet he also has 4 people with him who do his bidding. Why does an omnipotent god need 4 lackeys to do stuff for him? Well, that's what eventually comes out. But before we come to the reason for that, I'll talk about those 4 lackeys. We have the host. I'm going to rattle off their names here because, kind of like I was alluding to at the start of this video, no one remembers these guys. So we had Anjali Sridhara. I butchered that name there. Walter Nacht, Medea Kovac, and Morgan Boone. So one person was like the military guy, another guy was a information type person. Then I think Anjali was she had like a spectral, spiritual kind of astral form. And then Medea, I don't know, just admin, maybe? I couldn't tell you. Nonetheless, though, that was Judas Traveler and his host. And then, of course, without Judas Traveler, or with Judas Traveler, the host wouldn't be complete without Scryer. And Scryer could be a big old builder figure. Again, Marvel introducing someone and not knowing exactly where they're going to go. This guy was like the Jiminy Cricket to Judas Traveler. And he was like, Traveler, you are doing this, you are doing that. I have followed you for many millennia, and now what are we doing exactly? And Traveler's like, that's for me to know and you to find out. You don't really know, do you? No, I have no idea. The writers haven't decided yet. What it ultimately comes down to is that these guys are not astral, omnipotent, spectral beings. Judas Traveler is a mutant who can manipulate people's perceptions of things. So you might think he's doing godlike stuff. He ain't. And then Scryer, who looks like a alien monk being. Nah, he's just part of a cult of Scryers. They're all wearing lifts in their boots and silly white masks. It's not half as spectral as you think it is. Nonetheless, though, they'd make some fun action figures. Now we've got our first Ben Reilly variant, okay? I didn't put Scarlet Spider on this list because we've already got a couple of Scarlet Spiders. But what about the Ben Reilly makeshift Spider-Man suit? There you go. I told you we were going to get creative. I set myself a task of 100 characters, and then I realized, there aren't that many in the Clone Saga. But I managed to do it, and now we got makeshift suit Ben Reilly. Easy for me to say. You can actually piece this together, kit bash it pretty easily with some of the things we've already got in our collection. But honestly, I would just like this power and responsibility look. The cool civilian body with the jacket, and then just throwing on the Spider-Man mask and gloves. I love the makeshift look. I think it's cool. Just Spidey you would believe. Even Ben Reilly, he's not a full-time superhero anymore, but you never know. Just like a pro wrestler always brings his gear to a show, always have your mask and web shooters, just in case a madman takes over Ravencroft Lunatic Asylum and you gotta bail out your clone brother. Because that's what happened. Then, of course, if we're talking clones, we've got to talk about the Jackal. Now, of course, we have the classic Jackal in Marvel Legends form, but who doesn't want a creepy old man on their shelf? I ask you, and of course I'm listening. No one. No one doesn't want a creepy old man on their shelf. So we need a human Miles Warren with his white hair, glasses, and his little cookie duster moustache. If you're doing a Clone Saga timeline, you gotta have the guy who started it all. And then you have the clone who started it all. Yes, we have Kane, but we have a couple of different versions of Kane. Before we get to the cool 90s costume, I want an action figure of Hobo Kane, or as I call him, Rob Zombie Kane, because that's pretty much what he looks like. Imagine a 350-pound Rob Zombie. That's actually pretty terrifying. Well, that's what Kane looked like when he was on the road stalking Ben Reilly. Ben Reilly found out that he was the clone and he went off into exile for 5 years, but he had some company. He had this bearded, shaggy-haired lunatic pursuing him the whole way, and it actually made for a pretty amazing limited series. I'd love to have it on my shelf. And speaking of Kane on the road, we have Louise Kennedy. I was going to say Louise Redknapp for a second there. Nope, that's someone else entirely different. That was my first ever celebrity crush, was Louise Redknapp. Ah, my goodness. 1996, what a time to grow up. Nonetheless, though, Louise Kennedy was Kane's first true love, who he met on the road. She was a police officer, detective, and ultimately, she broke his heart. Turns out that he fell madly in love with her, and she's only working for the bloomin' Canadian mafia. Or I think it's the Canadian mafia. They were certainly up north. Nonetheless, though, unfortunately, that heartbreak meant only one thing. She's gotta die. So she was the first person to get the mark of Cain on her face, and ultimately it was her murder that Peter Parker was framed for, because lo and behold, he happens to have the same fingerprints as Cain. Funny that. But a Louise Kennedy figure? Yeah, there's one guy out here who would want one of those. Ideally with a swappable head, so you can have the mark of Cain on there. That's probably about as niche an action figure product as you can get, but dang it, I'd buy two. And while he was out on the road in exile, yes, of course Ben Reilly still did some superheroics, but he couldn't exactly go dressing up as Spider-Man anymore. So what did he do? He just wrapped some bandages around his head and went out there like a street-fighting mummy man, and dang it looked really cool. Maybe that's where Hush got his disguise idea in Batman. I mean, okay, I'm sure Ben Reilly's not the first person to do the old bandage thing. Actually, I guess the Invisible Man might have laid claim to that. Nonetheless, though, John Romita's artwork of Ben just with the taped up fists and the masked face, like, that looks wicked. Look even more wicked as a Marvel legend. And finally, for the On the Road section, we have Janine Godbey, a character who I can't believe they're still, like, making new stories about now in 2023, the year of our Lord. Again, Clone Saga, what's old is new again, and Janine Godbey, she's being featured in the comics, but she first appeared in Spider-Man The Lost Years, where she was the love interest for Ben Reilly. I guess the Parker brothers must just have a thing for redheads. So she is someone who has her own troubled upbringing, and she also became Ben Reilly's, like, kind of emotional heart center point, which goes to show that if anyone deserves an action figure, I think she does. And not just a Mary Jane head swap. Come on, we can do better than that. Let's get a whole new redhead face sculpt. Now I'm thinking, no, I was trying to think if there was like a movie MJ that would work. But no, we just need a full-on new head. There you go. Not gonna happen, but dang it, I want it. Now we got a couple of classic 90s Spider-Man villains. So yes, absolutely, these guys we gotta see, Clone Saga or not. First of all, Cardiac. Cardiac popped up in one of the early Clone Saga Spider-Man Unlimited stories, and he was having his run-ins with Spidey, as he often did, because he's kind of a villain, but he's on the side of the people, I guess. He's taking revenge against medical company insurance greed, that kind of thing, so you can't help but get behind him. And he's got an awesome look as well. So he's like a heart surgeon, but he also has this mesh on his skin that's kind of invulnerable. He's got all the cool gadgets. He's super fun. It's funny that we haven't had an action figure. There's all these rumors. I think there's like a Mandela effect type story that Marvel can't make merchandise of the character without paying Eric Larson royalties for it. That's apparently completely untrue. Eric Larson has tweeted saying like, yo, that's the first I've heard of that story. So all that means is that there is no reason not to give us a Cardiac figure. So come on, Marvel or Hasbro, give us a Cardiac figure. And while you're at it, give us a Boomerang figure as well. We've got a modern Boomerang, but come on. Who wants the sensible, cool, badass Boomerang costume when you have the wacky, ridiculous, bright pink and purple one? That's what I want, and that particular issue of Spider-Man Unlimited, it was a twofer. One had the Cardiac story, the other one had the Boomerang story. So for a villain, he features prominently right at the start of the Clone Saga, and he has a costume that's just begging for the Marvel Legends treatment. And now we've got an introduction of the big dog, probably my most requested Clone Saga figure. It's 90s Kane, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, come on, what have I said before that doesn't need repeating? This is just a fantastically awesome, admittedly ridiculous look. If you designed a character in 2023, it would look nothing like this, because you got to look at it through 1990s eyes, where more is more. So the long flowing hair, the mask that actually lets all the hair out, that's such a 90s cliche, I love it. Then the fact that the mask is faceless and featureless, but you just got these lines, this degeneration scarring going over them, just looks cool. With the bright, shocking pink scarf around it and the retractable blades, yeah. 90s Kane is a toyetic badass. Dang it, I would buy 10 just to ensure we got the numbers up. So Hasbro, if they released that figure, would look at their profit and loss figures and go, oh my goodness, we got to make more Kanes. But while Ben Reilly is busy sort of establishing himself as the Scarlet Spider and fighting Venom and Kane, Peter is trying to claw back his sanity a little bit at a time. So he goes on a bit of a spiritual quest with the Puma, Thomas Fireheart, who we do have an action figure of already, and a little bit of a sleeper hit of an action figure, I think. And also on this journey, he is guided by Nocturne, who is a character that I had not seen before this story and never seen since. But she's a cool looking gargoyle lady, and I need to read the wiki on her, which I didn't do before doing this segment, so more fool me. But hey, I've got a lot of characters to go through, alright? Cut me some freaking slack! Although I do want to find out more about her, because from the art and the images, like, she looks cool. I want some more stories about badass gargoyle women. She looks kind of awesome. So yeah, let's see more of her. And I think we need to start expanding our Daily Bugle roster a little bit as well, because we've only got J. Jonah Jameson, but you know who else we could have? Yeah, not Robbie Robertson. That's the obvious one to go for. I'm saying Ken Ellis. Ken Ellis was kind of an antagonist for Peter at the Daily Bugle. Not a villain, just a reporter who was never afraid to get that scoop and go the extra mile and all that kind of thing. And he features quite prominently in the Clone Saga in a couple of different stories. But one of the things that stands out is the fact that he was the character who named Ben Reilly the Scarlet Spider. He was like, this Scarlet Spider on the scene. And even Ben's looking at it like, that's a terrible name. Nonetheless, though, it's stuck for the last 30 years, so Ken Ellis, he deserves the action figure treatment. Now we got a second generation supervillain. It is the Grim Hunter. So the Clone Saga takes place not long after, I was going to say the Grim Hunt, Kraven's Last Hunt. That's the one. It's all pretty grim. But yes, so Kraven has ended his great hunt with Spider-Man, but now there is a hunter-shaped void in the world. Well, nature abhors a vacuum, so we get his son, the Grim Hunter. My brain just suddenly short-circuited on what his name was. It's the Grim Hunter. So there you go. And he had a fun design. He was never destined to last long, I don't think. We were always going to get a proper Kraven back at some point. However, just for a different look with the cool little lion shield on the shoulder there and a little 90s ponytail. People loved ponytails in the 90s. I would have grown one if I could. Heck, I'd probably grow one now if I could. But as you can see, I'm losing the battle as it is. I'm just going to be grateful for what I got. And if I had an action figure of the Grim Hunter, I'd be grateful for him too. But one person who was not happy to see the Grim Hunter was Kane. He just straight up murders him in the middle of Central Park, snaps his neck. And we're going to get a lot of that throughout the Clone Saga, especially from Kane. He just loves snapping necks and cashing checks. That's how our boy rolls. Alright, another civilian character. I know that ain't gonna happen because we were lucky to get Aunt May, but one old lady on my shelf is just not enough. I need two middle-aged old ladies. So where, oh where, is Anna Watson? Yes, Mary Jane's aunt, I guess? I think she's Mary Jane's aunt. And nonetheless, she is a kind of Aunt May sort of equivalent, and she pops up a lot. So maybe I was fishing to make 100 characters? I don't know. I just think Anna Watson deserves her due. Now one that most Marvel collectors I think will agree that we need to get our hands on is the Owl. One of the more underrated street crime type level villains. I like the Owl. What's his name? Something Owsley. Odoric Owsley? You know there's got to be some alliteration in there. Whatever his name is, he's got a fun look with the big owl hair and the cape and all that kind of thing. He's just a crime boss with a bird motif, but he's a fun one. And there's a part in the Clone Saga where he poisons Peter Parker, and Pete's got to go and try and look for a cure, and it's a fun story. And also, the Owl is not alone because he's joined with another bird of prey type villain. And that would be the Vulture, more specifically, the young, de-aged Vulture, Adrian Toomes with the brown hair and the more armored metallic combat suit. Very 90s, very much taking what was old and retro and zhuzhing it up, making it a bit more badass. And honestly, I gotta say, I loved the life-stealing gimmick for the Vulture. I thought that just made perfect sense for the character. It's a bit of a shame that they dropped it, I felt. But actually, the young look with that badass costume, that would be wicked. Yeah, he'd be an awesome addition to a general, 90s display. And he pops up quite a bit in the Clone Saga. Now we have one of the weirdest names I've ever come across in comics. Seward. Not Steward, as my dyslexic brain originally read it for a little while. I sort of looked a little closer and I was like, wait, there's no T there or anything. That's Seward. Seward Trainer. Unless I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Help me out in the comments if I'm not. But he is Ben Reilly's mentor. He's a scientist who basically bumps into Ben on the road. Ben's spiraling down and becoming a drunk hobo, and he's all like, you got a problem with me, buddy? And Seward's like, no, I'm just a man, and I want to help another man. Definitely no ulterior motives here. And it won't be revealed I'm working for bad guys, and it gets very convoluted. It does get convoluted, but at least at the start of the Clone Saga, he's Ben Reilly's mentor, and yeah, he deserves the recognition. And another human-type character. Do you remember Louise Kennedy from a few entries back? Yeah, she's the police detective who was murdered by Kane. Well, just turns out that she had a partner, and he's none too happy about someone breaking the neck of his partner. I guess that's what partners do. They avenge each other. Hope they don't all avenge each other. Hopefully some just retire, play dominoes. I don't know. That was probably his plan, but he can't do that because he has to go to New York and track down the killer of Louise Kennedy, who he thinks, of course, is Peter Parker. And he does have a run-in at one point with the real murderer, Kane, who doesn't reveal the whole, I'm a clone of Peter Parker, but he does burn the mark of Kane onto Jacob Raven's face just to go, oh, hey, you're probably not looking for Peter Parker, because guess what I can do? That's kind of cool. He's like, well, I guess this must be the murderer, right? So that was all a fun little side plot. When everything else was going on with the Clone Saga, we were also dealing with the hunt for this killer who we thought was Peter Parker. It was, again, it was the complicated side of good. It was the good side of complicated without being convoluted. Don't worry though, we would get to that. Now another big one that I desperately want to get my hands on. It is Stunner. This was another character who was brought in very sort of mysteriously, and we're all thinking, where are we going with this? Because on the surface, she's just a big, jacked up, Amazonian looking powerhouse, which is in itself pretty cool. If that was the character, I'd be kind of fine with that, but there's more to it because she keeps on vanishing, just disappearing into thin air. And it's eventually revealed that this Amazonian that we see is just a hard light hologram. And actually the person controlling Stunner, the real human being, is in like a hospital bed with virtual reality goggles on, and that's the real character. It's a cool little twist. And that leads us to the next entry, which is like a perfect two-pack pair. Why? Because Stunner's main squeeze is Doc Ock. More specifically, suited Dr. Octopus. This is what we want. This is what people have been asking for a while now. We've got a lot of different variations of Doc Ock, but always essentially rocking that green and orange. But where? Where is Armani Dr. Octopus? That's what I want to see. And you could do an easy repaint as well, because it's not just a white suit he wears a brown suit too. And in fact, I'm pretty sure he's wearing the brown suit when Kane snaps his neck. Yep, Kane was still getting the Brock Lesnar push at this time. So in a cool little twist, Doc Ock is actually the one who cures the poisoning that Peter suffered from at the hands of the Vulture and the Owl. Because essentially he says, I want to kill you. And I don't want some other schmuck to be responsible for killing you. So I'm going to save your life so that I can murder you later. That was Doc Ock's logic. God bless him. He never got the chance to, though, because Kane jumps in and and that's it. They just really wanted to get Kane over big time. And it worked. It certainly worked on my impressionable young mind. And hey, Doc Ock, you knew he was going to come back eventually. And speaking of Doc Ock, we gotta have, as a novelty Peter Parker Spider-Man, Octo Spider-Man. Yes, the Spider-Man with the Dr. Octopus goggles and arms. I thought this was just a costume for the animated show when they did the Spider-Verse story and they were like, oh, let's do an Octo Spider-Man. Nah, it actually came up here in the Funeral for an Octopus storyline. I never actually read that, even at the time. So they have this multi-part miniseries where essentially all of Spider-Man's villains get together and they're like, yo, has anyone noticed how we're all being murdered? And they were saying, yeah, that seems to be a thing, doesn't it? So they all gang up to try and take out Kane. Actually makes sense. And Spider-Man, of course, gets involved in the ruckus as well. And towards the end, he ends up taking on the guise of Octo Spider-Man. And I gotta say, it's actually a really fun look. And while the Clone Saga is starting to boil and bubble and pick up speed, we get introduced to gold armor doofus guys. Couldn't even find a name for them. We had an issue of Unlimited Spider-Man that's basically Die Hard. It's Die Hard with 2 Spider-Men. Bunch of gold armored guys take over Nakatomi Plaza with Mary Jane in there, and each Spider-Man tackles the problem from a different angle, basically. But yeah, these guys are a bunch of also-ran nobody doofuses. I don't really care about them. They probably get a 1 out of 5 stars as far as importance rating goes, but sometimes you gotta pad out the list a bit. And now we're getting real cloney here. So, Scarlet Spider is back in New York, he's on the scene, he's doing the crime fighting, he's getting established, so now Peter and Ben, they gotta start investigating what's going on. What exactly is going on? Well, guess what? We're getting more clones. First of all, we got this big hulking brute known as the Guardian. So when Peter and Ben go to investigate the old labs of the Jackal, they find this big hulking dude guarding them. And he's covered with all these grey lines, kind of like the lines on Kane's costume. Is there a connection? I think we're going to find out. So this is not canonically a clone of Peter Parker. I think it is just a genetic creation that the Jackal made to guard his lab. So that's why he's called Guardian, and that's why I want him as an action figure. But Guardian was clearly the muscle of the operation. He needed some brains, and that's why we have Little Jack. This is adorable. I think Dr. Evil taught us that every great mad scientist needs a little mini clone of himself. And that's what Jack is. He's not even a genetically mutated creature like that. Is just a Jackal mask. Underneath, he's just some sad-looking bald guy suffering from clone degeneration. Really rather tragic. To the point where he sees other clones degenerate and he's like, yo, Jackal, is this gonna happen to me? Jackal's like, oh yeah, it already has. You're on borrowed time, pal. He's like, oh. Well, that sucks. He's one of the sadder characters in the Clone Saga, and which is why we should honor him with an action figure. And then, speaking of the modern Jackal, boom, there you go. This is the Jackal that I want. We've got retro Jackal, but I don't want retro Jackal. I don't want goofy, silly-looking Jackal. I want badass Matrix the Crow trenchcoat Jackal. I want desperately trying to be DC's the Joker Jackal, because that's what this guy was. He was the Joker. Essentially, without the white face, with green fur instead. That was exactly how they wrote him. He was quippy, he was full of one-liners. None of them were particularly good or memorable. I think that's why the Jackal, at least in his 90s version, is pretty much considered quite eye-rolling. But again, as a little kid, I thought he was cool. And honestly, they were doing the black leather trench coats 2 years before The Matrix. Maybe even 3 years before The Matrix. So yeah, we desperately need this Jackal to give us a proper 90s looking Clone Saga. And if they did, yeah, it would look good as well. It's a toyetic looking design. I'd love to see it. And then we've got Clone Gwen Stacy, which, I mean, we've got a Gwen Stacy figure already, but I feel like we kind of need a dissolving, kind of degrading, degenerating. That was the word I was looking for. I knew it was a D word. We need a degenerating Gwen clone just to put a little bit of body horror into this whole shebang. And you could even sell her with some, aesthetic little smoke diorama pieces that you can put around her unmentionables so that you can keep your display nice and PG friendly, PG-13, family looking. I think about all these things. There you go. I just sold an extra diorama piece for you. Well-placed smoke. Then we reach a point in the Clone Saga where we put some of the clone stuff to one side for a moment because it's time for the Planet of the Symbiotes, the big crossover event of 1995. This was super fun. actually, and it has some very cool designs in there. First of all, we have a story element where Eddie Brock loses the Venom symbiote. Not like a set of car keys or something, it leaves him. They have a lover's tiff. And it turns out that the symbiote is hiding on Ben Reilly. It takes the form of his hoodie because it feels that genetic connection to Peter Parker. So that was kind of cute, but that's not the one I'm talking about. I want to talk about Eddie Brock in his anti-symbiote commando gear. That's what we need, because once he loses the symbiote, his mind kind of settles a bit and he's like, yo, I probably shouldn't have that, should I? And Peter and Ben are like, do you think? Do you think you might have been a bit of a dick? He's like, yeah, sorry about that. So instead, he has a sonic blaster and kind of some military gear, and I thought, you know what? It's a cool look for Eddie Brock. And speaking of cool looks, we get the non-Venom symbiotes, and this is cool to see. So before the days of Null and prophecies and all kinds of symbiote gods and stuff, we just had the intergalactic symbiotes that were just a race of black blobs that went around enslaving planets. And in Planet of the Symbiotes, they were drawn full-on HR Giga style. They looked straight up like aliens, and dang it, I think they looked wicked. You can thank the absolutely genius pencils of one Kyle Holtz. I'm going to be referencing him a bit later on in this list too. He takes a lot of inspiration from HR Giga, and he makes these great looking non-xenomorph symbiotes, which are clearly xenomorph symbiotes. They look awesome. I'd love a version of that figure. And also, speaking of Kyle Holtz and xenomorphs and symbiotes, he draws Venom like an alien from Ridley Scott's Alien, and it just looks badass. So I would love to have, I wasn't doubling up on characters that we already have. That's going to be a separate list. But a character that we don't exactly have is a Kyle Holtz HR Giga style Venom. If we got a Venom in this look, oh dang, that would be amazing. And at the end of the Planet of the Symbiote story, what happens? Well, the planet gets overrun by symbiotes. Don't worry though, Carnage is here to save the day. Something that you would never think you would hear, but yes, because he realizes that he could absorb all the symbiotes into himself, which is what he does. And he grows to become like a 50-foot tall giant Carnage monster. Kind of ridiculous, but who cares? It's a comic book. So, I mean, who wouldn't want a gigantic HasLab Carnage? Yeah, probably no one, actually. I mean, we don't really need it, but it's kind of fun to spitball, isn't it? And hey, like I said, you're going to try and rack up these numbers a little bit. We're about halfway through the Clone Saga, and we haven't made it to number 50 yet, so dang it, Dave! We got to start scraping that barrel. One character that definitely isn't a barrel scraper, though, 90s MJ. That's an MJ that I would love to see. We've got a couple of MJs now. We had the 2-pack with Peter. We've got Web Spinnerette. We've got the animated MJ. But come on. Big-haired 90s MJ. That's one that I would really love to see, because she was so important to the character of Peter Parker in the Clone Saga. She wasn't a damsel in distress. She was out there fighting for herself, having her own character arcs and journeys. 90s MJ, she was the bomb, man, and that's why us 90s kids get upset when the character gets kind of sidelined or shuffled off, because honestly, when she was written well, she was as important to the overall mythos of Spider-Man as Peter Parker was, and honestly, she was never better than when she was written in the Clone Saga, I reckon. Now, this is one that's kind of cool, and I've seen some kit bashes before, but I want to see a legit version, and that is Clone Hunter Spider-Man. Just like I said right at the start of the video, when Ben Reilly had his kit-bashed Spider-Man costume, this one was even cooler. Why? Because it uses the black costume. So Kane has kidnapped Mary Jane, Peter has broken out of prison to come and rescue her, and of course he doesn't have time to fully change into Spider-Man, so he grabs the first gear he can find, and it's the remnants of his old black costume. And this is just so sweet. How does MJ know that he's the real Peter Parker with all these clones running around? Because when he rescues her, he apologizes for wearing the black costume because he knows that she's scared of it. And it's like, oh, that's just beautiful. And yeah, Mary Jane thought so too. And it's like, dang it. Good writing. It's amazing what it can do. Then the multiple Peter Parker thing kind of comes to a head with Freak Face. This was never an official name for this character, but we had a third, which technically a fourth Peter Parker. At the time, we didn't know that Kane was a Parker, so we'll call him a third Peter Parker running around. He escaped from a tube, and he's like, what's going on? And then he's like, wait a minute, I'm Peter Parker. He wasn't Peter Parker. And essentially, once Ben Reilly and Peter are together and they've rescued Mary Jane, his programming clicks in, and it turns out he's just a murder machine, courtesy of the Jackal, and he turns into this grotesque, giant, hulking, Spider-Hulk, Roy Magoo type character, basically. And he has a huge big fight that ends in a massive explosion, which of course doesn't finish him off. He's going to be back, but he'll be back with an even cooler costume and even stupider name. So stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, I want that transitionary character. I want Freakface. Now, much like with Funeral for an Octopus, the villains once again get together and they're like, hey, this guy Kane is eating our lunch. We really do need to murder this guy. So once again, they try and get together and pool their resources. And this time, a character who's featured, who we don't have Marvel Legends representation for, is Scorpina. I think that's it. Lady Scorpion, Scorpina, I think she goes by a couple of different names. She's definitely an also-ran type of villain. She's very much like, oh, what, you couldn't find Lady Electro? Yeah, we get to get Scorpina, I guess. But, you know, I want all my 90s villains, especially if they appeared in the Clone Saga, and that means especially Scorpina. So another nice little aside, while Peter Parker was on trial for murder, the murders that Kane committed, thanks Kane, he was getting the best legal defense in the world. But Peter Parker can't afford legal defense, but guess who can? J. Jonah Jameson. And that was another lovely little character side. JJ was paying for Peter's legal fees, even though Peter didn't know who it was. But one person who did was Robbie Robertson. And that was a very roundabout way of me getting to the point that we need a Robbie Robertson figure. You want some bonkers, silly, ridiculous, one-and-done villains? Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Fire Fist. He's a guy who has fists of fire. That's pretty much it. Burns a bunch of homeless people, I think. Like, really starting low, like, on the totem pole of people you're trying to conquer. Like, dude, seriously? Try punching up, alright? Unless you really are trying to lean into being a supervillain. There you go. So he was literally brought in just to be a jobber to the stars. In this case, Spider-Man and the new Green Goblin. But we'll get to him later. In the meantime, though, we gotta give Fire Fist his flowers. That was easy to say. Now with the Clone Saga in full swing, Scarlet Spider he's becoming quite the man about town. In fact, he's being recruited. Where's he being recruited to? The New Warriors. I thought this was a really good fit. You can't have Spider-Man in the New Warriors. He's busy with his own titles. But Scarlet Spider? There you go. So he essentially doesn't join the New Warriors, but he's kind of like an affiliate member. He's helping them out a lot, and they feature a lot in later Spider-Man stories. So that means we need to round out our New Warriors team, specifically our 90s New Warriors. So Firestar, we've got a retro Firestar, but dang it, I want my 90s Firestar with the goggles and the black leather jacket and the fire motif. She even has a sort of a flirtatious relationship with Ben Reilly, so it's kind of fun to have that connection again. So those dang redheads, the Parker brothers are suckers for them. So we have Firestar, and then we also have Justice. And we've literally just had a brand new Justice revealed, released to the masses. So he's out there now. But he's in a modern costume. It's good, but it's not right. It's not quite 90s Justice. So until we get that, then we haven't quite got our 90s New Warriors. But the new one, it'll do it a push. But ultimately, you want that 90s look. And speaking of 90s New Warriors, there are two more that make up the particular iteration of the team that we're dealing with. First of all, there's Power Pack, who I don't know. Is he an offshoot of the Power Pack? Is he one of the kids who's grown up? I don't know, but he has a bit of a Power Pack motif to him. So again, I'm going to have to wiki this one. I just know that he's Power Pack. And then what I am more familiar with is Turbo. So she's got the little turbo things on her wrists that make her fly. Again, not the most powerful character in the world, but there was a time when New Warriors was a pretty big comic, and she was a pretty big part of it. And certainly deserves recognition in a display. And now, remember Freakface? Yeah, well, guess what? He dusted off the little explosion that he walked through and became Spider Spider-Side. Yes, one of my favorite stupid characters. I desperately want the evil fourth clone of Peter Parker. I love the reverse Spider-Man costume. What's red is blue, what's blue is red. That's a nice little way of doing things. He's big and hulking and brutish. What's kind of funny, actually, is that he's a shapeshifter. So you see that he actually shapeshifts this costume, but there's also a panel where the Jackal hands him a costume as well. And I'm like, come on, guys, make up your mind. Is he a shapeshifter or is that unstable molecules? What's going on with that costume? Nonetheless, though, Spider-Side, completely ridiculous character. He's a goon for the Jackal, basically, except for the fact that he's also working with Judas Traveler and Scryer on the side, and they're feeding him information, and there's all a plot within a plot. And guess what? We never really fully found out what was going on there. Eventually, they retcon it to mean different things, but they didn't know where they were going. Nonetheless, though, Spider-Side, a great, fun thug of a character who could have different hands with like blades and weapons and hammers. So much toyetic potential that you can do with this guy. And I was so pleased because at the end of the Clone Saga, they write him off just by he falls off a building. And it's like, well, that's not, you know, a shapeshifter is going to just dust off his shoulder and keep on going. But for whatever reason, that kept Spider-Side out for the next 30 years. But we just recently got a Ben Reilly miniseries which flashed back to his time as Spider-Man. And hey, we finally got our resolution with Spider-Side. The character came back and got a proper ending. It was awesome. So yeah, Hasbro, Marvel Legends, if you give me nothing else from this list, which you probably won't, give me Spider-Side. Now, someone who's definitely fallen into the realms of forgotten characters is Helix. I didn't even know he had a name, but yes, there is a character called Helix. What's his deal? Well, the Jackal tried to wipe out all of humanity with a carrion bomb. That's where carrion featured earlier. He needed to get the carrion virus from him. But he had to test that bomb, so he used it to wipe out a small town. But there was one person who survived, and that gentleman turned out to be, well, he got the code name Helix. I don't know what his human name was. Johnny Bobson. And it turns out that he has the ability to evolve. He's like Darwin. He can evolve to recover from any kind of injury or attack, you name it. So Helix, I guess because of like a DNA helix, it could rewrite itself or whatever. I don't know, maybe I'm trying to be cleverer than they were. But he's a fun character in as much as, yeah, whatever he gets attacked by, he then completely shifts and changes his appearance to combat it. That's kind of fun. Difficult to make an action figure of. I guess you'd have to like just pick a lane, pick one look and go for it. But yeah, Helix, a little footnote in Clone Saga New Warriors history that honestly, I think we need to remember. Now we've got one of the many updated Spider-Man villains for the 90s. We had the Grim Hunter, the new updated Kraven. We're going to get a new Dr. Octopus. And we also got a new Lizard. It's Lizard 2.0, which is just more scales and less clothes. And that was it. It was a Scarlet Spider backup story that came in one of the Planet of the Symbiotes issues. And it introduced us to this new version of the Lizard, which didn't really last long because it's not a very exciting version of the Lizard. He doesn't speak or talk or anything. It's just a savage animal, which of course is later revealed that ain't Kurt Connors. But for a while, though, it was the Lizard. And hey, it's a fun look. There are actually some Lizard figures that kind of resemble this guy. So you could sort of sneak him into an existing display. Nonetheless, though, I'm a fan of the classics. So I want the full Marvel Legends treatment for this big dinosaur reptile creature dude. He does look fun. And while Ben is messing around with the New Warriors, he gets introduced to one of their villains, Genocide, which is one of the most 90s names for an evil character, where guys are like, what's a cool death-killing type name? Yeah, we were going to go with this. And it's like, it's quite an intense name, but okay. But you just look at the character and it's like, yeah, that's as 90s as you get, with just the huge big armor pieces and just crazy elaborate, over-designed, over the top, and I'm not over it because I think it looks great and I'd love to have her in a collection. Then just a little fun New Warriors aside, we get introduced to a team called Sonics, which again, never heard of them before and haven't heard of them since, but there was like an opposing New Warriors team led by Night Thrasher, who of course was one of the original New Warriors, and that's kind of fun. I'd be interested to go back and read some of these issues and see where that goes, because the Sonics team, again, just screams 90s, and I kind of love that. So yeah, we've got the Sonics, and then as a separate entity as well, there's Time Slip. This character is also part of the New Warriors history, and I feel like she's important to include because again, it's all wrapped up with the Ben Reilly Scarlet Spider stories. It's all part of the Clone Saga, deserves the recognition. And finally for the New Warriors, Namorita. And we just had a Namorita revealed, but it's kind of underwhelming. She's wearing a modern costume, which isn't really classic at all, and I feel like this might be another She-Hulk thing, where we're going to get 5 different versions before we actually get the one that we want. Nonetheless, though, it would be great to see Namorita in the classic green fish scale swimsuit type look. You know what I'm talking about. Regardless, though, that does it for the New Warriors. And I did mention earlier that we got an upgraded or replacement Dr. Octopus, so let me introduce you to Carolyn Trainer, the daughter of Seaward Trainer. All these familial connections going on here. This lady was destined to never be able to replace Otto Octavius. Who could, I ask you? But you know what? She actually has a fun design, and she's still in the comics. She's still around. She still pops up every now and then, and I kind of love that this random replacement character actually has a little bit of legacy. So with the bright purple hair, the great green and orange suit, a lot of gold accents and things as well, she would pop off the shelf, no problem. And she is quite a big foil for Peter and Ben during this time, during the Spider-Man Clone Saga. So definitely she warrants, inclusion a lot more than most on this list. And now we got someone who's kind of sliding into the Clone Saga, but only slightly, is the new Sin Eater. Okay, so this actually took place exclusively in the Venom limited series that was happening at the time, Sinner Takes All. But I wanted to include the Sin Eater because I don't think we're ever going to get a Sin Eater. And I get that. Just a lunatic with a gun is not exactly something that you really want to make action figures for. It's not really a super villain or something. It's a little bit too, no, we don't like that. However, that being said, Sin Eater 2.0 looks like a wicked character with his night vision goggles, the trench coat, all the equipment strapped to him. Like, he looks like a scary dude. And it was a cool story. I think, genuinely, that was one of the more underrated Venom stories. And Venom, it doesn't exactly have like a rogues gallery of his own. So, yeah, this one standout character, I'd like to see them made. Although, ideally, a classic Sin Eater. That's what you would want, but I don't think it's going to happen. And now we get an introduction to the Great Game. This is like phase 2 of the Clone Saga now. So we're out of the original Clone Saga. Jackal's dead, Peter's retired, Ben Reilly is the one true Spider-Man. Ha! Life is good. And now we've got a bunch of a-holes playing this thing called the Great Game, where a whole bunch of C and D list superpowered people fight each other and rich guys place bets on it. That's pretty much it. So we get introduced to all these new superpowered characters. So we've got Aurora and we've got Override, and there's going to be more as well. We're going to start out with these two and then go on, because the Great Game, yeah, it involves a lot of people. And then in and around the Great Game, we have the Looter. And Looter's just a classic lovable kind of loser of a bad guy. He just loots things. That's what he does. At no point does he play the loot, which I think is missing a trick. But nonetheless, a little Looter figure, yeah, throw him in there. And now we've got a big one. Alistair Smythe, the ultimate Spider Slayer. Yes, we have just got an Alistair Smythe, but it's the animated version, which isn't that different from the comics, but it's different enough that makes me say I want to have a proper comic book Alistair Smythe, just with the robot legs and the mullet hair, and just looking a bit meaner and a bit creepier than the animated version we're getting in the 2-pack. That's what I want to see, and if Hasbro can do it, that would be wicked. But Alistair Smythe would not be complete without at least one Spider Slayer. And we get some fun Spider Slayers in this Clone Saga story, but honestly, they're just kind of generic robots, really. I think the Invasion of the Spider Slayers story in the earlier 90s, that had some more iconic designs. There was a really cool bipedal xenomorph looking alien type one. That's what I would love to see. But honestly, any big bad robot intent on killing Spider-Man, that will do nicely. And now we got a character who only stuck around for one story, but I thought there was some more mileage in this guy because he's pretty terrifying, and that is Tendril. So Tendril is a victim of a science experiment gone wrong, which is the start of any classic Spider-Man villain. So this guy was a convict that was having experiments done on him, and some of Peter's blood was used in the experiment, and it ends up basically turning him into, imagine Carnage made out of webs. That's pretty much it, with a skeleton in the middle. It's gnarly. Like, it's really terrifying looking. He's got the spider legs growing out of his back as well. Like, he's a terrifying villain. Really cool. Doesn't stick around for long, though. One and done. 4-part story. Spider-Man, the final chapter. He's introduced and all wrapped up, which is a shame, because I thought he was awesome and would make a very cool action figure. And then we got El Toro Negro, the Black Bull. As you see, my Spanish, fantastic, molto bene. So he's another member of the cast of the great game, and he is just a mercenary who goes around fighting all the other superpowered people. That's about the beginning, middle, and end of it. However, he's got a fun toyetic look. He's another superpowered character. He exists at a time in which Ben Reilly is Spider-Man, so therefore he's in the list for an action figure. Now, this is one that's actually kind of cool, genuinely. Joe Wade. All right, who is Joe Wade? Good question. The Cyber Scarlet Spider. Who is the Cyber Scarlet Spider? Good question. Okay, so it all goes back to the virtual reality hardlight holograms that I was talking about with Stunner. So this technology gets picked up and used by Lady Dr. Octopus and in conjunction with Alistair Smythe as well. And this guy, he was an undercover FBI agent who was, going in deep cover with Carolyn Traynor, Dr. Octopus. Unfortunately, he gets busted. So she's like, oh, well, this is Providence, because I've got to test out this new virtual reality gear. So congratulations, you're going to do it. So he gets put into this machine and he broadcasts his brain into this holographic hardlight Scarlet Spider body, which at first is just the Scarlet Spider. But then it starts to evolve and morph and change and goes from looking like Scarlet Spider to this giant silver hulking robot monster version of the character. And just the longer the story goes, the more grotesque and weird it becomes. Really cool. The more I talk about it, I'm like, yes, that would make an awesome figure. Has anyone ever made a custom of this guy? I'm sure they must have. I want to see it because this was a really fun design. Not all villains got killed off and replaced. Some just got new duds, such as Mysterio. He updated his costume a little bit, and it's an inoffensive change, but one that could look good if put in action figure form. He lost the fishbowl at first, which was a terrible choice. So he was just a swirly-whirly gaseous head, basically. But eventually they did replace the fishbowl, and then he went back to the classic Mysterio look. But for a little while, again, a bit of a 90s thing. Lots of straps. No details on the body, just lots and lots of straps and clasps and belts and buckles. And heck, you know what, Mysterio, I dare say, I think he pulled it off. And backing up Mysterio, we had a new villain called Armada. And this guy is not the most original kind of character. He's kind of like the Tinkerer. He makes robots, like little mini Spider Slayers, I suppose. Although his gimmick is that he is emotionally invested in his robots. He loves his robots. And it's okay to love your robots. Just don't love your robots. Well, I think this guy does. So he gets like emotionally distraught when any of these things get smashed or broken. So that's kind of his gimmick, his angle. But his costume is big, bright, metallic, purple and orange. It's a fun look. So for that alone, he gets an inclusion. And as Ben Reilly settles down into his regular life back in New York, working at the Daily Grind and being Spider-Man, he gets a new love interest, and that is Jessica, I think Carradine is her surname. That might not be a name you recognize, but what if I tell you she's the daughter of the original burglar who shot Uncle Ben? Oof! That's a nice little wrinkle. And they show this story in quite a fun way where Ben comes back to her apartment. He knows that she's a photographer and he goes into her dark room and finds all these pictures of Spider-Man everywhere. And she's like, oh, hey, what's up? And Ben's like, anything you want to tell me? So she's like a cool character, but she also has in her mind, she blames Spider-Man for the death of her father. So she's got this axe to grind against the wall crawler. And of course she doesn't know who Ben is. So it's a really interesting dynamic. And ultimately it has kind of a lovely ending where she does discover that Ben Reilly is Spider-Man. And she's like, oh, I'm going to take these pictures and I'm going to expose you and this and that. And then she sees all this good that he's doing and how heroic he really is. And she has this road to Damascus kind of conversion where she's like, oh, maybe I was focusing all of my anger in the wrong place the whole time. And there you go. It was actually kind of a happy ending. And she never knew what became of Ben. So she's out there somewhere. Chasm, he needs to go look up his ex. See how she's doing. I hope she's doing all right. And now we've got the Green Goblin, not one of the Osborns, but Phil Urich, the nephew of Ben Urich at the Daily Bugle. He finds one of Norman or Harry's old goblin warehouses, and he ends up getting some chemicals spilt on him, and he gets some goblin powers, and he decides to go out and fight the good fight as a heroic Green Goblin. And this was an issue. Oh no, it was a series even. A whole bunch of issues makes a series, Dave. Went on for about 12 or 13 issues, so it didn't have a long run. But it was a fun little mid-90s teen superhero story. And he got in some adventures and japes with Spider-Man and with the Jackal and the Gwen clone as well. So he was being positioned to be quite an important character, but never really got the momentum. Or maybe he was getting momentum, and then editorial were like, actually, we're going to be bringing back Norman Osborn, so we might need to end this little run here. But while he was there as the Green Goblin, I thought he was a really fun, interesting take on like a, not even a reformed villain, but a superhero reforming the name of a villain. And the costume with like the bare chest and the purple rags and a more sort of high-end, technologically advanced glider. I thought it was pretty cool. I would love to see a Goblin version of him on the shelf. That would actually be a really fun one. Skull Jacket. Nope, I got nothing. They made one appearance. I think this was in a Marvel team-up. So Ben Reilly's Spider-Man was teaming up with the Black Cat, and Skull Jacket is, I don't know, burglar, a terrorist, disgruntled chef. I don't know. He's called Skull Jacket, and he can take on, I think he can take people's DNA or their RNA, and it allows him to take on the look of them. So kind of like the chameleon. And I think he can steal their memories as well for a better interpretation. I really don't have much to go on, but the name Skull Jacket is kind of fun, and the costume's kind of fun. So come on, give me a mulligan on this one. Now we're going back to the great game with Poison. Poison is a lady who was forced into playing in the game. I think the rich guys who were betting on it, I think they took her son. I think that's what it was. So she was fighting to get her son back. And she didn't stick around for longer than a cup of coffee, to be honest. But she had a cool look. And she was kind of a heavy hitter. Like, she could go. She had one of those vague power sets where the writers, I think, were saying to themselves, well, she's only going to be here for one story, and it's just the tale of her getting her son back. So she has whatever powers she needs in that particular moment. Is she super strong? Yeah, go on. Can she fly? Whatever. That's Poison. But she has a good little tuckle. A tuckle? Yeah, I'll go with that. She has a tuckle, which is like a tussle and a scrapple. That's not even a thing either. Let's just move on. Her name's Poison, alright? That's it. And now we got another one that I know a lot of people have requested, myself included. Lady Venom, or She-Venom, Anne Weying, the ex-wife of Eddie Brock. There's a couple of times where she takes on the Venom symbiote. The first time was in the Sinner Takes All storyline, where she gets shot by the Sin Eater and takes the symbiote to recover. I didn't want to include her for just that though, because that wasn't really a Clone Saga story, but this This officially is Along Came a Spider. It was the for me, much anticipated crossover with Venom and Ben Reilly as Sensational Spider-Man. Ultimately, I didn't really like the story because the artwork was just woof. Like, there's cartoony, but then there's just whatever that was. Nonetheless, though, we got more She-Venom in that story, which allows me to include She-Venom in this list. Hopefully the action figure wouldn't look like this artwork. No hate to the artist, you're making a living, God bless you, sir, but not my cup of tea. Regardless, though, She-Venom, when done right, oh, yeah, that's my cup of tea. DK, an environmental superhero villain. He's one of those guys who he's going after the bad guys, but he's using bad guy tactics too. In this case, turning into a giant mud monster and trying to degrade them, disintegrate them. He has disintegratey powers, that's what I'm trying to say. He's essentially Clayface, but for Spider-Man. But also not Clayface at all because he only sticks around for one issue. There's a lot of one and done characters in this run. I actually had a friend of mine make a custom of him out of the Molten Man Bath, and that was great. Just a big shambling pile of grey goop. Why the heck not? There's a fun character. Now let's actually jump dimensions for a moment with Backlash from Image Comics. Man, I used to have these comics, this little crossover they did. Don't own it anymore though, and can't find it anywhere to read it, so I have no idea what happened, but I remember that Backlash was a cool looking character. So that's all I can go with. We would never get it, of course, because it's an Image licensed character. Marvel Legends aren't going to do that, but I'm being a completionist, and also I'm scratching for those 100 names. But I do remember that it was a fun 2-issue crossover. I think it was. Venom was involved in there as well. It was a good time had by all. I need to go online and see if I can read it somewhere, because dang it was a big slice of 90s fried gold, and I want to live it again. Back over to the Great Game, and you wouldn't believe it, but now they want Kane to play the Great Game, and Kane doesn't want to play the Great Game. However, there is a character called Shannon Fitzpatrick, also known as Muse, and she's pretty good at convincing people to do stuff. So Kane finds himself a new main squeeze, and unfortunately that never really works out well for the people involved. Kane's already having visions of her horrible death as well. It's kind of like his version of Spider Sense, but it's so advanced that it's like precognitive abilities. So she's destined to come to a sticky end. Nonetheless, though, she is basically there to manipulate Kane, and she does a very good job of it as well. I mean, her code name is Muse. So you can tell she has these kind of extra perception type abilities to be able to convince people to do what she wants. And in this case, it means Kane battering a whole bunch of C and D level supervillains, which honestly, it made for fun reading. And one of the members of the Great Game supervillain team that was actually a lot of fun to read was Joystick. And as the name implies, it's a girl with a couple of energy sticks. Like that's pretty much it. It's as basic and bare bones as you like. But it's a fun 90s toyetic character design there, and Spidey doesn't have many female villains, and this was one that kind of fell by the wayside after the 90s. But I kind of like to see Joystick come back, even though we don't even have joysticks anymore. Not really. Arcade sticks at a push, but joysticks, it's a thing of the past. They have to call it something else like D-pad. That's terrible. That's a terrible name. And another jobber to the stars. It's Joystick's partner, Polestar. I don't even know where he got that name from. Polestar? That's like a vote count thing, isn't it? Like we've checked the numbers with Polestar, and currently Mr. Red is ahead in the polls. I don't know. Regardless, he's called Polestar. He did a whole lot of nothing. Let's move on. Then we get some Marvel team-up issues, one of which features the Mad Thinker. And that's always a fun one, and one that we actually need outside of the Clone Saga. Regardless of any tiny little links they might have to Ben Reilly, the Mad Thinker, he's been around for donkey's years. We need him for our Fantastic Four display. So of course I would shuffle him to where he actually belongs, being a Z-list character in the Clone Saga. However, for anyone else who's like a normal, cognitively functioning human being, you'd probably love to get him, put him with your Fantastic Four, and that would be a great addition to your Marvel Legends. Jack-o'-lantern. Okay, real quick, there's a whole subplot where they find a skeleton with a Spider-Man costume on, and they have to figure out who this is now. Spoiler, it was just put there to create confusion. Yeah, once again, the writers didn't know where they were going with that. But one of the characters who was trying to get hold of this skeleton was Jack-o'-lantern. And yes, we have a Jack-o'-lantern in Marvel Legends form, but it's the modern Jack-o'-lantern. It's the mercenary-looking Jack-o'-lantern. It's not the Jack-o'-lantern that this guy right here wants. Nah, I want classic retro Jack-o'-lantern with the fish scales, with the little flying disc. That's the Mad Jack that I want. Hopefully one of these days we'll get him. I feel confident we will do. But until we do, I'm going to keep asking for him. And speaking of pumpkin boys, Cyber Hobgoblin. Talk about upgrading villains for the 90s. Just take Hobgoblin and whack some cheese graters on him. That's pretty much it. That's what you get. You get Cyber Hobgoblin. It's a look that only lasted for a couple of issues. Really kind of weird how, like, they introduced him and he just destroyed Spider-Man. Like, absolutely took him to the cleaners. He sliced him, he diced him, he went up, down, vertical, horizontal. He was like the Connect 4 of stabbing Spider-Man. And eventually, like, you know, he just leaves Spidey to bleed out and they're like, wow, Hobgoblin is a badass now. And then about 2 issues later, Spidey's like, okay, gloves are off now. And he just beats him. And he's like, oh, well, that was easy enough. I thought it would have been harder, but apparently not. Cyber Hobgoblin, not actually that impressive. But a perfect excuse for a zhuzhed up, repainted, retooled Hobgoblin figure? Yeah, I'd definitely buy that. And Cyber Hobgoblin didn't come alone. Nah, he had 4 cybernetic mercenaries working with him as well. And I just named these guys Nails, Snake, Pudding, and Other. But they do actually have proper names. I double checked this. So they're actually called Lasher, Andros, Nardi, and... No, I put Nardi twice. You know what? Who cares? Do you care? Honestly, if you tell me you care, I'm dubious. I'm real dubious. Because these guys, they get jobbed out pretty quick as well. They beat the bejesus out of an unpowered Peter Parker. And I'm like, oh, what, you think you're hot stuff? They weren't. Spider-Man rips them to pieces. And then when they're nursing their wounds, Cyber Hobgoblin just blows them up. So it's like, okay, well, back to the island of misfit toys for you guys. Thanks for coming. We hardly knew ye. Then we got some more superhero team-ups, this time Willow the Wisp. I've heard of Willow the Wisp. I've heard of Willow the Wisp outside of Marvel Comics. This is like a fairy tale or something? I don't know. I think this is the only Willow the Wisp appearance I've read in Marvel Comics, and he's just a guy who phases through stuff and he shines. I don't know. My Willow the Wisp knowledge is sorely lacking. And in this particular story, he doesn't come alone, because we also get Dragon Man. And Dragon Man, we do have a Dragon Man figure from the pre-Marvel Legends Toy Biz figures. That guy goes for a lot of money these days. And an updated Dragon Man, that would be great. Again, for the Fantastic Four collection. Whew, that would be awesome. He'd be a fun builder figure. I don't think he'd be a HasLab, because I don't think people would necessarily, want him that much. But as a big deluxe chunky Dragon Man figure, that would be hard to turn down. So come on, Marvel. You know you want to do that. Now it's time to go to the grim and gritty world of street crime, mobs, and mafia hoodlums. First of all, we've got Don Fortunato, who is the new Kingpin type character that was being brought in. He never really rose to much prominence beyond this little section of storytelling, unless anyone reads stuff like Daredevil, where maybe he did appear more. Not that I'm aware of, though, but he was introduced as like the new big bad to be afraid of as far as mob families are concerned. And he's just a frail old man, but he has this gigantic timber wolf. That's kind of his, rather than having a human as his heavy, no, he's just got this dog that he feeds people to. And he was kind of a cool not Kingpin type character. He filled that Kingpin void, and it would be fun to see him represented. But more so, the figure that I really want, the mob character I really want, Jimmy Six. Jimmy Six, this was a great forgotten character. So Tony Soprano, basically. He's Tony Soprano, and he's friends with Ben Reilly. Honestly, I can't remember the exact set of circumstances that leads to him being in the debt of Ben Reilly, but it's really great because he's no better a human being than any other mob guy, but he's got this loyalty to Spider-Man. So he's like, yeah, anybody messes with Spider-Man, they're going to get whacked. And it's a really fun kind of story and dynamic. And he ends up inviting himself to live with Ben Reilly for a while. And it's a cool little dynamic. And it's a shame that they kind of forgot about the character, because at the end of the Clone Saga, when Ben has been killed by the Green Goblin, he has this really heartfelt moment where he speaks to Peter Parker and he's like, look, I'm gonna, if this Goblin guy shows up again, then I'm gonna get revenge for what happened to Ben. And of course, he never did. So that would have been a nice thing to have seen followed up on. But I guess if there was any retconning now, it would probably be that he tried to get revenge and was subsequently murdered, because we haven't seen him since. Nonetheless though, Jimmy Six, he was a really fun character. Now, what would Spider-Man be without a good old Daredevil crossover? And with Ben Reilly in the new costume, it was only a matter of time before they got together. We've got a Ben Reilly action figure already, but we don't have the Shooter. Can you guess what he does? If your answer was he shoots people, you'd be right. This is one of the laziest character designs I've ever seen, but hey, I don't know if he appeared more often than in this one issue where Ben and Daredevil join up and just punch this guy called Shooter. That was pretty much it. There was no big overarching plot or grand nefarious scheme. It was just a guy with guns on his arms and he shoots people and the good guys beat him up. That was it. The 90s were a simpler time. Now we got a real favorite of mine, and that is Delilah. Delilah. She was the main right-hand person to the Rose. So we've got a Rose action figure. Why don't we have his number one hired guard? Because Delilah didn't stick around for long, but she should have. She had a really cool design and was drawn two very different ways. When she was first introduced, she was drawn by Mark Bagley, and she was very kind of tall and slim and sultry, very ninja-y, very Elektra kind of look. And then later, Steve Skroce drew her, and she kind of looked a lot more like a female bodybuilder, like uber athlete kind of character, and that was really cool because we don't get many characters drawn like that, who, where the artist really goes for functional style over, or functional substance over style, and I really liked that look. But that's not the look she really had for the Ben Reilly issues. Those are more the sleek, slender, Mark Bagley, elegant kind of designs, but to be honest, either one of those I'd be happy with. We're drawing close to the end of Ben Reilly's tenure as Spider-Man, but not without getting in a little tussle with Swarm. Swarm, another character who, outside of the Clone Saga, we still really need. Come on, a skeleton that's covered in bees? Yes, please, take my money. We got a Spawn figure years ago from Toy Biz when action figure technology wasn't even a patch on what it is now. Imagine what you could do, Hasbro. With all of your sculpting and painting techniques at your disposal, you could make an amazing Swarm figure. Lord knows I'd love to see it. Alright, it's about time for the great game to come to an end. We're all tired of these rich a-holes betting on superhero fights, but we're not going to finish it off without 3 more additions, and all 3 of them are characters that we all really want to see, Clone Saga or not. First of all, it's only the Rocket Racer. Yeah, a very silly character, but a fun one as well. With his hoverboard, skateboard type thing, and the bright red and yellow costume. Shiny, toyetic, bombastic, pops off the shelf. Rocket Racer, he'd be an instant purchase. And then, speaking earlier, as I was right at the start of this video, about Maximum Carnage, there's one more superhero for the good guys team, and that is Nightwatch. Easy to forget, because he only appeared for a cup of coffee in Maximum Carnage, but at this time in the 90s, he was still elbowing his way into the occasional issue, and here he's a part of the great game, grand finale, and honestly, the big Spawn ripoff that he is, it's still fun to see him rear his head every now and then. So yeah, Nightwatch, he'd be a great addition. And finally, for the great game, we have Chance. And again, it's another figure, Clone Saga notwithstanding. He'd just be great to have, this mercenary who doesn't take payment for his services, but he places bets on whether or not he can complete the job. That's a really fun gimmick. With his jetpack, his little pencil moustache, and his helmet and flight suit. So much fun. That's one I really want to see on our shelves soon. maybe one day. And now we got Slide, who's just a slippery character. Talk about a D-list villain, but they can't all be winners. Not everyone can be Dr. Octopus. Occasionally you gotta be a looter or a trapster or a Slide. So that's all he is. He's just a slippery customer. But you know what? Ben Reilly once tussled with him before teaming up with the X-Men, so that's good enough for me. Then in the final Marvel team-up, Ben Reilly rubbed shoulders with Howard the Duck. And look, we do have a Howard the Duck already, but he's a what-if Howard the Duck, which granted can still fit into your 616, but I want a proper 616 Howard. I want a Howard with the big cartoony eyes and just one that more exemplifies classic 1980s Howard the Duck. You know what I'm talking about. And also, in that story, this was a fun thing you see pop up every now and then. Not so much now, but we got an appearance from Officer Iguanodon, who's nothing to no one, except for the fact that clearly it was the Savage Dragon from Image Comics. Eric Larson's Savage Dragon police officer character. I thought that was a fun little nod that was like a little unofficial cameo in the story. So we'll also include, just for the sake of it, Officer Iguanodon. And for the final 2 spots on this list, they both go to one character, and that is Gaunt in his 2 different versions. So first of all, we get Gaunt, as the name suggests and implies, this Gaunt life support character who is, of course, Mendel Stromm, the Robot Master. He is the right-hand man to Norman Osborn, who has been behind the Clone Saga this whole time. So first of all, we see this guy being the straw that stirs the drink, but then he's answering to a pair of shadowy hands which ultimately belong to Norman himself. So Gaunt in the life support gear, that would look great. Because also he was kind of a badass as well. Even though he is all, well, as the name implies, Gaunt, he still can pack quite a wallop. And a lot of people at the time thought that this was going to be revealed as Harry Osborn, because everything towards the end of the Clone Saga was getting very Osborny-ish. Lots of ties with Liz Allen and Oscorp and stuff. You're thinking, okay, we got to be going Osborn somewhere, but they still swerved us. And this was the Robot Master, but it wasn't his final look. Because right in time for the end of the Clone Saga, Gaunt gets a major upgrade and becomes what I call Robo-Gaunt. A walking, talking Build-A-Figure right there, if ever I saw one. So yeah, he still has the craggy face so you can like recognize it as Gaunt, and then the rest is just a big, jacked up robot body with Gatling guns and all these weapons of murder for Ben Reilly to go and ultimately rip apart and win the day, because dang it, that's what heroes do. But before that occurred, it was a badass looking character design.
Hulk smash!
I mean, hello and welcome to Displaying Model Behaviour, the Earth's mightiest video podcast. And in this case, most gamma irradiated as well. This video is the top 100 most demanded Incredible Hulk themed action figures that we want Marvel Legends to make to add to our collection. There's a whole bunch of names to run through. Do you want to hear them? Here it goes. Why not kick off with one that we will probably be getting very, very soon? It is Hulk 2099. This one has been rumored and teased for a long time. We know we're getting some new big deluxe Hulk characters throughout the year 2026. Hulk 2099 is an obvious fit and a very likely choice. And with the much more savage, terrifying design, with all the wild hair, gnarly lashing tongue, and the claws, this thing would be an amazing addition to a Hulk display. The Absorbing Man, Crusher Creel. I thought we were going to get him announced at the last reveal, but that turned out to be instead the Grizzly. Big surprise on that one, but that means we're still due Crusher Creel, the Absorbing Man, and I think we might see him in an upcoming Secret Wars wave. Until we get him in one form or another, we've got the Build-A-Figure, but man, that's sorely in need of updating. Let's go a little outside the box here. How about the Ang Lee Hulk, the Jelly Bean Hulk? He looks a little silly by today's standards, but hey, Marvel are doing the whole multiverse thing. Everything that's ever happened, it's all part of one collected big screen universe. That means that the Ang Lee Hulk definitely deserves his spot on the shelf. Avengers BC. Less a single figure, more an entire team. How awesome would like a 5-pack or something be of the main characters? I loved the redesigns that thought, what would the Avengers be like if we kept the character styles, but did it in the Stone Age? Well, they'd look like this. And honestly, the result is pretty wicked. By Beast, what a ridiculous but fun character. What's his gimmick? He has a head on top of a head. That's almost literally like having a hat on top of a hat. What does that do for you? I don't know, but also I kind of love him because he's so dumb, and you know Marvel Legends would do a great looking head sculpt of that. I actually really want to see it. All right, let me pitch a real obvious 2-pack. Bill Bixby and Lou Ferrigno Hulk. Oh, how good would that be? Again, with the whole big screen and small screen multiverse, we could have all of these characters together. And getting Bill Bixby, that would be wonderful. There are so many civilian bodies that would work for that. You just got to do the new head sculpt. And then getting an actual Lou Ferrigno Hulk. The 80s child in me would absolutely adore that. This is an unusual one, but I want to pitch it to you. How about a black and white Hulk? Hulk had many appearances in Marvel sort of offshoot fantasy comics and side stories that were black and white and very stylized. And we've seen other companies do black and white comic style characters. NECA have done that recently with their Ninja Turtles. And seeing a two-shaded black and white style Incredible Hulk, something about that I think would actually be really cool. The Bohr Brothers. Wouldn't need to be a 2-pack. Maybe just make one figure and then you can buy 2 if you want, because they're just 2 big green Bohr Brothers. What more do you really need to know? All right, I've got a confession to make. I didn't read Planet Hulk, and in my notes, I think spell check destroyed the name of this character. And I'm filming now, so I can't go and check it. But Tiara, I don't know. The Hulk's wife from World War Hulk. I mean, she was married to him, regardless of her name. She definitely deserves an action figure. Another one that I feel is pretty darn likely is Capcom Hulk. Maximum Hulk? That doesn't do it. We need a proper animated Gamerverse style Capcom Hulk. I feel it. I can feel it in my bones. We're not far from getting it. So come on, Hasbro. Give us what we want. Let's round out that Gamerverse display. Captain Cyborg. You know, I originally got all the characters for this list from doing a channel members live stream where people could recommend obscure Hulk characters to me. So a few of these I am completely clueless about. This guy's one of them. The Circle of 4 Magic Ghost Rider Venom Hulk. This is so bonkers, I instantly fell in love with it. Absolutely phenomenal. A giant Ghost Rider Hulk on a tricycle. Yeah, Hasbro, you could literally take my money. I'll just leave it on the window still. Help yourself. Circus Hulk, because one time the Hulk hid out in the circus. Hey, it was the 60s, 70s. You could get away with wackier concepts, such as Hulk joining the circus. And honestly, in today's super serious world, a story like that, I've got a lot of time for it. A name that feels very different in 2026, Crypto Man. I imagine he has the superpower to give you terrible financial advice. It's like, haha, Hulk, I cannot best you in combat, but now you are financially bankrupt. Congratulations. Guess those NFTs didn't work out for you. Oh, Hulk should have invested in futures. Cyborg Hulk, aka Mecha Hulk, aka a figure that I'd love to see. We got a really old Cyber Hulk back in the day, which still looks great. A big Monkey Man style robot Hulk figure. So cool. And there's a lot of rumors that the Select Immortal Hulk was planned to be a Cyborg Hulk repaint that they never got around to, because you can see like some lines on his skin that you think like, that looks more like sort of metal lines than muscles, but okay. Bottom line, though, is we need a new one. So come on, Hasbro. Let's see it. Darkcrawler. Now, look, say what you will about Marvel Legends, and Lord knows I do. They do give us some very obscure characters. And this one, yeah, this looks pretty obscure. What can I tell you about him? He looks like that. Another one from Ang Lee's Hulk. How about David Banner? Crazy Nick Nolte. I'm not a fan of the Ang Lee film. I know that artistically, it has a lot going for it. Like, it's a clever movie. But does it actually succeed in what it was trying to do? You know, entertain audiences? that's debatable. But Nick Nolte literally, and I do mean literally, chewing the scenery was a delight to behold. And a David Banner figure, I think a lot of people would like that. Deathlock Abomination. Hey, look, it wasn't easy to come up with 100 characters, okay? We had to get a little obscure. So there was a story where characters went to an alternate dimension, and guess what? There was a Deathlock Abomination there. So he's canon, so he's on the list. Devastator. Not the Transformers Devastator, a different flavor, but kind of a fun, weird, funky looking one. Again, you can tell when I've got the characters who are clearly what I would call list fillers. Digger. This is one who I actually do know because he's less of a Hulk character. He's actually more of a Spider-Man character. One time, a whole bunch of mobsters were murdered and dumped in the desert. And guess what? There was a whole bunch of gamma irradiation there, and the various body parts all fused together to create Digger, who is a big-time heavy hitter. But honestly, more Spider-Man related. Doc Samson, the incredible psychiatrist. I think this is another one we might be seeing this year because it has been a long time since we got a Doc Samson. I'm talking way back in the dark ages of Marvel Legends. So an update is well overdue. Earth X Hulk. This would be a really fun one because the Earth X Hulk is kind of two characters in one. You've got the Hulk, which is kind of this wonderful big gorilla type design, and then there's the Bruce Banner side of the personality that's this young child who kind of rides around on him and controls him. As a little 2-pack or a 1.5 pack, I think that would be delightful. The Ed Norton Hulk. Yes, we're covering the entire realm of Marvel-related movies, and the Ed Norton Hulk, he definitely deserves his modern due. I mean, come on, we're so tired of the soft-spoken, nice Hulk. Having Ed Norton be like just the terrifying, ripped, veiny, smashing machine. Oh, that was good. And a very underrated movie. Definitely deserves an action figure. Flux, another gamma-irradiated abomination. A military man who gets used to try and take down the Hulk. That's all I can tell you. Although I did speak kind of ill and dismissively of Flux on a live stream a while ago, and people were like, yo, you put some respect on Flux's name. So, okay, he gets an action figure. Gargoyle. This one could maybe be paired up with the Mecha Hulk, as was the original one. I think they came in a little 2-pack, and there was a little compartment you could put him in Mecha Hulk's back. So, yeah, why not do that again? Because this is one of those figures, if you did him on his own, he would have to come with a very chunky Builder-figure to justify the purchase. Gladiator Hulk. It really surprises me that we haven't had a comic book Gladiator Hulk from Marvel Legends. Select did an amazing one many years ago, but for the mainstream Legends line? Nah, come on, this is well overdue. Glob. I guess this guy is like, hey, Mum, can we get Swamp Thing? No, son, we have Swamp Thing at home. Womp. Hey, look, maybe I'm being mean. He might have a rich history of stories behind him, but I've never read them. Harpy, look at this design. Poor old Betty Ross. She's been through it. You've looked better. No offense. But there she is. Queen of the Harpies. Here's your crown, your majesty. That would be so much fun. A lot of work to make an action figure out of this, but I think it would be worth it. Homer Hulk. Okay, I'm being a little silly here, but hey, it's a Hulk. Is it canon? No, but it's in the Disney family, so I could probably figure something out. Horseman Hulk. This is one I genuinely really would love to see because this is my mid-90s peak Marvel obsession era. So this was when Apocalypse made Hulk the Horseman of War, I assume it was, and he gave him all his armor and the whip, and just, he looks kind of silly, but in a fun 90s sort of way, where it's like, hey, let's take this big character and put even more big armor on him, like you would literally do with 80s and 90s action figures, like, you know, Incredible Hulk with new Apocalypse armor. I kind of love that. I'd love to see it. Gremlin, not Gargoyle, which I was told, and is one the son of the other? That gets a little bit confusing to me, and I won't pretend to know. So any Hulk fans out there in the comments, please help me out. What's the deal? How do we distinguish Gremlin from Gargoyle? Guilt Hulk, the first of many extra Hulk manifestations. So Bruce Banner's psyche, it turns out, is like a shattered plate. There's a whole lot of pieces. And Guilt Hulk is exactly what you think, represents all the guilt inside Bruce Banner instead of the rage that the Hulk represents. And Guilt Hulk, yeah, a terrifying giant lizard-looking creature. It could be kind of fun. Confidence is a preference to the habitual voyeur of what is known as Half-Life. It's a very British quote there. But Half-Life. Actually, you know what? This was the one who people said I should put respect on his name. Flux, no respect. But Half-Life, Flux gets no respect around here. No respect at all. But people said that Half-Life is actually a pretty cool character. So if you said it, that's good enough for me. Do you like dogs? Yeah, I like dogs. Sorry, I'm just doing all the British quotes now. But Hulk Dog, again, another Ang Lee character, and one that we actually had, well, I say character, you know, an Ang Lee thing. And we did actually get an old action figure of a Hulk Dog. It wasn't really very poseable, but it exists. So giving us a new one, maybe kind of use the Lockjaw body as a basis, that could kind of work. The Hulk Gang, terrorizing the wastelands of the Old Man Logan timeline. And yeah, just a couple of hillbilly Hulks. What we could get with them, though, is a couple of little Fantastic Cars. And then you can repurpose those for future Fantastic Four releases. So, hey, that's a win right there. Hulk Killer. You know, with a character whose name is Hulk Killer, I would have expected something a little more terrifying and mean looking. This thing looks kind of cute, but I don't know, maybe it's a lot meaner than it looks, but it would be a big, bright, colorful character that would really stand out on the shelf, so that at least gives him a few points. Hulkling, which is an interesting one, because I mean, not really a Hulk character, but he was the Hulk equivalent in the Young Avengers when first introduced, but of course his heritage is more Kree and space-oriented, but that opens up the whole other realm of getting more Young Avengers characters. Certainly if you're going to do Hulkling, you'd want to do Wiccan as well, and that would actually be kind of cute. So yeah, he's not the closest Hulk connection, but I still wouldn't mind seeing him as an action figure. Maximus the Mad, something from way back in the Golden Age. Wouldn't pretend to know a huge amount about him, but this isn't a comprehensive list of information. It's just a comprehensive list. And hopefully it's something you enjoy listening to while you're folding the laundry, doing your taxes, or cleaning up the apartment. Don't worry, I know Model Behaviour is background viewing. Honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. Don't focus too hard on this. I wouldn't. Indestructible Hulk. This is an interesting one. This is from the Marvel Now era. They had kind of a relaunch or a bit of a rebranding with their Marvel Now, and we got Hulk in this interesting looking suit. Honestly, not a fan of it, but it was a look that he had for a while. But Hulk wearing any kind of costume just feels kind of wrong. You know, if it's not purple pants, that's not my Hulk. You know, they say the meek shall inherit the earth, but the inheritor over here, he doesn't look too meek to me, but he does look like a big, fun, wacky Golden Age monster. So with that in mind, I'd kind of like seeing him immortalized in plastic. Jarella. Now this is one that I made a big mistake of slightly dismissing, and people came at me. And you know what? You were right to do so. A very important love interest for the Hulk, who shaped a lot of his personality going forwards. So with that in mind, she deserves the action figure treatment. Claw, or Hulk, backwards, if you will, which is kind of a reverse Hulk and a pretty terrifying looking version of the Jade Giant. Not so Jade in this case, but big, mean, red eyes, mohawk, kind of cracked, lava looking skin. Yeah, pretty wicked actually. I kind of like to see that. We've had a few She-Hulks over the last couple of years, but how about lawyer Jennifer Walters? I mean, she spends most of her time fighting bad guys in the courtroom as opposed to the battlefield, so why not have her represented like that? Give her the pin, what's it called, pencil skirt. I was going to say pen skirt, that's not a thing. But yeah, give her the pencil skirt and the power suit. That would actually be kind of fun. The leader, probably the main big bad of the Incredible Hulk universe. If you don't count General Ross, if you're talking supervillains, it's Abomination and the leader. And we do have a pretty decent leader in our Marvel Legends collection, but he's a bit basic. I want a leader with a more gnarly kind of look, maybe the big broccoli head version. Some more gadgets would be nice, a slightly more detailed costume. They could go all in with doing a pretty impressive looking leader. And honestly, I'd like to see it. Lyra. Now, let me try this here, okay? Lyra is Hulk's daughter from an alternate dimension? Am I close? Or am I way off? I might be way off. I will try and do a little bit of due diligence while I'm editing this and throw in some little Cliff's notes, maybe, just to clarify a few things, just to show that at least I did do some work, I promise. I wasn't just looking at pictures. But yeah, Lyra. She was well known enough that even I recognized her. So that would be a good addition. Maestro. Hasbro, you gave us a Maestro a few years ago, but did you? Did you really? You gave us a Maestro head, but come on, we want the future imperfect Maestro. We want the proper Maestro in his full costume and gear, not some ripped up pants like, yes, he looked like that for a couple of issues in Old Man Logan. That was pretty cheap, lads. Give us the crown, give us all of his ornaments and treasures and trinkets. That would be a fantastic, phenomenal figure. Would it have to be a deluxe? Yeah, probably would be. Would I mind it being a deluxe? Not at all, because that would be an absolute centerpiece. Might seem like a funny choice, because you would have thought, we have this, but MCU Hulk, like Mark Ruffalo Hulk, we haven't actually had a Savage version of the Mark Ruffalo Hulk for ages and ages and ages and ages. So it's way overdue. I mean, hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to be getting a Savage Hulk in Spider-Man Brand New Day. That's not 100% confirmed, but it seems very likely. So maybe that will lead to us getting a real great-looking Savage Hulk. But if they could just do Avengers, the first Avengers movie, Hulk from the Battle of New York, I think a lot of people would love to see that. Okay, this is just a little bit of nightmare fuel from the most wonderful, nightmarish run of the Hulk comics. It was Immortal Hulk, and this is just an example of some of the hideous things that appear in those pages. Monstrosity Hulk is what I call this, and it's just one of the terrible predicaments that the Hulk finds himself in at some point in time. And I just think, yeah, you know what? Just have something that looks absolutely hard to look at. Why not? Can have some fun with that. No, from Fear Itself. Have I read the Fear Itself story? No. But do I kind of have the gist of it from the comics? Kind of, yes. So a whole bunch of characters get imbued with power from the god of fear, as if the characters weren't scary enough already. Now it's Hulk with a huge, big, giant battle hammer and a whole bunch of Tron-style neon effects on him. It's so of its time, isn't it? Those 2010s neon lines, and okay, it kind of dates the look of the character, but honestly, I kind of like it too. It's kitsch and harkens back to a halcyon time of the 2010s. Old Man Logan Hulk. I was never a big Old Man Logan fan. I can understand, it is kind of a good story in places. I'm not saying it's badly written, but it just felt very sort of edgelordy, a bit kind of shock value just for the sake of shock value, But it did give us another version of the Hulk, and a pretty shocking one at that. Would you want to have this guy on your shelf? I don't know about that, but hey, it makes for another addition to the list. Well, we've had Homer Simpson Hulk, so how about Peter Griffin Hulk? This one might be a little bit trickier to do with different licensing issues, but then again, the Simpsons have met Family Guy before, so there's no reason to make it impossible. The Metal Master. This dude is a master of metal. Yeah, that's all I got. The Red King, the big bad from the Planet Hulk story arc, and a pretty weird, wonderful, and wild design as well with the armor mech type costume. A big, colorful alien dude like this would really bring a whole display to life. So yeah, I'd like to see that happen. Red She-Hulk. Okay, I know that we're getting Red She-Hulk, but I feel like that's not quite scratching that Red She-Hulk itch. It looks okay, but more of an Ed McGuinness style Red She-Hulk with a big old gun and the sigh and more of that gleaming, smiling, femme fatale sort of face. You could put her in a 2-pack with Domino where she rips her clothes off just to embarrass her. Yep, that's a thing that happened. Look, sometimes you got to go all in with silliness, and this would definitely be that. Reginald 14 from Immortal Hulk. You know what? We kind of do sort of have this guy. Not exactly, though, now that I'm thinking about it. We're getting Abomination with the body horror face. But actually, I don't think that was him. There was someone else. Was it Rick Jones who was in that Abomination form? Eventually, it went to this other guy, 14, and he sort of embraced the hideous body horror nightmare fuel power of the Abomination. So maybe all we really need is just a head swap. Or they could give us his armored robot mech body. That would be kind of fun too. For someone who was a big character in one of the best modern runs of the Hulk, I think he deserves the representation. And speaking of Rick Jones, and actually we could do a couple of different versions of Rick Jones. Of course, there is civilian Rick Jones, who I think a lot of people would like to see, but then also we got the A-bomb. Rick Jones finally got powered up, and he had this cool kind of blue armadillo armored looking form, and it was kind of fun. Didn't stick around for long, but it definitely made an impression. Romulus Augustus, just a Roman Caesar looking dude, I guess. Yeah, I don't know much about Romulus Augustus, but go on, you can add him too. General Ross, this is one that's definitely overdue. I mean, look, we got a Gyrek figure. We could certainly justify General Ross. Plus, it's just cool to have some more military type characters. So this is one that I wouldn't be shocked to see coming somewhere down the line, but also I appreciate there might not be a huge demand outside of hardcore Incredible Hulk fans. Sasquatch, Walter Lankowski. Yes, we do have a Sasquatch figure that can go with the Alpha Flight characters, but, you know, it's a little bit old now. A little update and a new version of the big orange woolly guy. Yeah, I'd like to see that. Another entry for She-Hulk, and a big one that I would love to see, purple and white costume She-Hulk. We got close with the purple swimsuit style She-Hulk from last year. Or was it the year before? It was a little while ago. But I just want the slightly more modern 90s looking one with the white details that just make it look a bit more contemporary, a bit more interesting. And if you could give her, like, that could come with the big smile and maybe the big dumbbell she can be bending in half. There's a lot of fun you could have with that. And it wouldn't surprise me if we do see it sooner than later. The Silver Savage, another character that we did get many, many years ago. I was going to say many moons ago, which would kind of make sense since this is a cosmic version of the Silver Surfer. Wait, cosmic version of the Silver Surfer is just the Silver Surfer, but it was during the Planet Hulk arc is what I'm trying to get at. So just take the current Silver Surfer, slap some armor on him, boom! Savage Surfer. Oh, I hate this, but I also want to include it. The Skinny Hulk. Again, trust Immortal Hulk to give us unsettling images. There was a time when Hulk was losing his power and losing his gamma irradiation, and it showed with skin hanging off of his bones Hulk. It was horrible, but it happened. So it's going on the list. Skulk, or Solomon Grundy Hulk. Of course, this opens up the door for a whole bunch of amalgam characters. This wouldn't be the first amalgam character I would ask for, but man, eventually you could get to him. Combining the clothes of Solomon Grundy with the stature of the Hulk, well, actually, that's pretty much just Solomon Grundy. Anyway, this is a fun little one I wanted to throw in to be like, actually, no, I didn't think of that. Someone else did. But still, we'll add him anyway. Smart Hulk. I won't linger on this because it's pretty much been confirmed with the most recent tease. And honestly, I can't wait to see him. Just be sure to include the bunny slippers. Soul Stealer. This, as a design, absolutely love it. Can I find the comic it appeared in? Nope. Really obscure. I'm sure it probably only ever appeared one time. I can barely find any information on him on the internet. But the design of this giant eyeball with the skull, mouth, and lower half of the face, it's wicked. So cool. So yeah, judging by that one cover picture alone, love to see that. Spider Hulk. It's irradiated Spider-Man, and a lot of people were asking for that. Of course, there's a very kind of iconic Spider-Hulk figure from about 25 years ago, and people are still clamoring for a new version. For me personally, not so much, but I know that the masses are demanding it, so maybe you should give them what they want. Now, this would be a fun one. Starship Hulk. After Immortal Hulk finished, it was going to be a difficult act to follow for the new series, and they went in a completely different direction with Starship Hulk, which was so much fun. We had Bruce Banner inside the Hulk's mind in that mental headspace, literally piloting the Hulk like a starship and keeping the most savage version of him in the engine room to power him. It was great. I loved it. And we had this cool visor, helmet, Starship Hulk look to the character. I really dug it. It was so cool. I'd love to see an action figure of that. Super Beast. I can only find a picture of him battling Thor, but people have told me that Super Beast battled the Hulk. So, okay, it's good enough for me. Titan, another one of Hulk's personas. And there's a couple of personas that are just like, ho, you think the Hulk's bad? Well, this is the Hulked version of the Hulk. Like, there's a couple of Hulked versions of the Hulk. Titan is the most big and terrifying one. Until the next one. That's kind of how it goes. But I think currently the precedent is set. I think Titan, like, that is as big and bad as it gets. And honestly, I mean, it does look pretty big and bad, so I'm not going to diss him. The Toad Men. What we're going to do right here is go back, way back into time. The original baddies that the Hulk fought, the terror of the Toad Men. How fun would it be to army build these goofy, wacky looking guys? It's highly unlikely we'll ever see them, but it would be awfully fun if we did. Transforming Hulk. Well, this could be an interesting either single figure or a multi-pack. Is a mid-transformation Bruce Banner. We got a Bruce Banner Hulk 2-pack, but that's just Bruce Banner, human, and Hulk. But something in the middle with the clothes ripping, the skin turning, the eyes glowing green. That would actually be really fun to see. Maybe like one big green Hulk arm sort of moving throughout the body. Who knows? You could go nuts with it. It could be a really fun figure if they chose to make it. Here's a whole team for you. The UFOs. How about that? They're not the most A-list characters, but they have longevity in the Marvel Universe. They've been around for ages, and they all have bright, popping-looking designs. Maybe like a Comic-Con 5-pack. That could be a fun way of putting them out there. Venomized Hulk. This is a cool one. I've seen so many customs of Venomized Hulk over the years, and they all look wicked. And I love that in many interpretations, they have the Venom symbiote isn't entirely over him because it's not big enough to stretch over the Hulk. That's kind of funny, but just the big green body with the gnashing Venom mouth. Yeah, I think that looks awesome. That would be a really fun legend. The Warbound. Again, a team that I'm surprised we haven't seen any more members of. But then again, each one would probably require a completely unique sculpt. But Hulk's backup from his Planet Hulk days, yeah, I think that would be really cool to see. Weapon H, once again, a figure that I thought we would have had by now, because you've got the Hulk body, throw on some Wolverine claws and a couple of knobbly bits. That's about it. You got Weapon H. Something that I thought, like when I first saw it, I just thought like, oh man, that looks dumb. It's like, oh, well, let's have Hulk, but with Wolverine claws. And then he actually kind of stood the test of time and became a pretty fun character. So kudos, Marvel writers. We showed this guy. Wendigo, similar to Sasquatch. We have a Wendigo figure, but it's a very modern-looking X-Men Wendigo. Whereas a classic Wendigo that really represents Incredible Hulk 181 with Wolverine's first appearance, that would be really nice to see. So hopefully, I think we will get him. It feels kind of inevitable because it's been a while since we had the Build-A-Figure. So even though a new body would be nice, even if they just kind of reused the old one but put a more classic head on there, that would be pretty cool. Worldbreaker Hulk. Okay, so when Planet Hulk ended, the Hulk had an axe to grind with pretty much the entire superhero roster on Earth, and he did grind that axe pretty effectively, and he did it looking like a mean badass in his kind of gladiatorial gear, not the stuff he wore on World War Hulk, but a different look, and it was a pretty mean badass look. He could pull off a tiara and make it look scary. So yeah, Worldbreaker Hulk, he lived up to the name. That'd be a cool figure. Zeron the Star Slayer. Looks kind of like a chicken. That's all I got for you. Zombie Hulk. It's funny, I'm really not into the Marvel Zombies characters, but a lot of people keep asking, when are we going to get more Marvel Legends, Marvel Zombies? So clearly the demand is there, so I ain't going to yuck your yum. And if you're going to do some zombified characters, why not go all in? Terrifying, decomposing zombie Hulk? I mean, it'd definitely be interesting to see. And finishing off what I didn't realize till halfway through was an alphabetical list, we have Zax, which would be a bit of a difficult character to bring to life because obviously he's all electrical and sparkly barkly, but I don't know, he's Niall Sparkly. Sad. Pop me. But yeah, a Nile Sparkly action figure. Don't know how you would do it most effectively, but hey, Marvel Legends, that's what you do for a living. I'm sure you could figure it out. And folks, that does it for my top 100 most wanted Marvel Legends Hulk characters. Gang, what did you think about the list? And also, who did I miss out? And also, which characters did I not give their due by going, I don't know who this guy is? Be like, Dave, that's one of the most important people in the Marvel universe. I know, you have to excuse me. My ignorance is showing. But gang, thank you so much for watching. And until next... Oh! And what other top 100 lists would you like to see? Comment below, let me know. I love doing these top 100s. They're a fun bit of content for me to make. So yeah, let me know in the comments. And until next time, keep displaying model behavior.
Big time.